Chapter 1382. I'm just afraid he won't come. He might seem powerful now, but when he reaches Sky Noon City and is too far away from the Sea of Abyss, his strength will be suppressed to an even lower level. Even if the cultivators of Sky Noon City could not deal with the Sea of Abyss Master, they could still defend the city easily. At that time, the Sea of Abyss Master will change his target and come to my Scarlet Cloud City. When he comes to Scarlet Cloud City, he will be even weaker. It'll be easy for us to block him, and we might even be able to kill him. Yes. Even though we were at a disadvantage in the last battle and failed to launch a sneak attack, that was because we didn't have Imperial Monarch Wuxia. The Sea of Abyss Master has brought a large number of chaotic origin life form subordinates to assist him. It is hard for us to kill him without being affected. With Monarch Wuxia around, a large number of chaotic origin life forms aren't worth mentioning. We can focus on dealing against the Sea of Abyss Master. With so many cultivators working together, it is entirely possible for us to kill him. This is our chance. Seize the opportunity and kill him. Inside the Crimson Cloud Hall, a group of cultivators were discussing spiritedly. If 20 to 30 cultivators were to encounter the Sea of Abyss Master, they would naturally be sending themselves to death. But if all the cultivators in the city worked together, they would have the qualifications to fight. Furthermore, the Sea of Abyss Master, that was observed through the magic mirror, was still ridiculously strong. By the time they reached Scarlet Cloud City, he would only be left with 10% to 20% of his original strength. As Dongbo Shuang chatted with the cultivators beside him, he mainly inquired about the previous battle with the Sea of Abyss Master. At the same time, he was also carefully observing everything within the magic mirror. If the Sea of Abyss Master catches up to him, he will definitely die. Dongbo Shuang shook his head inwardly. No matter what kind of fighting spirit he had, no matter how determined they were still trampled to death by the Sea of Abyss Master. The Sea of Abyss Master sprinted for a total of 2 days before arriving at Sky Noon City. At this moment, his strength had greatly decreased. Even his body was only 1,800 kilometers tall. Compared to the terrifying size he had when he first left the Sea of Abyss, he had shrunk by a few times. But a height of 1,800 kilometers was still the most terrifying chaotic origin prisoner across the entire sacred world. He's here. We've arrived at Sky Noon City. I hope that the strength of this Sea of Abyss Master did not improve. The cultivators of Scarlet Cloud City were all watching the scene unfold in the magic mirror that was floating in mid-air. Even though this was the Battle of Sky Noon City, he could also use this to probe the strength of the Sea of Abyss Master. Although they had fought before, but it was still the Sea of Abyss Master who went out for a patrol. Different from other chaotic origin prisoners who frequently went out for patrol, the Sea of Abyss Master would only go out for a very long period of time. The moment he went out for a patrol, he would turn the entire sacred world upside down. Because a long time had passed, the Sea of Abyss Master might have unearthed his bloodline and grasped an even stronger and stranger secret technique. His strength increased by a fraction. The difficulty of killing him was naturally much higher. So many chaotic origin life forms. Dongbo Shuang could not help but hold his breath as he watched everything through the magic mirror. The densely packed chaotic origin life forms had completely surrounded the entire Sky Noon City. Not only were there many of them on the surface, even the sky was filled with chaotic origin life forms. The Sea of Abyss Master could command all chaotic origin life forms in the entire sacred world. Even other chaotic origin prisoners were willing to listen to his orders. Sky Noon City. Within Sky Noon City, the cultivators were all standing in midair in an orderly manner. Many inscriptions lit up on the walls of the entire Sky Noon City. All sorts of arrays were activated. Even more than 100 layers of barriers appeared in the sky, causing many layers of barriers to shine brightly. There were simply too many different colored light barriers. He is here. The Sea of Abyss Master is here. The cultivators in Sky Noon City were all watching from afar. They did not place the surrounding chaotic origin life forms in their eyes at all, even though there were many of them. But the defenses of Sky Noon City were formidable. Under the control of many cultivators, it was impossible for those ordinary chaotic origin life forms to break through. Even though Sky Noon City was the closest to the Sea of Abyss out of the 5 cities, and was the most dangerous, it was also the easiest to grab hold of an opportunity, because the one who contributed the most in killing the Sea of Abyss Master would be bestowed by the Overlord. Naturally, the experts in Sky Noon City would have a greater hope. There were even some experts who understood the differences between the 5 cities. Those who were sufficiently strong would even head to Sky Noon City and stay there permanently. In the distant wilderness, a towering giant with a height of 1,800 kilometers was sprinting. His hair was in a mess. There were even many shackles embedded in his body, causing every step he took to resound with the sound of the shackles clashing against each other. Even if he stood at his original position, he would feel pain. If he sprinted, the pain would only worsen. That made him even more furious. "Didn't you want me to temper these weak ants? Humph. I'll do as you wish and kill all these ants." The body of the Sea of Abyss Master was too huge. The walls of Sky Noon City were only as tall as his feet. At this moment, the Sea of Abyss Master was looking down. His gaze pierced through the cloud layer at the cultivators within the city. The cultivators were all staring at him. They were not afraid. Instead, they were filled with fervor. Humph. The killing intent of the Sea of Abyss Master became denser. And the chaotic origin life forms that had already rushed over to Sky Noon City were all lowering their heads. They were expressing their allegiance to the Sea of Abyss Master. And at this moment, there were even more chaotic origin life forms rushing over from all directions. "Cultivators die." The Sea of Abyss Master roared. His voice was like rolling thunder. It boomed continuously, causing the cloud layer in the sky to tremble. At the same time, a pair of huge hands came chopping down. The enormous hands tore through the cloud layer and slapped down on Sky Noon City. As the hands tore through the sky, dark red flames were burning on both of his hands. The power of the flames was terrifying. It burnt the surrounding void, revealing the dense shackle-like inscriptions outside. This sacred world was completely sealed. It was impossible for these patrolling chaotic origin prisoners to leave this world. As he slapped down, the fingertips of both his hands turned sharp. Furthermore, inscriptions were revolving on his fingertips. Every finger was like an enormous meteor sword. Chi. His fingers pierced through the layers of light barriers covering Sky Noon City. Furthermore, the surrounding chaotic origin life forms also unleashed their attacks at the same time. All of them roared out as they unleashed their techniques to aid the Sea of Abyss Master. Poo-pee-you. The light barriers were pierced through one after another. More than half of the light barriers were pierced in an instant. It caused the expressions of the cultivators in Sky Noon City to change. Not good, this Sea of Abyss Master has become stronger. They knew things were amiss. The cultivators in the other 4 cities were all using their own techniques to observe everything that happened in Sky Noon City. From the moment the Sea of Abyss Master attacked the light barrier of Sky Noon City, many cultivators within the Scarlet Cloud Hall in Scarlet Cloud City were startled. This technique of breaking through the city has become more formidable. Weatherleaf said solemnly. He has improved again. Wuxia was solemn too. A high-graded chaotic origin life form would gradually become stronger from initial high-graded, until they reached grand perfection as a high-graded chaotic origin life form. Following that, they would have to break through again. This breakthrough was similarly difficult. The difficulty of advancing from a high-graded chaotic origin life form to a world realm chaotic origin life form was not any lower than ordinary chaotic origin life forms breaking through to a high-graded chaotic origin life form. Because high-graded chaotic origin life forms belong to the most common level of chaotic origin experts in the vast chaotic origin dimension. There were many of them too. And world realm chaotic origin life forms were at the apex level. Just like cultivators who grasped an origin world, they dared to call themselves unparalleled within their own origin world. They did not even fear overlords. One could see how different the status of a world realm was. Even though the Sea of Abyss Master was powerful, his bloodline was noble. He was still quite a distance away from reaching grand perfection. Naturally, as time passed, he would gradually uncover his bloodline and grasp new secret techniques. Before reaching grand perfection, it was relatively easier for him to improve. Not good. It seems Sky Noon City can't hold on any longer. Within the Scarlet Cloud Hall, everyone revealed a look of shock. Dombo Shuang felt his heart tightening. He stared at the magic mirror. The magic mirror showed the Sea of Abyss Master leading the chaotic origin lifeforms in a frenzy. They were about to break through the arrays of Sky Noon City. They have chosen to escape. We can only choose this way. Let's hope they can survive. The cultivators within the Scarlet Cloud Hall watched as everything happened. After the cultivators in Sky Noon City discovered that the Sea of Abyss Master had become stronger, they no longer chose to attack. Instead, they did not hesitate to retreat. Furthermore, they split into 3 teams to escape. After all, there were too many cultivators. There were more than 3,000 cultivators in Sky Noon City. Even if they worked together, there would be many overlaps in many aspects. After all, they chose to split into 3 teams that worked together perfectly. The difference in strength between each squad and a large group of more than 3,000 cultivators wasn't that great. Go. Let's go to Scarlet Cloud City and work together with the cultivators there. Once we reach there, the Sea of Abyss Master will become weaker. By then, we can work together with Scarlet Cloud City. With that Monarch Faciua around, we have a high chance of killing the Sea of Abyss Master. I wish everyone good luck. Good luck. The 3 teams were decisive. They immediately abandoned the city and began escaping. The 3 teams were like 3 sharp swords that broke through the obstruction of the chaotic origin life forms. Even though there were many chaotic origin life forms, as the cultivators were relatively densely packed, there were at most 10,000 chaotic origin life forms that could attack the cultivators at the same time. The cultivators did not care at all. At this moment, the Sea of Abyss Master was only 1,800 kilometers tall. His speed had become much slower. These 3 teams had chosen to escape by forming a combat formation. Even if the Sea of Abyss Master chased after them, his speed would still be slower by a level. Stop them! Stop them! The Sea of Abyss Master ordered. Quick, quick! The cultivators were frantically fighting with their lives. The moment they were caught up, without the city and with so many chaotic origin life forms aiding the Sea of Abyss Master, a team of more than 1,000 cultivators would most likely be wiped out. After all, there was only one Monarch Faciua. If Monarch Faciua was around, the Sea of Abyss Master would not have any helpers. His threat would be reduced by more than half. A team of cultivators would dare to fight against the Sea of Abyss Master. It's a pity that Monarch Faciua was far away in Scarlet Cloud City. Today is the first day. Star. Chapter 1383. The Vast Sacred World. The Sea of Abyss Master was 1,800 kilometers tall. Part of his body was above the cloud layer. He was running with huge steps. Even though he was slightly slower than the 3 teams from Sky Noon City, his speed was still shockingly fast. We can't catch up. The Sea of Abyss Master chased after a team for the time taken to brew a cup of tea. As the distance between them grew further and further, he finally gave up. He only slightly changed his direction before continuing to fly, and he followed a straight line and killed his way towards Crimson Cloud City. He's not chasing anymore. They've given up on us. This group of over 1,000 cultivators who were being chased also sighed in relief. We have also executed many scouting techniques to scout our surroundings. Even if a large number of chaotic origin lifeforms came to obstruct us, we would still be able to detour around them. Even if they couldn't go around it, they would choose to break through the weakest part of the barrier. And the Sea of Abyss Master's speed is originally slower than ours. If we continue chasing like this, I'm afraid we will never be able to catch up to him. These cultivators began conversing with each other. Although the possibility of him catching up to us is very low, once he does, we'll be finished. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Everyone, judging from the direction that the Sea of Abyss Master is heading towards, he should be heading towards the nearest Scarlet Cloud City. The Vice City Governor, Sun Yi, who was the strongest in the group, transmitted his voice. Although his speed is slightly slower than us, he's moving in a straight line without any obstruction. As for us, we have to avoid the territories of the chaotic origin prisoners. Furthermore, due to the large group of chaotic origin lifeforms, I reckon that by the time the Sea of Abyss Master reaches the Scarlet Cloud City, we might not have reached yet. Yes. Right. Just by taking a detour around the territories of some chaotic origin prisoners, we will have to take a detour by at least 50%. Without the threat of death, all of them wanted to participate in the battle to kill the Sea of Abyss Master. But from the looks of it, the Sea of Abyss Master would reach Scarlet Cloud City before them. Scarlet Cloud City has Monarch Wuxia. They will definitely be very confident. Most likely, before we arrive, they will deal with the Sea of Abyss Master. The Sea of Abyss Master isn't that easy to kill. From the looks of the exchange earlier, the Sea of Abyss Master is much stronger than the previous time he went out. We just need to hurry on with our journey. If they can kill the Sea of Abyss Master in advance, then consider their Scarlet Cloud City formidable. This group of over 1,000 cultivators continued on their way. At the same time, a towering figure standing on the surging Golden River looked in the direction of Scarlet Cloud City and calmly ordered, "Children, let's go to Scarlet Cloud City." Within a deep and serene canyon, black fog pervaded the air. Within the black fog, a blurry figure also gave an order. "Everyone, depart for Scarlet Cloud City." Orders were issued one after another. Across the entire sacred world, all chaotic origin life forms that had chaotic origin prisoners were rushing towards Scarlet Cloud City. Even the chaotic origin life forms that originally besieged Sky Noon City were rushing towards Scarlet Cloud City. Furthermore, many more chaotic origin life form tribes that did not have any chaotic origin prisoners required the Abyss attendants to relay their orders. Sea of Abyss attendant represented the Sea of Abyss Master. They could easily order groups of chaotic origin life forms. By the king's order, all of you are to depart for Scarlet Cloud City. The abyssal attendants were working hard to pass down orders. The sacred world was just too big, and the abyssal attendants were just too slow. Fortunately, there were enough of them, and they were all spread out to deliver their orders to various regions. They would probably be able to spread their orders throughout the sacred world within a month. Many chaotic origin life forms were rushing towards Scarlet Cloud City. The Sea of Abyss Master was also rushing over. They are indeed charging towards our Scarlet Cloud City. Within the Scarlet Cloud Hall, Ying and the other 3,000 cultivators were all staring at the magic mirror. The magic mirror was showing many regions in the sacred world. It would occasionally check on the Sea of Abyss Master and other places. Attacking Sky Noon City is because it is close to us, Wuxia solemnly said. In addition, the Sea of Abyss Master is incredibly powerful at the start. He could cross more than 50 million kilometers with a single step. Hence, he ran too quickly at the start, covering more than half the distance. Even though his strength has been continuously decreasing, he has still spent a total of 2 days to reach Sky Noon City from the Sea of Abyss. And he would need roughly 6 days to reach Scarlet Cloud City from Sky Noon City. Wuxia deduced. This long period of time is sufficient for more chaotic origin life forms to surround and attack us. Not just that. Great Emperor Heaven Calamity solemnly said. I believe the Sea of Abyss Master should know how formidable Brother Wuxia's soul technique is. Hence, it is highly possible that he would treat Scarlet Cloud City as the most important battlefield this time. He would deploy sufficient chaotic origin life forms to attack the city. Furthermore, even now, we are not clear how strong the Sea of Abyss Master has become. When Sky Noon City was attacked, that city protecting array was soon broken. The cultivators in Sky Noon City immediately escaped. They did not engage in a huge battle at all. Hence, we are unable to see through the Sea of Abyss Master's techniques. We only discovered that his attacks on the city protecting array have become stronger. Amen. All of them were solemn. They really wanted to kill the Sea of Abyss Master. It's just that they could not grasp the strength of the Sea of Abyss Master now. What are you thinking about? Emoshu sneered. So what if he has become stronger? I'm afraid he hasn't reached the grand perfection high-graded chaotic origin life form realm. With Monarch Wuxia around, we can do our best to kill him. No matter what, we have to try. Who knows, we might succeed. Amen. By then, we'll just do our best. Weatherleaf nodded too. Fellow cultivators, let's practice the combined combat formation again. After all, Nine-headed has become a chaotic origin life form. Of the 3 combat formations, one of them would require a huge change. Alright, let's familiarize ourselves with the combat formation. It was easy to familiarize with the combat formation because the cultivators present who had experienced the previous attack by the Sea of Abyss Master had already grasped it. It was only during this period that the new cultivators had to familiarize themselves with it. For instance, Dongbo Shuiying, Great Emperor North River, and others. Within the Scarlet Cloud Hall, a terrifying power was accumulating. The power of the combat formation had yet to be released. Weatherleaf instead asked Dongbo Shuiying, "Younger brother Feishue, if you participate in the combat formation, will it affect your soul technique?" No matter what, executing your soul technique is the most important. At the most, you can stay within the team and not participate in controlling the combat formation. It's fine. It won't affect me. Dongbo Shuiying chuckled. His heart force was originally strong, far surpassing other experts at the same level. He was responsible for controlling a small part of the combat formation, yet it did not affect his heart force by 10%. It was only 5%. Of course, 5% of his heart force was 30% to 40% of most Apex experts. Even though the other Apex experts were all extraordinary and had many fortuitous encounters, it was fine for Dongbo Shuiying's soul to fuse with the core blood of Myriad Tentacles Dragon Mother. It was mainly because he was too strong in the Tao of Soul. Hence, his heart force was naturally strong. Time passed. At the same time, he was familiarizing himself with the combat formation. Dongbo Shuiying was looking forward to it. If I kill the Sea of Abyss Master, I'll be bestowed by the Overlord. According to what Wuxia said, by then, I can meet the Overlord and raise my request. Just like those who cultivate in bloodlines, it is almost certain that they will become chaotic origin life forms. With such a frightening reward, I believe it will be of great help to my cultivation if I raise my request. My soul technique can suppress the strength of many chaotic origin life forms. I will also participate in the combat formation. By then, the one who contributes the most is likely me. Dongbo Shuiying thought. Even though the cultivators in Scarlet Cloud City were split into 3 teams due to the difference in strength, Weatherleaf, Wuxia, and Great Emperor Heaven Calamity were the core of each team. Their combat strength was incredibly strong. Being the core of the combined combat formation, it would also allow the 3 teams to unleash their full strength. And when Dongbo Shuiying executed his soul technique, under normal circumstances, the one who contributed the most would be Dongbo Shuiying, followed by Weatherleaf and the other 2. And after that, during the process of the combat, whoever executed the final strike that killed the Sea of Abyss Master would also contribute greatly. In short, the contribution would be determined by the artifact spirit of the Guidance Hall. Even if I don't get the bestowment, Dongbo Shuiying thought, this is also a huge training. This Sea of Abyss Master is also the greatest opponent I have in this sacred world. After the war ends, if I don't get the bestowment, I should leave the sacred world. Dongbo Shuiying planned. The help the sacred world could provide him was minuscule. Previously, he had killed 3 chaotic origin prisoners in the past, allowing the chaotic origin prisoners in the sacred world to know of the fame of Monarch Feishue. Even if these chaotic origin prisoners had to leave their territories in pain, they did not dare to go too far away. They would rather endure the incomparably terrifying torture. This made it harder for Dongbo Shuiying to kill them. The opportunity given by Yuan is to head to 3 worlds. I have already experienced the Lightning World and the Cultivation Sacred World. Now, I am left with the final world. Dongbo Shuiying was curious about the final world too. The Cultivation Sacred World had gathered so many chaotic origin lifeform bodies. There were even dozens of high-graded chaotic origin lifeforms imprisoned here. What would the 3rd world be like? According to his estimations, the 3 worlds should be progressing step by step. It is hard for me to improve my current strength. Dongbo Shuiying sighed inwardly. He had no choice. He was just a strand away from reaching the final realm in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. It was still possible for him to break through. His Tao of Void had already reached the half-chaotic origin life-form body realm. It was impossible for him to break through normally. Only the thought of fusing his fleshy body and soul made Dongbo Shuang look forward to reaching the final realm in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. He looked forward to the fusion of his fleshy body and soul. Chapter 1384. The cultivators of Ice Star City have all left and are rushing towards our Scarlet Cloud City. Vice City Lord, Wuxia suddenly said. What? Ice Star City? The cultivators in the Scarlet Cloud Hall were startled. The mirror floating in midair immediately turned to look at Ice Star City. An ancient city that occupied an area of more than 100,000 li appeared on the mirror. At this moment, 3 groups of cultivators had just left Ice Star City and were flying towards the horizon. It seems like they are not willing to miss this chance and wish to join in and kill the Sea of Abyss Master in one fell swoop. The cultivators sighed. Dongbo Shuang nodded too. All of them could understand. In reality, those who came to this cultivation sacred world had lived for a very long time. Even the youngest like Dongbo Shuang had cultivated for trillions of years. For such a long period of time, if one's state of mind was weak, they would have gone mad. Even their souls would crumble. Of course, Dongbo Shuang and the rest had long tempered their Tao hearts and were not afraid of the influence of time. It's just that, after living for a long time, they would have their own goals. For gratitude and grudges, it was just for a moment. Many powerful cultivators had lost their loved ones long ago. They cultivated alone and felt lonely. To them, the path of cultivation was what made them the most infatuated. Even though their lifespan was eternal, they could not see the end of their cultivation. As their strength improved, their understanding of the world would become more thorough. They would even have the ability to create objects, create a world, and become stronger. This was enough to make people infatuated. The cultivators of this sacred world have lived for a very long time. They are many times older than me. Dongbo Shuang thought. He was considered very young. Over the years, many of them are only left with the pursuit of the Tao. For the path of cultivation, they are even willing to be like moths flying into a flame, fighting against the Sea of Abyss Master just for that little bit of opportunity. Before Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor succeeded, the cultivators of the cultivation sacred world felt that their hopes were slim. Yet they persevered. It was clear that their Tao hearts were extraordinary. But now that Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor had succeeded, it made many cultivators even more fervent. Scarlet Cloud City has me. Right now the cultivators of Sky Noon City are rushing over too. I'm afraid the cultivators of other cities feel that killing the Sea of Abyss Master is possible and want to join in. Dongbo Shuang thought. Very soon, after receiving the news one after another, the cultivators of Rising Light City and Frost Moon City all abandoned their own cities and rushed towards Scarlet Cloud City. At this moment, the cultivators of Sky Noon City, Ice Star City, Rising Light City, and Frost Moon City were all heading towards Scarlet Cloud City. It was rare for cultivators from all 5 cities to gather. We have the cultivators of several cities working together. And we also have Emperor Feishue, who has incredible soul techniques. This is the greatest chance of killing the Sea of Abyss Master. If we fail this time, I'm afraid we won't have any hope in the future. This is the biggest chance. I have to join. If I miss this chance, I don't know how long I'll have to wait. Groups of cultivators advanced, and many of them were filled with desire. All of them had their own experiences. To be able to attain such strength, they naturally had their own pursuits of the great Tao. They pursued the eternity of the Tao, and they sought to escape the cage. He was not willing to be an ant in a cage. Cultivators naturally had to fight for opportunities. The cultivators of Scarlet Cloud City did not intend to wait for the cultivators from the other 4 cities to arrive before taking action. They naturally had to grab hold of the opportunity and act as soon as possible. Perhaps a single city might be able to kill the Sea of Abyss Master. Even if they could not kill him, they could at least protect themselves. He is coming soon. The Sea of Abyss Master is about to arrive in an hour. Over 3,000 cultivators stood on the roofs of the buildings, waiting silently. A magic mirror floated in midair, constantly observing the position of the Sea of Abyss Master. The Sea of Abyss Master had been flying for 6 days. His height had decreased once again, from 1,800 kilometers to 1,200 kilometers. His flying speed had also clearly decreased. His strength should have decreased by 30%. Weatherleaf, Wuxia, and the others judged as they looked at the magic mirror. Actually, the 5 assembly grounds surrounded the Sea of Abyss. Sky Noon City was the closest, and the other 4 cities were not too far away from the Sea of Abyss. It's just that Sky Noon City and Scarlet Cloud City were closer. Hence, the Sea of Abyss Master would usually attack Sky Noon City first before attacking Scarlet Cloud City. His strength has decreased. I can prevent those chaotic origin lifeforms from helping him. It is indeed possible for us to kill him. Dongbo Shuiying stood on the roof of his cavern dwelling. He said, "Ho Wu kill these cultivators." At this moment, many chaotic origin lifeforms had already gathered outside Scarlet Cloud City. They covered the world. These chaotic origin lifeforms had different appearances. They came from different tribes. They had already begun attacking the city. It's just that the arrays of Scarlet Cloud City were fully activated. Layers of light barriers were activated, preventing all attacks from entering. Dongbo Shuiying did not even need to use his soul technique. Just by relying on the chaotic origin lifeforms, it was impossible for them to destroy a city. Time passed. Over 3,000 cultivators stood on the roofs. They were calmly waiting for the great battle that was about to begin. Weatherleaf, Wuxiao, Great Emperor Heaven Calamity, and Mo Shu, Monarch Ardent Creek, and others were all preparing. In a while, they would do their best. We're here. All the cultivators turned over. There was no need for them to look at the magic mirror anymore, because a towering giant was rushing over from afar. A height of 600 kilometers was too exaggerated even in the cultivation's sacred world with its terrifying suppression. Those chaotic origin lifeforms that were usually a few hundred meters tall, or at most 1,000 meters tall, were simply ants compared to the Sea of Abyss Master. Of course, the number of these ants was ridiculously high. His running created a terrifying gale. After all, this was a giant running. He stopped outside the city, looking down at the cultivators within the city. That pair of huge cold eyes of his immediately saw a white-robed young man amongst the cultivators. He had long obtained intelligence on Dongbo Shuiying and knew of Dongbo Shuiying's appearance and aura. "You are Monarch Feishue?" The eyes of the Sea of Abyss Master emitted light that turned corporeal. It shone downwards at Dongbo Shuiying. Who would have thought that my name has spread to the Sea of Abyss? Dongbo Shuiying said, "Be careful. Brother Feishue, it seems he has set his eyes on you. He should know that you are the greatest threat to him. In a while, why don't you stay in the city?" Quite a few cultivators transmitted to Dongbo Shuiying. "No need. I am within the combat formation. If the combat formation is broken, the entire combat formation will be wiped out." Shuiying transmitted over. "If we were to lose so badly that we can't even survive, we'll still die if we stay in the city." "All right." Weatherleaf acknowledged. There were quite a few who advised Dongbo Shuiying to stay in the city. On one hand, they were afraid that Dongbo Shuiying would die in the hands of the Sea of Abyss Master. On the other hand, they hoped that Dongbo Shuiying would stay in the city. That way, the contribution of Dongbo Shuiying would be limited. It was merely due to his soul technique. At this moment, the voice of the Sea of Abyss Master rumbled. 3 of my comrades died in your hands. I can't do it alone." Dongbo Shuiying looked upwards. "Without you they wouldn't have died. This time, I will definitely break through Scarlet Cloud City. I will personally crush you, Monarch Feishue." The cold eyes of the Sea of Abyss Master were filled with killing intent. "Oh, who knows? You might end up like your comrades and die in the hands of us cultivators," Dongbo Shuiying said. He was not worried about himself. If he was in a desperate situation, he would just activate the imprint and leave this world. Even though he would feel sorry for the other cultivators of the sacred world, he would die if he did not escape. He could only choose to escape from this world. Of course, Dongbo Shuiying felt that the chances of him falling into a desperate situation was very low. Humph, is that so?" That angry snort was like rumbling thunder that reverberated in the world. Following which, A pair of huge hands descended from the sky. The huge hands were burning with dark red flames, burning the void and revealing chain-like inscriptions. They intersected with each other and sealed the entire world. That pair of huge hands was over 100 kilometers in size. Every finger was like a huge sword that pierced through the layers of light barrier around the city. Pu. About 20 layers of the light barrier were pierced through. The cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. The strength of the Sea of Abyss Master had decreased by 30%, but the threat he posed to the city protecting array had decreased by more than a fold. Because the higher the strength, the greater the damage to the city's array. Currently, he could only pierce through about 20 layers of the array. It would probably be restored in an instant. His strength has decreased greatly. We can definitely kill him. Weather Leaf transmitted to the cultivators, follow the plan. Kill. 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 The densely packed cultivators soared into the sky and rapidly split into 3 teams. Of course, there were still over 200 cultivators remaining on the roofs of their respective cavern dwellings. They stayed behind to maintain the array of the city. Even though the array itself could absorb world energy, it still required a controller to operate the array to its limit. These 200 cultivators were practically all late-stage God Emperor, and they were not of much help to the combat array. Ying was in the same team as Weather Leaf. Because Weather Leaf was the core of this team, it allowed this team to unleash a slightly greater strength, slightly stronger than the teams led by Wuxia and Great Emperor Heaven Calamity. Illusory Realm, descend. Ying immediately casted it. Hong. An enormous illusory realm spanning 500,000 kilometers directly descended. Actually, 500,000 kilometers was not huge. If it were in his hometown origin world or realm Heart Great Land, this was considered a small region. In the Lightning world, it could only be considered slightly bigger. It was only in the Cultivation Sacred world, where the suppression was terrifying, that a domain spanning 500,000 kilometers was frightening. One had to know that the entire Scarlet Cloud City was just slightly more than 50,000 kilometers. This domain enveloped the entire city and the surrounding region spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Even though the Sea of Abyss Master was towering, he was 1,200 kilometers tall. Compared to the domain spanning 500,000 kilometers, it was still much too small. A large number of chaotic origin lifeforms around him were affected by the huge illusory realm, causing their strength to rapidly weaken. This large group of weakened chaotic origin lifeforms could not obstruct the combat formation of more than 1,000 cultivators at all. This is the sole technique of Monarch Wuxia. The Sea of Abyss Master felt it too. His soul was strong, and he naturally did not care about it. But he could see that the surrounding chaotic origin lifeforms were greatly weakened. It is indeed formidable. The eyes of the Sea of Abyss Master flashed with a strand of weirdness. Monarch Wuxia. I have to kill him. After killing him, I believe some of the chaotic origin experts in the dark would be furious. The Sea of Abyss Master could guess that someone with such a heaven-defying soul technique would definitely attract the attention of many chaotic origin experts. But so what if they paid attention to him? As long as he was fast enough, he could kill him instantly. They would not even have time to protect him. Chapter 1385. The cultivators of Scarlet Cloud City formed 3 teams. They charged towards the Sea of Abyss Master. Even though a large number of chaotic origin lifeforms were madly rushing forward to obstruct Ying, they were affected by the illusory realm dragging their souls away. Hence, they were not of much use in a battle of this level. The eyes of every cultivator were filled with anticipation and desire. Like Weather Leaf, Wuxia, Ying, and other apex experts, their hearts were burning with passion. They wanted to use this opportunity to jump out of the cage and become a chaotic origin expert. Haha, all of you shall die for me. The Sea of Abyss Master roared. His voice was like rolling thunder as he wantonly waved his hands. The battle had begun. At the same time, the cultivators from the other 4 cities were all on their way to Scarlet Cloud City. The cultivators from Sky Noon City were the closest to Scarlet Cloud City, and the cultivators from Frost Moon City were the furthest away. They were all in battle formations, bursting forth with all their might. After all, This was a combat formation formed by more than 1,000 cultivators. As long as they avoided the territory of the chaotic origin prisoner, they would not have to fear any danger. Ordinary chaotic origin life forms were following orders. They were rushing towards Scarlet Cloud City in large numbers. They would not pose much of a threat to the cultivators in the 4 cities. It was only when they arrived at the Scarlet Cloud City that they would have to deal with the countless chaotic origin life forms outside the Scarlet Cloud City. They've made their move. The cultivators of Scarlet Cloud City are really fast. Among the cultivators of the 4 cities, a large number of them were God Emperor Grand Perfection, and among them, there were those who were good at spying. Just like how Scarlet Cloud City had the magic mirror, the other 4 cities also had their own methods. They were all watching the great battle in Scarlet Cloud City from afar. With Monarch Wuxia around, those ordinary chaotic origin life forms aren't a threat at all. The 3 teams from Scarlet Cloud City are currently attacking the Sea of Abyss Master. If they really succeed and kill the Sea of Abyss Master, the war will end. We would have wasted our time here. The cultivators in the 4 cities were quietly discussing as they watched the battle from afar. They did not wish for Scarlet Cloud City to be defeated. But he did not wish for Scarlet Cloud City to kill the Sea of Abyss Master. In the struggle for the Grand Dao, they naturally fought to be first and wanted to fight for a chance. If Scarlet Cloud City had the advantage and couldn't kill them, then that would be the best. Once they arrived, they would join in as well. What? This Sea of Abyss Master's defensive technique is this powerful. He's much stronger than the last time he went on patrol. Scarlet Cloud City's attack could only barely break his skin? The cultivators of the 4 cities were shocked. Scarlet Cloud City, the surrounding chaotic origin lifeforms were like a tidal wave that surged over in waves. Wuxia, Ying and the other 2 teams were like 3 roaming dragons. Each roaming dragon was 500 kilometers long as they surrounded and attacked the Sea of Abyss Master. Xiefan. Weather Leaf was the core of one of the teams. He controlled the entire roaming dragon and transmitted a message to Xiefan. I know. Devil God Xiefan extended his right claw, causing a large amount of energy from the entire combat formation to converge onto his body. There were also many other Grand Perfection God Emperors by his side. They were similarly executing their techniques, with part of the energy converging onto these cultivators. In an instant, over 100 cultivators attacked at the same time. About 20% of the battle formation's power was concentrated on Xiefan's body. The remaining power was distributed to the other cultivators. It was not that they did not want to concentrate all the power on a single cultivator. It's just that the combined might of over 1,000 cultivators was too terrifying. A single cultivator could not withstand it. Hong hong hong. Many attacks landed on the body of the Sea of Abyss Master, of which Xiefan's claws tore open a wound. Wuxia. Weather Leaf immediately transmitted. I'm here. Wuxia wielded his spear. One could see him brandishing his spear, causing a layer of strange water droplet layer to cover his entire body. It was the water droplet secret technique that he comprehended from the corpse of Quiet Icy Mountain Master. This secret technique was incredibly powerful and incredibly sharp. And Wuxia Ying's soul was sufficiently strong. His realm was relatively high too. Hence, he was able to forcefully control 20% of the battle formation's power through his spear. No other choice. Just 20% of the battle formation's power was already the limit he could control. The power was so great that it made him feel incredibly heavy. The various Grand Perfection God Emperor subordinates were also borrowing the battle formation's power to attack. Chi. The sharp spear sliced through the skin on the waist of the Sea of Abyss Master. That skin was incomparably tough, and there were trillions of layers of light stacked on top of each other to form a membrane. However, the water droplet layer still managed to slice open a wound. The wound was about 5 kilometers long and 1 kilometer deep. Nonetheless, to the Sea of Abyss Master, who was 1,200 kilometers tall, this injury could barely be considered as breaking the skin. This injury was something the Sea of Abyss Master disdained to defend against. 3 great battle formations. Only when Weather Leaf, Wuxia, and Great Emperor Heaven Calamity combined the power of their battle formation would the Sea of Abyss Master deliberately defend against it. At other times, the Sea of Abyss Master would be doing his best to attack. It's useless. He comprehended an even more powerful defensive technique. The protective membrane on the surface of his skin is much stronger than before. City Lord, what should we do? All of them were anxious. Even though their three great teams had the upper hand, they did not see any hope of killing the other party. Roar, die for me. The Sea of Abyss Master roared out in anger. He originally had 2 arms, but now he had transformed into his true body. His 2 arms had disappeared, and 16 tentacles had grown out of his body. His true body was not much different from his current appearance. It was just that his face had become slightly uglier, and his 2 arms had turned into 16 tentacles. Because his entire body had been penetrated by the shackles, the moment his body transformed, the pain he felt instantly intensified. Some of the wounds on his body that were forcefully closed had traces of blood seeping out. From the start of the battle until now, he could instantly recover from the injuries he suffered. Instead, the injuries he suffered from recovering his true body were not light. But recovering his true body would greatly increase his strength. The Sea of Abyss Master was clearly not willing to let these cultivators off. Be careful. Weather Leaf transmitted to everyone. Hong, the 16 tentacles danced about. They were ferocious and terrifying. The 3 roaming dragons were fighting with all their might. They originally had the upper hand, but now they were at a slight disadvantage. It was just that the 3 teams of cultivators were working together exquisitely. With their realm, even if they worked together for tens of thousands of years, they would not make any mistakes. Damn. The Sea of Abyss Master was slightly frustrated. After fighting for a moment, maintaining his true body would cause his injuries to worsen. The cultivators were more than willing to fight for a long time. But when the Sea of Abyss Master saw that he could not kill them, he reverted back to his original appearance. He still had 2 arms. At least in this form, he could maintain his body without suffering any damage. City Master, what should we do? We can't kill him. We can't kill him. He has yet to reveal his true body. Even if we fight for a long time, it won't affect him. The cultivators were all feeling unwilling. Weatherleaf, Wuxia, and Dombo Shuang looked at the towering Sea of Abyss Master in front of them. They felt unwilling in their hearts. His strength has actually increased from the previous time. Not only did his offensive techniques become stronger, he even comprehended an even stronger defensive technique. Weatherleaf transmitted, retreat first. Retreat. Retreat. Even though they were unwilling, the 3 teams still rapidly retreated. At this moment, the Sea of Abyss Master was still at a disadvantage. It was naturally easy for the 3 teams from Scarlet Cloud City to retreat. They rapidly flew downwards, passing through the light barrier of Scarlet Cloud City. Even though the light barrier of Scarlet Cloud City blocked enemies, Dombo Shuang and the other cultivators could easily pass through it without facing any obstructions. Returning to Scarlet Cloud City, the group of cultivators was safe, but they were not in a good mood. Because they originally wanted to kill the Sea of Abyss Master in a single move. They were still hoping that compared to the previous time, this Sea of Abyss Master might have comprehended an even stronger offensive technique. His defense and survivability might have improved. If that was the case, they should have succeeded in killing him according to their previous experience. But the truth was, the Sea of Abyss Master had improved in all aspects. It seems like we have to wait for the cultivators from the other cities to act together. Xiefan looked up at the towering Sea of Abyss Master and said, "It is impossible for our Scarlet Cloud City to kill him. Even our 3 teams did not succeed. Even if 6 or 9 teams came, I'm afraid we would still fail." Wu Xiao calmly said, "This Sea of Abyss Master has comprehended a new defensive technique. This defensive technique is extremely powerful. Previously, only me, Feng Yin, and Heaven Calamity were able to use the power of the battle formation to defend against his attacks. As for the others, he used his body to resist against them. The others might barely break his skin, but with his recovery ability, he could easily negate them. Even if 3 or 4 more cultivators from the other cities came to kill him, it would still be difficult." Amen. Everyone present nodded. Dong Buishuang also admitted that there was a huge difference between 3 teams and 9, 12, and 15 teams. Perhaps the threat might be several times greater, but there was no qualitative change. With the other party's defensive techniques, the possibility of killing him was still very low. There are 2 ways to kill the Sea of Abyss Master. Weatherleaf said. The first is to wait. Wait for the cultivators from the other cities to come. With more and more teams, our advantage in dealing with the Sea of Abyss Master will increase. Who knows, when we reach a certain point, we might break through his limits and kill him. Everyone present did not say anything. This was purely giving it a try. The second method is to create a larger battle formation. Weatherleaf said. I heard that a long time ago, the cultivators of the cultivation sacred world had created the 5 elemental life and death formation. It was perfected by the cultivators of the 5 colonies. Eventually they could barely execute it. Compared to a simple team, it has a qualitative change in power. In the end, it successfully killed the Sea of Abyss Master of that era. We can give it a try. I know about the 5 elemental life and death formation. Great Emperor Heaven Calamity said, but this formation was barely formed with the 5 most powerful experts in array techniques as the core. Now out of those 5, only 2 are left in the cultivation sacred world. The difficulty of executing it is extremely high, and the number of cultivators is extremely high as well. We need 150 apex experts. At least the second method has a higher chance, Wuxia said. Chapter 1386. The problem with the second method is that it has extremely high requirements for the person controlling the battle formation. For someone like me who isn't proficient enough in formations, I won't be able to operate the battle formation. Moreover, because 3 of the 5 formation experts are no longer around, the 5 elemental life and death formation might not be able to be used again. We might need to modify it. No matter what, we have to do our best. Who would have thought that the Sea of Abyss Master's strength has reached such a stage? Even with Monarch Faciua around, killing him is still so difficult. Everyone present sighed. Wu Xiao said solemnly, there is no time to lose. Contact the cultivators of the other 4 cities, and immediately study the joint attack formation. When the cultivators of the 5 cities arrive, it would be best if we can immediately use it. Because, the moment all the cultivators from our 5 cities gather, the Sea of Abyss Master would most likely choose to flee. Yes. He knows he can't kill us, but he's still here. He's probably trying to kill the cultivators from the other 4 cities. If we all gather together and he fails, he will naturally leave. Dong Buishuang and the others understood this. Currently, the cultivators from the 4 cities were rushing over. With the Sea of Abyss Master's ability to sense the aura of all living beings in the cultivation sacred world, he was naturally clear about it. His speed was slower than the speed of the battle formation. Even if he chased after him, he would not be able to kill him. The best method was to stay outside Scarlet Cloud City and wait for the cultivators from the other cities to arrive. Because at this moment, the surroundings of Crimson Cloud City could be said to be an inescapable net. All chaotic origin life forms in the entire cultivation sacred world were rushing over. Currently, the number of chaotic origin life forms gathered had far surpassed the number of chaotic origin life forms that surrounded Sky Noon City previously. If Sky Noon City had so many chaotic origin life forms, the cultivators in Sky Noon City would not have been able to escape. Similarly, there were simply too many chaotic origin life forms surrounding Scarlet Cloud City. Furthermore, the number of chaotic origin life forms was still increasing. When cultivators from other cities wanted to enter the city, the biggest obstacle they faced was the countless chaotic origin life forms. The Sea of Abyss Master had hopes of successfully killing him. We have to do our best to protect the cultivators of the other cities. All of them understood this point. Very soon, Scarlet Cloud City used their communication treasures to communicate with the cultivators of the other 4 cities. Eventually, they all agreed to Scarlet Cloud City Lord Weatherleaf's suggestion. There were 2 ways. First, it was the old method. The more teams there were, the easier it was to try again and again. Perhaps it would succeed. It was a bit of a gamble. The other was to immediately start researching new large-scale combined battle formations. During that era, the 5 of us coincidentally cultivated in one of the 5 Daos of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Furthermore, we were all God Emperor Grand Perfection Dao cultivators. Even if Old Man Heaven Pure and the other 2 weren't too good at array techniques at the start, as long as they could comprehend a single Dao, they would comprehend 100 Daos. After spending sufficient time and effort, Old Man Heaven Pure and the other 2 improved their understanding of array techniques. The 5 of us gathered in a city to discuss about Dao. We were thinking about how to fuse the 5 elements together in hopes of reaching the chaotic origin level. It's just that using strength to break through to the chaotic origin level is too difficult. Instead, we created the 5-phase life and death array. Sigh, 2 have died and 1 has left the cultivation saint's world, but Tian Chun and I are still alive. Emperor Qianchu messaged. I can't set up the 5 elements life and death formation now. But we do not need that complicated 5-phase life and death array either. In the past, the reason why we needed that array was because we had to deal with the Sea of Abyss Master and the countless chaotic origin life forms at the same time. Furthermore, the countless chaotic origin life forms were a greater threat. But now, with Monarch Feishue around, we can ignore the threat from the chaotic origin life forms. We can simplify the combat formation we created in the past. Another Monarch Tian Chun replied. Right, we can completely simplify it. Great Emperor Qianchu immediately agreed. The threat from the countless chaotic origin life forms can be ignored. The requirements for the array would also be lowered. We have to hurry. We have to create the large-scale combat formation before the teams from Frost Moon City arrive. Wu Xiao transmitted. Otherwise, when the teams gather together, the Sea of Abyss Master will definitely escape when he sees no hope of killing us. Furthermore, we can't delay for too long with the 4 cities rushing over. How intelligent is the Sea of Abyss Master? He will definitely discover that something is amiss and escape. 10 days. We have to succeed within 10 days. Amen. Alright. We also need many cultivators who specialize in array techniques to deduce it together. At that moment, those who specialized in array techniques in the 5 cities began communicating through communication treasures. They began simplifying and deducing the formation. Fortunately, they could simplify it. Otherwise, creating something similar to the 5 elements life and death formation would be far too difficult. Back then, there just happened to be 5 peak experts who specialized in each of the 5 elements, and they were also experts in formations. That was how they were able to set up a large-scale battle formation with the 5 of them as the core. And now, with Monarch Feishue around, the original greatest threat, the countless chaotic origin life forms, could be ignored. This was a rare opportunity. The Sea of Abyss Master would occasionally attack the Scarlet Cloud City. Only when more than half of the arrays in the Scarlet Cloud City were broken would a team of cultivators come forth to obstruct them, allowing the protective array to rapidly recover before the team would retreat. Everyone was delaying for time. 3 days later, Sky Noon City and Ice Star City, these 2 cities had a total of 6 teams of cultivators that were about to arrive at Scarlet Cloud City. Actually, according to their maximum speed, even if the 3 teams from Sky Noon City were to converge, they would at most arrive half a day later than the Sea of Abyss Master. It's just that they were just 3 teams. They were not confident of meeting up with the cultivators from the Scarlet Cloud City. Hence, they were deliberately delaying for time. The Sea of Abyss Master also sent a large number of chaotic origin life forms to kill them. Eventually, he did not dare to delay any further. He forced the 6 teams from the 2 cities to meet up before proceeding. We are about to reach Wind Cloud City Master. We'll have to rely on you all. We can't kill our way in. Monarch Feishue, we need you all to save us. The cultivators from Sky Noon City and Ice Star City felt their hearts turning cold as they watched the densely packed chaotic origin life forms in the distance. There were too many of them. At every moment, there would be a large number of chaotic origin life forms rushing over from all directions. They were similarly intelligent. Under the orders of the Sea of Abyss Master, they began coordinating with one another. Just the wall formed by the chaotic origin lifeforms was sufficient to obstruct the cultivators. They are here. Monarch Feishue and the others are here. The team from Scarlet Cloud City. The 6 teams from Sky Noon City and Ice Star City saw 2 teams that were like swimming dragons charging out with an irresistible force. Even though the chaotic origin lifeforms were densely packed and endless, they were still easily broken through by the 2 teams from Scarlet Cloud City. Stop them! Stop them! The Sea of Abyss Master rushed over with big steps. At the same time, he roared out an order. He himself and a large number of other chaotic origin lifeforms charged towards the 6 teams. We can't stop them. The 2 teams from Scarlet Cloud City were also doing their best to kill the chaotic origin lifeforms. All chaotic origin lifeforms within 500,000 kilometers of them had their strength reduced by 1 level. Because all of them had their strength reduced by 1 level. If all of them were at the grand perfection strength of God Emperor, their overwhelming obstruction would still affect the speed of Dongbo Shuiying and the others. But now, all of them were at the late stage God Emperor strength. Hence, the speed of Dongbo Shuiying and the others was barely affected by 10%. And it was because the chaotic origin lifeforms were not afraid of death. They were using their bodies to obstruct the enemies. Even though their speed was slightly affected, Dongbo Shuiying and the other teams were still slightly faster than the Sea of Abyss Master. In the distance, the 6 teams had already begun fighting with some chaotic origin lifeforms. As they fought, they fled, trying their best to reduce the number of chaotic origin lifeforms surrounding them. They were also delaying for time so that they could meet up with Dongbo Shuiying and the others. Hold on. We are coming. The 2 teams of cultivators from Scarlet Cloud City were doing their best to kill their way over. Finally, they broke through many obstacles and met up with the 6 teams from Sky Noon City and Ice Star City. Many cultivators from Sky Noon City and Ice Star City were laughing out loud. Because after the distance between them and Dongbo Shuiying had shrunk to 500,000 kilometers, they could feel the surrounding chaotic origin lifeforms weakening. They could no longer threaten their teams. When the teams met up, Monarch Feishue, it is all thanks to you all. Wind Cloud City Master, long time no see. This time we are going to deal against the Sea of Abyss Master together again. The group of cultivators was in a good mood. They had a total of 8 teams working together and killing their way back. The obstruction from the chaotic origin lifeforms was much lower. They easily reached Scarlet Cloud City and met up with another team. The reason why they left one team behind was to prevent the Sea of Abyss Master from invading Scarlet Cloud City. When the 9 teams met up, they immediately began attacking the Sea of Abyss Master, starting a huge battle. Nonetheless, just like what everyone expected, the 9 teams working together to attack the Sea of Abyss Master might be stronger. But the Sea of Abyss Master used his body to resist the attacks. Even though Weatherleaf, Wuxia, Sun Yi, and other City Master experts relied on the combat formation to attack the Sea of Abyss Master to a certain extent, the Sea of Abyss Master could still barely recover from those injuries. The 9 teams still could not kill the Sea of Abyss Master. The injuries from the attacks were something the Sea of Abyss Master could completely recover from. Clearly, it was pointless no matter how long they fought. The 9 teams could only temporarily retreat back to Scarlet Cloud City. It still doesn't work. Even though the teams from 3 cities have a greater advantage, and the Sea of Abyss Master is having a hard time, his survival techniques are still too strong. Let's wait a little longer. In a few more days, the cultivators from the 5 cities will gather. By then, once we succeed in creating the large-scale combat formation, we can execute it. Even if it doesn't work, the 15 teams might still be able to kill the Sea of Abyss Master. There were more than 10,000 cultivators gathered in Scarlet Cloud City. It was bustling with activity, of which those who specialized in arrays were researching together. Now that they were discussing face-to-face, it was much more convenient than using the communication treasures. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. The 6 teams from the 2 cities, Rising Light City and Frost Moon City, had already gathered. They were also heading towards Scarlet Cloud City. They are here. Outside the city, the Sea of Abyss Master had a towering figure. He silently sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. Clearly, it was pointless to attack the cities. Hence, he stopped to rest. Even though he was sitting cross-legged, his body was still several hundred kilometers tall. His head was almost touching the cloud layer. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He could sense that the 6 teams from the final 2 cities were getting closer and closer. They are here. They are finally here. The cultivators from the final 2 cities have finally reached the final moment. I have concealed myself for so long. It should be enough. Killing intent surged in the heart of the Sea of Abyss Master. Overlords who are high above have imprisoned me here to suffer all sorts of torture, forcing me to be a whetstone for these weak ants. But very soon, you will all regret it. The cultivators from the 5 cities. All of them must die. None shall be left alive. I, Chenghao. I am destined to spread my name across the endless chaotic origin dimension. The eyes of the Sea of Abyss Master flashed with a strand of cold killing intent. Chapter 1387. Dongbua Shui Ying, and the rest only sent 3 teams out of Scarlet Cloud City to provide aid. Because of Dongbua Shui Ying's soul technique, the chaotic origin life forms did not pose any threat to them. Just 3 teams of reinforcements were sufficient. Their speed soared to the limit. And on the other side, the Sea of Abyss Master was also ordering a large number of chaotic origin life forms. He himself was also rushing forward with big steps. He was doing his best to kill the chaotic origin life forms. The Sea of Abyss Master has gone mad. He has even revealed his true body. Of course he's crazy. If we fail to kill him this time, he won't have another chance. It'll be easy for us cultivators from the 5 cities to deal with him. Dongbua Shui Ying and the others were in a good mood. This was because they had already developed a simplified version of the large-scale war formation. With the help of Grand Emperor Qianxiu and Emperor Skypure, 2 of the 5 original creators of the 5 elements life and death formation, as well as many other experts in the Tao of formations, they were able to successfully simplify it. The simplified large-scale battle formation gave up many methods to deal with group attacks. Its main purpose was to attack. Hurry, hurry, hurry. This Sea of Abyss Master is going crazy. Haha, he's here. Dongbua Shui Ying and the rest finally met up with the 6 teams from Rising Light City and Frost Moon City. Primarily, it was because the number of chaotic origin life forms surrounding Scarlet Cloud City had increased. Most likely, 30% of the chaotic origin life forms in the entire cultivation sacred world were here. In addition to the madness of the Sea of Abyss Master, it caused the teams from Rising Light City and Frost Moon City to be in more danger. Fortunately, they successfully met up. When we successfully converge, the Sea of Abyss Master is dead for sure. Hurry back to Scarlet Cloud City and form a large-scale battle formation. Quick, I can't wait any longer. I've been waiting for this day for far too long. The cultivators were all excited. The 9 teams rapidly returned. As for the Sea of Abyss Master, his eyes were filled with rage as he walked towards Scarlet Cloud City. He still hasn't escaped? While Dongbua Shui Ying and the others were returning to Scarlet Cloud City, they were also paying attention to the Sea of Abyss Master. They thought that the Sea of Abyss Master would immediately escape after failing to kill him. But they were confident and had long made their preparations. They believed that with the experts of the 5 cities working together to form a large-scale battle formation, with a faster flying speed, they would definitely be able to catch up to the Sea of Abyss Master and kill him. It's good that they don't run. It makes things more convenient for us. He's too confident. Many cultivators discussed among themselves. But there were also some cultivators who felt uneasy. But now, the arrow was knocked, the cultivators of the 5 cities had gathered, and the large-scale battle formation had been created. No one had any reason to hesitate. The 9 squads landed in Scarlet Cloud City, and the other 6 squads were also incomparably excited. The cultivators immediately began to gather and set up large-scale battle formations. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a thunderous laughter echoed through the world. Very good, the cultivators of your 5 cities have all gathered. The cultivators who were currently setting up their large-scale battle formations were all startled. Dongbua Shui Ying felt his heart trembling too. Quite a few of them felt uneasy seeing that the Sea of Abyss Master wasn't in a rush to escape. However, they did not think too much about it as they felt that everything was within their control. But now, the Sea of Abyss Master was laughing maniacally, causing every cultivator present to feel fear. Not good. What does he mean? Could it be that he has been waiting outside Scarlet Cloud City for so long not to kill us, but to wait for us to gather? Why? That doesn't make sense. If he had enough strength, he would have killed us earlier. Impossible. He is being suppressed by the punishment restriction, and Monarch Feishue has prevented ordinary chaotic origin life forms from threatening him. How could he threaten so many cultivators with his strength alone? Then this isn't a test anymore. For a moment, many thoughts flashed through their minds. Very good, the cultivators of your 5 cities have all gathered. The voice of the Sea of Abyss Master was still reverberating in the world. At the same time, his body was transforming. It was rapidly enlarging. 600 kilometers tall, 5,000 kilometers tall, 50,000 kilometers tall. His body was rapidly expanding. Some of the wounds on his body were rapidly disappearing. Many strange water blue Jing word appeared on his skin. The entire world was trembling. Furthermore, the world energy of this cultivation's sacred world was madly surging into the body of the Sea of Abyss Master. Strictly speaking, it was the body of the Sea of Abyss Master that was frantically devouring the surrounding world energy. Even if this cultivation's sacred world was suppressed, he could still devour it. Furthermore, the surrounding laws were also transforming. The Sea of Abyss Master, his existence was on the same level as a world. He himself was the origin of the world. And now, the Sea of Abyss Master had become much more terrifying. His body was even forcing back the law suppression of this cultivation's sacred world. Furthermore, it was changing the surrounding laws. What is happening? This. Close to 20,000 cultivators looked up with dumbfounded expressions. They felt a chill in their hearts. The body of the Sea of Abyss Master was rapidly becoming bigger. His existence had even begun influencing the surrounding laws. The entire Scarlet Cloud City was within this law region. Dong Wuxia and the others could not help but feel subservient. He was too powerful. The strength of both parties had reached a stage that brought despair to others. Chi, the surrounding void was shattering, revealing many inscription-like shackles behind the membrane. These inscription-like shackles had sealed the entire cultivation's sacred world. The laws created by the Sea of Abyss Master had clashed with the laws of the cultivation's sacred world. This is absolutely not a high-graded chaotic origin life form. It is impossible for a high-graded chaotic origin life form to be this strong in the cultivation's sacred world. Wuxia watched as the body of the Sea of Abyss Master rapidly became bigger. He could not help but feel his heart trembling. Not good. There is huge trouble. Let's hurry and leave. Great Emperor North River was decisive. He immediately activated the imprint on his wrist in an attempt to leave this world. The moment he activated it, the surrounding laws suppressed it, preventing Great Emperor North River from activating it. That Sea of Abyss Master who was currently transforming glanced in the direction of Great Emperor North River. The edge of his lips curled into a sneer. Oh, quite a formidable movement technique, huh? It's a pity it's useless. Even though this was a technique left behind by Yuan. But that was something Yuan left behind in the past within the forbidden ground of Broken Tooth Mountain Range, the Snake Tooth Corridor. Every cultivator who could enter that huge rock would obtain this technique. This movement technique could be activated thrice. Such a large-scale bestowment technique was not that precious. It could not even break through the law region of a world realm chaotic origin life form. Impudent. A furious roar reverberated across the entire cultivation's sacred world. An incomparably towering black-robed tall and thin male illusory figure appeared in midair. He glared at the Sea of Abyss Master. One could see the shackles that permeated through the body of the Sea of Abyss Master exploding. Golden light lit up. Their power was pushed to the limit. The shackles were frantically suppressing the body of the Sea of Abyss Master, preventing him from expanding. Instead, he was forced to descend. Dong Wuxia, and the others recognized that the black-robed tall and thin male was none other than the treasure spirit of the guiding hall. They watched as the body of the Sea of Abyss Master shrunk. They could not help but feel excited. A mere treasure spirit dares to shout in front of me? The Sea of Abyss Master gritted his teeth and roared. He tried his best to resist, yet his body was still forced to shrink. These were several arrays which the Overlord had constructed to suppress the chaotic origin prisoners. Now they were all activated. Even though the magnificent Overlord had targeted the chaotic origin prisoners at the high-graded chaotic origin lifeform level, the power of these arrays had still reached the world realm. To an Overlord, this was something he had spent quite a lot of effort on. Wung wung wung, the inscription shackles outside the membrane wall of the entire cultivation sacred world were emitting light. They were also madly devouring the surrounding chaotic origin energy, allowing them to erupt to their limits. This enormous array was completely activated, suppressing the Sea of Abyss Master. This was the limit of the array. The body of the Sea of Abyss Master was forced to shrink. Finally, it stopped shrinking to a height of 4,000 kilometers. What? The black-robed tall and thin male was greatly startled. He was ultimately a treasure spirit. At this moment, he had already pushed the energy of the array to its limits, yet he could only suppress the other party to a height of 4,000 kilometers. One had to know that the other party could still maintain a height of 4,000 kilometers despite resisting against the limits of the array. Every single movement of this 4,000 kilometers tall body was filled with endless power. It was many times stronger than before. Hehehe. What other techniques do you have? The Sea of Abyss Master looked at that black-robed tall and thin male illusory figure. He grinned savagely. A small world meant for ants to temper themselves. It is impossible for there to be a world realm chaotic origin expert guarding it for a long period, right? Haha. You are just a little treasure spirit. You can't do anything at all. The black-robed tall and thin male could not help but feel bitter in his heart. A world realm chaotic origin expert guarding it? How could that be possible? A chaotic origin expert was equivalent to a world by himself. Every avatar he created would weaken his strength by a portion. Hence, most of the time, they would only have a single main avatar, leaving a weaker avatar in their own origin world. Just a single main avatar would be guarding an important place. Why would they stay in this cultivation sacred world that was meant to temper the little fellows? After all, the number of world realm chaotic origin experts was limited. How could this be? How could this be? It is extremely difficult for a high-graded chaotic origin lifeform to break through to a world realm chaotic origin lifeform. And a chaotic origin prisoner is constantly being suppressed. His body has yet to reach the grand perfection level of a high-graded chaotic origin lifeform. The moment he reached grand perfection, he would have been sent away to be executed. It is impossible for him to remain here. The black-robed tall and thin male was startled. He was clear. This Sea of Abyss Master should have grasped hold of the grand perfection level of a high-graded chaotic origin lifeform. Yet he did not break through. Under the situation where he did not break through, he had forcefully comprehended a way to break through to the world realm. That was too heaven-defying. Furthermore, because choosing a high-graded chaotic origin lifeform that was not at the grand perfection level, and to give the cultivator sufficient pressure, most would choose those with noble bloodlines. This Sea of Abyss Master in front of him had a relatively noble bloodline. His bloodline is noble, and under the suppression of the cultivation sacred world, he could still become a world realm chaotic origin lifeform? The black-robed man's heart turned cold. Since the birth of the sacred cultivation world, something like this had never happened before, because less than 1 in a million high-graded chaotic origin lifeforms could reach the world realm. In the sacred cultivation realm, the difficulty was 100 or even 1,000 times higher. The probability of this happening was too low. The cultivation sacred world only had 6 Sea of Abyss Masters. Yet there was one who forcefully broke through to become a world realm chaotic origin life form. It's over. The young cultivators of this world are finished. The black-robed man knew that the situation was bad. He was powerless. Today was the 3rd watch of the night. Originally, I wanted to write 4 chapters, but it's too late and I can't write anymore. I'll write another chapter tomorrow. Yes, yes. Chapter 1388. Even though he wanted to save these young cultivators, the black-robed male was ultimately a treasure spirit. He could not do anything about it. Furthermore, at this moment, he was more concerned about something else. I've already reported this to the patrol. I hope the patrol could arrive in time to kill this New World Realm chaotic origin life form. Otherwise, if he escapes, it'll be another calamity. For the other party to break through despite being imprisoned and tortured in the cultivation sacred world. His bloodline was noble too. The moment he escaped, it would be hard to predict what would happen in the future. Given the potential the other party displayed, it was even possible for him to reach the peak world realm chaotic origin life form. The Sea of Abyss Master, who was 4,000 kilometers tall and had densely packed inscriptions on his skin, began wrapping his tentacles around the shackles in his body. He was trying his best to pull them out. Come out for me. Come out. The 16 tentacles of the Sea of Abyss Master were pulling with all his might. His expression was warped, and his eyes were filled with madness. But no matter how he tried, he could not pull out a single shackle. If I don't destroy this suppression array, I can't escape. The Sea of Abyss Master began struggling. His body wanted to become taller. His tentacles were still wrapping around the shackles, though they were exerting force in the opposite direction. He was trying to tear apart the enormous array connected to the shackles. Wung. Every single one of these chains was very tight. It could suppress a world realm chaotic origin life form like the Sea of Abyss Master to 4,000 kilometers tall. As the Sea of Abyss Master frantically pulled the shackles out, the entire cultivation sacred world trembled. Many parts of the void started shattering. In the blink of an eye, every single inch of the void in the cultivation sacred world was shattering and mending and breaking again, revealing the inscription-like shackles behind the membrane. The inscription-like shackles were like an enormous cage that enveloped the entire cultivation sacred world. It also sealed the entire cultivation sacred world. The cultivation sacred world trembled. The inscription-like shackles began emitting a dazzling light. The Sea of Abyss Master was unwilling. I can't even struggle out. I have become a world realm chaotic origin life form. Yet I can't destroy this array and escape. This outcome was neither good nor bad. This plan, according to his original plan, the worst-case scenario would be the moment he broke through to the world realm chaotic origin life form level. The punishment sealing array would be unleashed at full power, killing him instantly. That would be very sad. And it was also the worst-case scenario. However, he had no other choice. He had to break through, or there would be no hope at all. In the best-case scenario, he would be able to destroy the sealing formation in one fell swoop. He even destroyed the entire sacred cultivation world, killing all the cultivators and escaping easily. By the time some of the more terrifying chaotic origin experts rushed over, he had already escaped to an unknown place. The current situation. Neither good nor bad. The sealing formation wasn't so heaven-defying that it could kill him instantly. However, it wasn't so weak that he could break free and destroy it. Big brother. The Sea of Abyss Master stopped struggling. Instead, he relied on his bloodline to sense another powerful chaotic origin life form far away from the endless time-space. That was another world realm chaotic origin life form of the same clan that was closest to him. Because in the endless chaotic origin dimension, it was still possible to sense the distance. First, they had the same bloodline. Secondly, he had to be sufficiently strong, at least a world realm chaotic origin life form. The Sea of Abyss Master had a noble bloodline. In his bloodline, there were a total of 3 who had become a world realm chaotic origin life form before him. Minghao. Far away, there was a towering giant who was originally sleeping. The time-space around him was sealed. Even if other chaotic origin experts passed by, they would have a hard time discovering him. At this moment he opened his eyes. His eyes were much bigger than the sun star in the primitive ancient sacred world. His body was covered in flowing water light. One could vaguely see many worlds emerging amidst the water light. Within those water light worlds, there were even many weak ordinary chaotic origin life forms living within. Haha, Minghao, my brother, you have broken through to the world realm? This towering giant revealed a look of joy. Under the same bloodline, there were many high-graded chaotic origin life forms. But only those who reached the world realm would be treated by him as a brother. Yes, I have just broken through. It's just that I am currently trapped in a world. I can't struggle out and need help. I have to hurry. The world realm experts under the cultivator overlords should have received the news too. They should be rushing over at their fastest speed. The Sea of Abyss Master transmitted. That region of yours is a territory controlled by the cultivators. The towering giant felt slightly troubled. Big brother, please save me. The Sea of Abyss Master anxiously said. He knew that this was the territory of the cultivators. Truly terrifying chaotic origin life forms would not easily step into this region. All right. Rest assured, I'll report upwards right now. There will definitely be a world realm chaotic origin life form that is closest to you coming over to save you. I'll definitely save the fourth world realm chaotic origin life form of my clan. In terms of accumulations, we are ultimately much stronger than the cultivators. The towering giant immediately said. Through his bloodline he had already locked onto the position of the Sea of Abyss Master. He immediately reported upwards for help. The Sea of Abyss Master felt his heart relax. He could not escape. He could only seek help from his clan. Even though the world realm chaotic origin experts among the cultivators were powerful, they could only hide in their own origin worlds. Only then could they be called unparalleled. They could only defend. In terms of offense, they were not much stronger than world realm chaotic origin life forms. The most terrifying ones were the overlords. Magnificent overlords had unfathomable strength. Only then were they able to protect large areas of territory. But there were only a total of 8 overlords. Only after the Sea of Abyss Master arranged everything did he place his attention on that large group of cultivators within Scarlet Cloud City. To him, these weak cultivators who were not even chaotic origin life forms were like ants. They could not be compared with his own life. Only after arranging everything did he come over to trample these weak ants to death. Hurry up and escape. Hurry up and scatter. Everyone scatter in different directions. Hurry up and escape. As long as you can delay for a moment, until a chaotic origin expert comes to kill the Sea of Abyss Master. All of you will be saved. The black-robed tall and thin male floated in the sky. He transmitted to every cultivator, urging them. The cultivators had already scattered in all directions. Almost all of them were acting alone. Every single one of them was protected by the energy of an array. This was the array energy controlled by that black-robed male. Exterminate. The Sea of Abyss Master thought in his heart. Within the law region around him, an unseen energy descended. Every single cultivator felt their body sinking. Their speed was greatly reduced, but they still managed to resist against it. Just a small treasure spirit. Yet you can still control some energy to protect these brats? What use is it? The Sea of Abyss Master sneered. This energy protection allowed the cultivators to disregard those ordinary chaotic origin life forms. But against the world realm chaotic origin life form Sea of Abyss Master, it was still a joke. The Sea of Abyss Master was resisting against the entire ceiling array. How terrifying was his strength. Oh, he took a step. His speed was too fast. With a single step, he trampled on the nearest cultivator. That cultivator looked up in despair. He saw a huge foot that was like a huge mountain covering the sky as it descended down. That cultivator was instantly trampled into powder. Even though the Sea of Abyss Master was doing his best to resist against the ceiling array, and had transmitted a message to his big brother from the same clan, those cultivators had already scattered in all directions. Currently, the slowest cultivator had escaped more than 50 million kilometers away. Nevertheless, the Sea of Abyss Master merely took a step before arriving there, and trampled that cultivator to death. His speed was much faster than the cultivators. Haha. The Sea of Abyss Master swept his gaze across before locking onto his #1 target. Monarch Feishue. Dongbua Shuang had long begun escaping. He had even tried activating the imprint on his wrist, yet it was futile. The law domain of the Sea of Abyss Master had affected a vast region, preventing him from leaving. Actually, if Yuan were to spend sufficient resources to refine a survival treasure for a young fellow, it could resist against the laws of a world realm chaotic origin life form. But what Dongbo Shui-ing and Great Emperor North River obtained was ultimately a movement technique that could be activated thrice in the Snake-Tooth Corridor. If a world realm chaotic origin expert did not discover it, he could easily escape. But under their eyes, within the scope of the laws, wanting to escape? This movement technique was not enough. I was still planning to head to the Third World if I could not obtain the bestowment from the overlords after this war ends. Who would have thought that the Sea of Abyss Master has actually broken through to the world realm chaotic origin lifeform level? Dongbo Shuang felt helpless. Different from the majority of cultivators in the cultivation sacred world, he had avatars. Hence, he was not afraid of the death of his avatar. It seems that the tempering that the overlords gave to the young fellows is also flawed. Dongbo Shuang thought. The Sea of Abyss Master had locked onto his first target, Monarch Feishue. And because Dongbo Shuang had comprehended the water droplet secret technique, his flying speed was ranked in the top few dozen amongst the 20,000 cultivators escaping in all directions. Naturally, he was also one of the few dozen that escaped the furthest. Locking onto the direction of Monarch Feishue, the Sea of Abyss Master began walking over. He was not in a rush to kill Dongbo Shuang. Instead, he continued walking in this direction, killing one step at a time. Every step he took would trample a cultivator to death. He was constantly moving in the direction of Dongbo Shuang. He is here. One step at a time. His enormous footsteps spanned over 500 kilometers. Furthermore, his speed was too fast. It was impossible to evade a single step. Who would have thought that I would die in the hands of a world realm chaotic origin life form? A cultivator turned around. He had even slowed down his speed. He knew it was pointless no matter how fast he ran. That enormous footstep came crushing down. This cultivator's eyes were calm. Pooh. He immediately turned into powder. Following that, the Sea of Abyss Master continued moving forward. Is it my turn? No. Great Emperor North River is also escaping. He is merely at the grand perfection realm of God Emperor. Speed isn't what he specializes in. His escaping speed could only be considered average amongst cultivators. He could sense the Sea of Abyss Master killing one step at a time. Chapter 1389. Because to kill every single cultivator, the Sea of Abyss Master only needed to kill them one step at a time. There was no need for him to unleash his full speed. It was as though he was taking a stroll in the park. The towering giant that was 8,000 miles tall casually strolled. It seemed slow, but in reality even time was affected. In the blink of an eye, it had already trampled over 100 cultivators to death. Phew! The cultivators that were flying behind him were being trampled to death one after another. To the Sea of Abyss Master, he did not even bother to display any other techniques. He could just trample them to death. I can't escape. Great Emperor North River understood in his heart. I, North River, have struggled at death's door in the realm Heart Great Land when I was weak. Only when I became stronger did I return to the Broken Teeth Mountain range. I rapidly rose and became the strongest Great Emperor in the Broken Teeth Mountain range. Even the 5 Great Supremes don't dare to slight me. For the sake of entering the Forbidden Ground Snake-Tooth Corridor, I've directly snatched the 1,000-eyed water droplet from Yingshan's Snow Eagle. I observed the Snake-Tooth Corridor and then directly rushed into the boulder, taking a risk. World of Lightning. Cultivation Holy Realm. I have to stop here. I can't accept this, I really can't accept this. Great Emperor North River thought. If it were for power and pleasure, he would not have fallen out with Dongbo Shuang in the past. He, Great Emperor North River, had always been chasing after the peak of the path of cultivation. He was chasing after becoming a supremacy. Chasing after jumping out of the cage to become a chaotic origin life form. He pressed forward on this path, and was willing to use his life to pave the way forward. But today, he was finally going to stop on this path. Because his life was about to end. At the very least, my life is interesting enough. There are countless clansmen in Broken Teeth Mountain Range, but how many of them became supreme beings? And how many have seen a high-graded chaotic origin life form, or even a world realm chaotic origin life form. Great Emperor North River looked at the huge foot descending from the sky. Too many scenes flashed through his mind. The weak had to carefully survive in the realm heart great land, working hard to cultivate, improving step by step, fighting and scheming. The huge foot descended. When it was reflected in the eyes of Great Emperor North River, the edge of Great Emperor North River's mouth formed a grin. Pung. Great Emperor North River turned into powder and disappeared from the world. From then on, Great Emperor North River fell. This cultivator no longer existed. The death of Great Emperor North River was too ordinary at this moment. Because as the Sea of Abyss Master strolled leisurely, cultivators fell one after another. Great Emperor North River might be outstanding in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range, but he was too mediocre here. Only Dongbo Shuering, who was running ahead, was paying attention to the Sea of Abyss Master behind. Naturally, he noticed Great Emperor North River. Great Emperor North River was different from him. He did not have any avatars. He died just like that. Dongbo Shuering sighed to himself. He might be ruthless and unscrupulous, but his cultivation heart is firm. Dongbo Shuering sighed and stopped thinking about it. Too many cultivators had died, and many of them were people he knew in the cultivation sacred world. Just a breath of time later, the Sea of Abyss Master had trampled over more than 1,000 cultivators to death. Even though he was walking leisurely, too many cultivators had fallen. Adding up, close to 20,000 cultivators could not hold on for much longer. In the direction where Dongbo Shuering was heading, almost all ordinary Grand Perfection God Emperor cultivators had died. Only a dozen or so cultivators with incredible speed and several apex cultivators were still escaping. It's my turn? Great Emperor Qianchu turned over. He even stopped. If I could break through by force, I would directly reach the Overlord level. A suppressed world realm chaotic origin life form would no longer be a threat to me. Great Emperor Qianchu thought. His eyes were burning with a terrifying light. Walking on the path of cultivation until now, his obsession over the long years was burning. Before death, Great Emperor Qianchu was doing his best. Either he broke through or he died. Even if the chances of him breaking through were less than 1 in a billion, he still had to try. The huge foot landed. Great Emperor Qianchu stared at it. Pung. Great Emperor Qianchu fell. Brother Qianchu. Monarch Sky Pure, who was escaping in another direction, felt agony as he watched. Brother Qianchu has left too. Another one. In terms of influence and fame, Great Emperor Qianchu was much stronger than Great Emperor North River. His fall had indeed instilled sorrow in the hearts of many cultivators. They sighed over the death of Great Emperor Qianchu, but they understood that it would soon be their turn. Pung pung pung. In the direction where Dongbo Shuering was escaping, those who were trampled to death were either Grand Perfection God Emperor cultivators with incredible speed or apex cultivators. All of them were famous, but none of them could resist and create a miracle. Why was it a miracle? Ultimately, it was too rare. Cultivation ultimately depended on accumulation. If one's accumulation was insufficient, even if death arrived, how could one break through? In reality, that was just wishful thinking. Many cultivators who could break through in the face of death had already accumulated enough. They were just lacking the final step. I have no regrets cultivating until now. Vice City Master Sun Yi laughed. He watched as the towering Sea of Abyss Master stepped down. Sun Yi was the Vice City Master of Sky Noon City. He was also a Dao cultivator of the Void lineage. In terms of accumulations in the Dao of Void, he was more profound than Dongbo Shuering. It was just that in terms of speed, even though he was fast, he was still slightly slower than Dongbo Shuering. Dongbo Shuering had comprehended the water droplet secret technique from the corpse of Quiet Icy Mountain Master. That was why his speed increased. In terms of speed, there were quite a few cultivators who were faster than the 3 city masters of Scarlet Cloud City in the past. Everyone had their own specialties. Pung. With a stomp. Sun Yi laughed. Layers of void appeared around him. He was still trying to execute his techniques, yet they were all destroyed. This was the first Vice City Master to fall in the 5 cities. Pung pung pung. After Vice City Master Sun Yi fell, other experts also fell one after another. This made the cultivators who were escaping in other directions feel even more miserable. It's Monarch Wuxia. Monarch Wuxia is going to die too? Even though the cultivators were escaping in different directions, all of them were paying attention to that Sea of Abyss Master. They could also see that the Sea of Abyss Master was about to reach Shuiying. And Shuiying was also the second fastest cultivator on that path. Monarch Wuxia was even more famous and influential. His attainments in the soul aspect had made all the cultivators in the 5 cities in the cultivation sacred world admire him. The soul was the foundation of life. To have such attainments in the soul aspect, it was simply amazing. One could say that in the recent half a month, Monarch Wuxia was definitely the most dazzling and glorious person in the entire cultivation sacred world. There were cultivators from the other 4 cities who were envious of Scarlet Cloud City because of Monarch Wuxia. He is going to be trampled to death too? Even if he is talented, he will fall eventually. In front of absolute power, all resistance is just a joke. All of them were paying attention. Whether Leaf, Xiefan, Wuxiao, Great Emperor Heaven Calamity, and many other experts from the other 4 cities were also watching this scene. Shuiying also stopped. He no longer fled. He turned around and looked at the towering Sea of Abyss Master whose feet were almost touching the cloud layer. Pung pung pung. 3 apex experts fell one after another. Following that huge foot had covered the entire sky in Shuiying's vision. It seemed to have turned pitch black as the huge foot descended. At this moment, Shuiying did not feel sad for himself. After all, it was just an avatar. It's just that as he stood here, more than 1,000 cultivators had been trampled to death in the direction he fled. There were ordinary cultivators like Great Emperor North River, apex experts like Great Emperor Qianqiu, and others like Sun Yi who was at the level of City Master. Even though there might be some differences in their strength, all of them were outstanding. They came from different worlds and had different experiences. Yet all of them had the same Tao heart. They desired and pursued to jump out of the cage and become a chaotic origin life form. Stepping on this path, they were prepared to die. Seeking the Tao in the morning, they could die in peace in the evening. If they were to die, they could die calmly and with a smile. They are born and they will die. But they are willing to step on this path without any regrets. Shuiying looked up as that huge foot descended. He calmly faced it. Sometimes, when facing absolute strength, one could not resist. But he could choose how he would face it. No matter how weak an ant is in his own heart, he can be invincible. Freedom. Freedom. The eyes of Shuiying were filled with an unprecedented vigor. Pung! The huge foot descended. Shuiying had turned into powder. At this moment, many cultivators who were paying attention to the Sea of Abyss Master side. The outstanding Monarch Wuxia had fallen. The second watch had arrived. Continue writing the third watch. Star. Chapter 1390. Ever since Shuiying comprehended the third Tao of Mirage and illusory realm killing technique in the lightning world, his soul had undergone a qualitative transformation. It was now infinitely close to the final realm. He could even sense the origin source of the world. He had even nearly fused his soul with the origin source of the world. The moment he fused with the origin source of the world, then as long as the origin source of the world existed, his soul would be indestructible. But he was just short by a little. This point had always troubled Shuiying. Ever since he cultivated to the half-chaotic origin life-form body realm, Shuiying had placed all his focus on the Tao of Mirage and illusory realm. He wanted to fuse his fleshy body and soul together. But the more he wanted to break through, the more he could not. It had been several 100 billion years since he left the lightning world and came to the cultivation sacred world. Yet he could not remove the final layer of the Tao of Mirage and illusory realm. And at this moment, when that huge foot of the Sea of Abyss Master descended, sneering as if he was stepping on an ant, stepping on Shuiying did not care about himself. Instead, he watched as the other cultivators calmly faced death. Many emotions rose in his heart. Under absolute power, they could not resist. But their hearts could decide how they should react. Even the weakest cultivator could be unparalleled in their hearts. The freedom in their hearts, It was the brilliance of every life. Freedom. Freedom. Dongbo Shuang still remembered how he saved those who were enslaved by the sacred master. When they were saved, the souls of those living beings cheered, and at this moment, seeing the cultivators calmly dying, Dongbo Shuang suddenly understood. The most fascinating thing in this world is the living beings. Every living being has their own pursuits, and precisely because they have their own will, this world has become so colorful. If a world does not have any living beings, it would be a piece of dead silence. If every living being in a world is controlled by their souls, they would be walking corpses without any hope of survival. If a world has a soul, then the living beings would be the soul of this world. Only a world with a soul would be fascinating. A world without a soul would be a piece of dead silence. Dongbo Shuang had already accumulated enough experience in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. With a thought, he changed his direction. In the past, he had always considered it from the perspective of the world. He wanted to form a perfect mirage, but he was always a step short. But now, from a different perspective, from the perspective of living beings, every single living being was an inconspicuous part of the vast world. But it was precisely because of these countless parts that this world was filled with so many wonderful scenes. The 5 branches of the Tao of Mirage were led by the soul lineage. The accumulation that had already reached the pinnacle was suddenly enlightened. In an instant, it formed a perfect and complete Tao. It was like a finishing touch. At this moment, all the accumulations were perfectly integrated into one. When the accumulation reached the limit, perhaps all he needed was a touch of the soul. After understanding everything, with a loud boom, Dongbo Shuang's soul underwent the final transformation. The original source of the world, which he could already sense very clearly, felt like a mother's embrace. Everything was within reach. Dongbo Shuang's soul naturally fused with the original source of the world. Soul. This was the most mysterious energy. It was formed from the essence of the original source of the world. Hence, the blood-spirit essence of countless living beings was even more effective than the origin world stone. And for a soul that had reached the ultimate perfection realm, the original source of the world did not pose any obstruction to it. It could easily permeate through everything. Because he had a breakthrough. Because his soul had fused with the original source of the world. His heart was filled with boundless joy. Only then did Dongbo Shuang's eyes emit a never-before-seen glow. Peng. With a stomp, Dongbo Shuang's body was destroyed. Although his fleshly body was destroyed, his soul was not. As long as the original source of the world was not destroyed, the soul would not be destroyed. Weatherleaf was escaping in another direction. One of his left and right arms, Xiefan, was also following behind Xiefan. They were all paying attention to where Shuang was. They watched as that huge foot descended from the cloud layer and trampled Monarch Feishue to death. No matter how dazzling his talent is, or how powerful he is, he will still die. Xiefan gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with madness. Monarch Feishue is dead. Soon the others will die too. By then it will be my turn and Weatherleaf's turn. Unless someone breaks through to the chaotic origin lifeform level, then there might be a chance of survival. Xiefan thought. Even if one broke through after awakening his bloodline, he would only be a high-graded chaotic origin lifeform. Even though the current Sea of Abyss Master was suppressed by the entire sealing array, he was ultimately a world realm chaotic origin lifeform. Under the suppression, he could still kill a new high-graded chaotic origin lifeform. Of course, a high-graded chaotic origin lifeform could survive too. At the very least, it would be more convenient for him to escape, and the Sea of Abyss Master was shackled all over his body. Hence, his speed was greatly affected. He might be faster than cultivators, but compared to a high-graded chaotic origin lifeform, he might not be as fast. But how could it be that easy to become a chaotic origin lifeform? Xiefan thought. He did not have a chaotic origin bloodline. If he wanted to break through, he would have to rely on strength to break through. That would make the chances even slimmer. Who knows? Xiefan was still harboring a strand of hope. Any cultivator who reached the half-chaotic origin lifeform body realm would be looking forward to breaking through to the chaotic origin level. Brother Feishue. Weatherleaf sighed. He was very proud. In Scarlet Cloud City, he only had a good relationship with Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor. The two of them had sufficiently deep accumulations in the realm. As for Wuxia, his strength was comparable to them, but that was because his bloodline was too heaven-defying. In terms of accumulations in the realm, he could not compare to these two. In the end, Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor used the bloodline of Quiet Icy Mountain Master to lead the 9 great bloodlines to an ultimate awakening, allowing him to become a chaotic origin lifeform. Furthermore, it was a brand new chaotic origin lifeform race. Weatherleaf admired Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor greatly, but similarly, he admired Dongbua Shuang. This was the person he admired the most in the entire cultivation sacred world. He has such attainments in the Tao of Soul, yet he is still AI. I will reach it soon. Weatherleaf thought. Following that, he continued fleeing with all his might. The Sea of Abyss Master was killing in every direction. As long as he could escape further and delay for a longer time, perhaps he might have a chance of surviving? No matter what, he could not give up. Monarch Flying Snow has fallen too. Wuxia watched silently. Whatever. Let's go. Let's go. In the entire cultivation sacred world, there was only one who was confident of escaping. Wuxia. Wuxia was the most outstanding descendant of a magnificent overlord. It was similarly difficult for a descendant of an overlord to become a chaotic origin lifeform. He came out alone to experience all sorts of tempering. His old ancestor, that magnificent overlord, had long placed a technique in his soul. As long as he activated it, he could bring his soul and escape. According to what the old ancestor said, as long as he did not meet an overlord chaotic origin lifeform, he could escape. Even though he had a final method of survival, Wuxia was not willing to use it unless he was in a desperate situation. The moment he used it, his soul would be brought to where the old ancestor was. For Wuxia, this was also a humiliation. I have no other choice. Wang. With a thought, he directly activated it. His body directly disintegrated. His soul was brought along with it, turning into a dazzling white light with a so. With a flash, he disappeared from this world. Amen. The Sea of Abyss Master, who was currently massacring the cultivators, felt the soul of a cultivator forcibly leaving the region enveloped by his laws. That strand of sharp white light made the Sea of Abyss Master tremble. Of course, that bit of energy could at most injure him slightly. But what made the Sea of Abyss Master revere was the essence of this energy. That energy was comparable to the most terrifying, overlord chaotic origin lifeform among innate chaotic origin lifeforms. Furthermore, it made him feel apprehensive. He knew, in the endless chaotic origin dimension, when innate chaotic origin lifeforms dug out their bloodline to the limit, they would become overlord chaotic origin lifeforms. All of them were incredibly powerful and had unfathomable techniques. There was even an overlord chaotic origin lifeform with a time-space bloodline, who was once killed by a cultivator overlord. Yet after a long time he revived. That magnificent existence was at the bottom of all overlords. Yet he could continuously revive from time-space and could never be killed. Every overlord magnificent existence had their own heaven-defying techniques. They could also heavily injure cultivator overlords. Nevertheless, the 8 cultivator overlords were even stronger than the overlords of innate chaotic origin lifeforms by an entire level. All of them had comprehended the essence of the highest level of energy. They had comprehended the Tao within. They might be injured, but to kill them? It was practically impossible to kill their prime avatars, much less when they had avatars in their own origin worlds. By relying on their origin worlds, they were practically unparalleled among world realm chaotic origin lifeforms, much less overlords. That is the energy of an overlord. That cultivator is being protected by an overlord? The Sea of Abyss Master thought. The Sea of Abyss Master no longer thought about it. Currently he was being suppressed by the sealing array. Even though he could barely maintain his strength, he could not escape from these shackles. He could not leave this sealed prison world. That's right, this cultivation sacred world was a huge prison to him. He continued killing these cultivators one step at a time. As long as the origin source of the world was not extinguished, his soul would not be extinguished. 1. Dongbo Shuiying had a mystical feeling. The origin source of this cultivation sacred world was like an enormous ball of light. His soul had fused within. Even if his soul was damaged by the death of his avatars, he could recover instantly. Tao of Mirage Final Realm. Dongbo Shuiying was currently familiarizing himself with it. Having just broken through, he needed to familiarize himself with the various energies in his body. Nonetheless, he knew that a large number of cultivators were dying at every moment. He had to make the best use of his time to think of ways to save those cultivators. How can I save them from an enemy who is a world-realm chaotic origin life form? Dongbo Shuiying was familiarizing himself with his techniques. No matter what, even though his Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm had reached the final realm, he had yet to become a chaotic origin life form. How could he save them? He pondered. He pondered over his Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm, and how to use the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. Amen. Dongbo Shuiying suddenly revealed a joyous look. There is actually such a benefit after fusing with the origin source of the world. Dongbo Shuiying was in great joy. He could feel that he could completely control the world energy scattered across this cultivation sacred world. He could even control a portion of the origin source of the world. According to legends, after refining the origin source of an origin world, and becoming the master of that origin world, he would be able to control all energy in the entire origin world. Even though he could only control a portion of the origin source, he could still control the world energy scattered across the world. It's a pity that this was a slightly smaller world. It could not be compared to an origin world. Fusing with the origin source of the world? Even though it is far from refining the origin source of the world and becoming the master of the world, I can still control a portion of the energy. Dongbo Shuiying felt excited. He could not be considered the master of a world, but he could be considered an emissary of the world. We are saved. Dongbo Shuiying immediately acted. He had to save the cultivators as soon as possible. Chapter 1391. Weather Leaf was currently fleeing, yet his heart was turning colder, because the towering giant Sea of Abyss Master was still leisurely strolling behind him. He seemed casual, yet in the blink of an eye, more than 100 cultivators were trampled to death. Sea of Abyss Master, can you spare me? I am willing to listen to your orders. Xiefan, who was not far away from Weatherleaf, was currently looking at the Sea of Abyss Master behind him. At this moment, the short old man Xiefan looked at the Sea of Abyss Master with a strand of humility. He did not care about his reputation at all. Amongst the cultivators who were trampled to death, there were few who took the initiative to beg for mercy. But there were still some, because in the opinion of some cultivators, as long as they were alive, then there would be hope. Pung. A huge foot landed, reflecting Xiefan's widened eyes. Following that, Xiefan turned into smithereens. The eyes of the Sea of Abyss Master turned colder. Beg for mercy? I have been tortured for so long, suffering so much pain. These weak cultivators must all die. Not a single one would be spared. Pung pung pung. The Sea of Abyss Master continued trampling. At this moment he was furious. On one hand, it was the anger that he had suppressed for so long. On the other hand, it was because he could not break free from the shackles, and could not leave this world. He was still in a state of anxiety. The moment a chaotic origin expert from the cultivator's side arrived, he would most likely lose his life as he was greatly weakened by the sealing array. The threat of death had yet to dissipate. How could the Sea of Abyss Master be in a good mood to spare these weak cultivators? He would trample them to death. He would trample them to death. Not a single one would be spared. Weatherleaf. The Sea of Abyss Master looked at the escaping Weatherleaf. His expression turned savage. Amongst these weak ants, the one he wanted to kill the most was that Monarch Feishue. The second was this Weatherleaf. Now that Monarch Feishue was dead, it was time for this Weatherleaf. Weather City Master. Brother Weather is going to fall too. The other escaping cultivators were all grieving. They could foresee that they would soon meet the same fate as Weatherleaf. The majority of cultivators in the cultivation sacred world did not have avatars. This was because those who came from the world of lightning and other places that were not similar to the origin world were usually unable to cultivate the doppelganger technique. Usually, only cultivators from the origin world had a chance of cultivating it. But for cultivators from the origin world, they had to depend on their cultivation path. Usually, only those who cultivated the void Tao, or some special cultivation technique, had a chance of cultivating an avatar. Clones were hard to come by. And the majority of cultivators in the cultivation sacred world had chaotic origin bloodlines in their bodies. These cultivators could hardly refine avatars. As for Tao comprehenders, perhaps it was because of the world they were born in, or because of their own Tao. Most of them did not have a clone. There were only a few who had clones. I can't escape. I, Weatherleaf, have reached the half-chaotic origin level in 2 Taos. With my accumulations, it is possible for me to break through before death. Weatherleaf stopped running and turned around to face him. He stared at the towering giant's figure. Weatherleaf's sharp and crazed gaze did not have a shred of fear, only madness. Let's fight. Either he broke through or he died. Ah! The Sea of Abyss Master stomped his foot over. He even let out a thunderous laughter. Among these weak cultivators, only a few could make him feel excited when he stomped them to death. Hong! A foot descended from the cloud layer. The eyes of many cultivators twitched. This was the person with the most heaven-defying talent in the cultivation sacred world, before the arrival of Dongbo Shuiying. Yet he was about to fall here? Weatherleaf raised his head and stared without blinking. A similarly huge palm appeared. This palm was approximately 500 kilometers long. Its skin was white and had a crystalline luster. There was even a layer of gentle energy covering the surface of the skin. This enormous palm seemed to be appearing slowly. It gently scooped. He then grabbed Weatherleaf in his hand and retracted his hand in a simple manner. Pung! The huge foot stepped on the snowy ground, causing the snow-covered ground to tremble and shatter. He stepped on empty air. He did not trample Weatherleaf to death. The eyes of the Sea of Abyss Master widened. He looked at the towering figure in front of him. There was a white-robed young man standing in front of him. He was similarly 4,000 kilometers tall. Both of their gazes clashed. The white-robed young man even grinned. You. The Sea of Abyss Master did not dare believe. Monarch Feishue? He could recognize with a glance that this person was his #1 target amongst the weak cultivators. But he had clearly trampled the other party to death previously. The current Monarch Feishue in front of him was 4,000 kilometers tall. His life aura was not considered strong. He was still a half-chaotic origin lifeform body. How could this be? The surrounding was within his law domain. Even the laws of this cultivation sacred world were forced away. Within his law domain, even world realm chaotic origin lifeforms could not teleport. How could this Monarch Feishue appear out of thin air? Furthermore, he was just a weak ant that was not even a chaotic origin lifeform. How could he maintain his height of 4,000 kilometers under his law domain? You didn't die? The Sea of Abyss Master could not help but ask. How could you not die? You can't kill me. Dongbo Shuiying replied. That's right. Previously, his fleshy body had been destroyed, but he could still control the world energy, and part of the origin source energy of the entire cultivation sacred world. The origin source energy rapidly condensed a fleshy body by the side of the Sea of Abyss Master. Because it was just a half-chaotic origin lifeform body, to the origin source energy of a world, condensing such a weak fleshy body was something that could be done in an instant. The moment the fleshy body was condensed, Dongbo Shuiying's body would be reinforced by part of the origin source energy of the world. Every single move of his was imbued with the world energy of the entire cultivation sacred world. Naturally, he could easily resist against the law domain of the Sea of Abyss Master, and maintain his height of 4,000 kilometers. Much less 4,000 kilometers, he could even maintain his height of 40,000 kilometers, or even 800,000 kilometers. It's just that to save someone, 4,000 kilometers was more suitable. This is a law domain. Dongbo Shuiying could feel it too. The law domain itself was not that strong. At least to him who had the world energy in every single move, it was not that strong. But laws were laws. Once the laws were set, nobody could teleport in the surroundings. Even Dongbo Shuiying could not teleport. Instead, he could condense his fleshy body at any location in the world. But the moment his fleshy body was formed, he could no longer teleport. Unless he flew out of the law domain of the Sea of Abyss Master. As long as he left the region. As a world emissary, Dongbo Shuiying could easily teleport within the cultivation sacred world. This is Monarch Feishue? Isn't he dead? How could he appear out of thin air and maintain such a huge fleshy body? At this moment, many cultivators who were escaping in different directions were dumbstruck. They could not understand what was happening. He broke through to the chaotic origin level? Clearly not. Monarch Feishue's aura was still that of a half-chaotic origin lifeform body. But why could he maintain such a huge body? I've been saved? Weatherleaf, who was on Dongbo Shuiying's palm, was also slightly dazed. This palm was close to 500 kilometers in size. Weatherleaf looked up at that towering Monarch Feishue, within Dongbo Shuiying's palm. He then looked at the Sea of Abyss Master, who was at the same height as him. He could not help but feel dazed. He hasn't become a chaotic origin life form yet. Yet he dared to challenge a world realm chaotic origin life form without becoming a chaotic origin life form? This was completely illogical. I don't know how you survived. I don't know how you could maintain such a huge fleshy body under my law domain. But you are ultimately an ant that isn't even a chaotic origin life form. It is better for you to die for me. The 16 tentacles of the Sea of Abyss Master danced about, causing the surrounding void to completely shatter. It brought with it a world-destroying might as it enveloped over. South Dongbo Shuiying moved. When he moved, his body left behind many afterimages. An afterimage grabbed onto a cultivator. Another afterimage grabbed onto another cultivator. The Sea of Abyss Master wanted to attack. Yet Dongbo Shuiying had instantaneously saved several cultivators in this direction. He even changed directions to save other cultivators. So fast. His speed. The Sea of Abyss Master was originally furious and wanted to kill Dongbo Shuiying. But Dongbo Shuiying was simply too fast. Dongbo Shuiying easily shook him off and went to save other cultivators. In terms of speed, the Sea of Abyss Master was being pulled by the shackles of the sealing array. His speed was actually very, very slow. It was only against the weaker cultivators that he had an absolute advantage. When he encountered Dongbo Shuiying, who was supported by the world energy, his speed was not any slower than a high-graded chaotic origin lifeform. The Sea of Abyss Master was slightly dumbfounded. Everyone leave. As Dongbo Shuiying saved the cultivators, he controlled the world energy at the same time. The surging world energy engulfed the more than 10,000 cultivators that were scattered across different locations, greatly increasing the speed of these cultivators. Save? Can you save them? The Sea of Abyss Master was not foolish. If he continued chasing after Dongbo Shuiying, he would never be able to catch up to him. However, the cultivators in the surrounding directions were all stunned. It was still easy for him to chase after the cultivators. The Sea of Abyss Master took big steps. Under his full strength, he soon caught up to the cultivators in one direction. Die for me. The Sea of Abyss Master wantonly waved his 16 tentacles. These tentacles were like heavenly pillars sweeping over. This was the full strength of the Sea of Abyss Master. Previously, he was simply trampling the cultivators to death step by step. Now that he unleashed his full strength, even though there was a distance between the cultivators, it was still possible for him to kill a few dozen cultivators in a single move. Amen. Dongbo Shuiying naturally chased after him. So. His speed was several times faster than the Sea of Abyss Master. Hence, when the Sea of Abyss Master waved his tentacles, Dongbo Shuiying had already blocked the incoming tentacles. He wielded a spear that was more than 5,000 kilometers long in his right hand. With a twist of the spear, he blocked all incoming tentacles. Block me? You are just an ant that isn't even a chaotic origin life form, yet you dare to block me? The Sea of Abyss Master became even crazier. Die. Pung 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 pung. The 16 tentacles furiously lashed out. Even with the suppressive power of the shackles, it was still frightening. Wang Shuang, on the other hand, could not help but fly backwards. He flew back several hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and only after taking 3 steps back did he stabilize himself. The cultivation sacred world might be very stable with a sea of ordinary chaotic origin life forms living here, and even chaotic origin prisoners being imprisoned here. But in terms of origin source and world energy, it is thousands to tens of thousands of times weaker than an origin world. I can control so much world energy, yet I am suppressed by a greatly weakened world realm chaotic origin life form. Dongbua Shuang mumbled inwardly. But at this moment, other than Dongbua Shuang, all living beings were stunned. He actually blocked the world realm chaotic origin life form. Monarch Feishua, his aura shouldn't even be at the chaotic origin life form level, right? Even if the Sea of Abyss Master is greatly weakened, he should still be a high-graded chaotic origin life form. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? The cultivators were all stunned. Previously, when they saw how fast Dongbua Shuang dodged and saved the cultivators, they thought it was some movement technique. But he was merely forced back in a direct confrontation. That was too frightening. It meant that both parties were at the same level. Even if the Sea of Abyss Master was greatly weakened, that Dongbua Shuang should still be a high-graded chaotic origin life form. He should be considered at the apex even amongst high-graded chaotic origin life forms. How could this be possible? Monarch Feishua, how could this be possible? The black-robed tall and thin male watched from afar. He was also stunned. He was a treasure spirit, yet he could not understand what was happening. You are doing it deliberately. You have already become a chaotic origin life form, right? You are already a high-graded chaotic origin life form, deliberately disguising yourself as a weak little cultivator? Am I right? The Sea of Abyss Master roared. Even though he was roaring, he was still puzzled. For instance, he was a world realm chaotic origin life form. If Dongbua Shuang had truly broken through to the high-graded chaotic origin life form realm through bloodline awakening, it should be impossible for him to conceal himself in front of him. Other than that, previously, when he trampled Dongbua Shuang to death, he had already discovered that Dongbua Shuang did not have any chaotic origin bloodline. According to logic, an instantaneous breakthrough could only be achieved by brute force. But that was a person who would become a high and mighty overlord. Someone who could squash him to death with a pinky. Impossible. This shouldn't be possible. The Sea of Abyss Master was completely stunned. Much less them, even the chaotic origin experts who were watching everything happening in the cultivator sacred world were slightly stunned. Within the endless chaotic origin dimension, there was a huge spherical rock floating. This spherical rock was as big as a planet. There were several small houses on it. And outside the house, a red-nosed old man stood there. A wine gourd hung by his waist. His gaze was looking towards the cultivator's sacred world. He was none other than the patrol of this 7th region. The world realm chaotic origin expert Scarlet Peak Daoist. Naturally, the avatar that was responsible for observing this place was an ordinary avatar. His main doppelganger was responsible for guarding the place and fighting. It was impossible for him to be responsible for observing this place. The prime avatar was very far away from the cultivator sacred world. This Sea of Abyss Master has yet to reach grand perfection despite being in such a predicament in the cultivator sacred world. Instead, he is deliberately hiding his strength, allowing him to break through in one fell swoop, reaching grand perfection before becoming a world realm chaotic origin life form. His potential is truly frightening. Given enough time, it is possible for him to reach the peak of world realm chaotic origin life form. We have to eliminate him. Scarlet Peak Daoist watched from afar. Currently, the magnificent overlord had already sent a prime avatar of a world realm chaotic origin expert, who was nearby over. Traveling across the endless chaotic origin dimension would take quite a lot of time. I hope I can reach first and eliminate him. Otherwise, it will be another calamity. Scarlet Peak Daoist sniffed with his nose before sighing inwardly. He watched silently, watching as the Sea of Abyss Master trampled many cultivators to death. Scarlet Peak Daoist felt his heart aching. Yet he could only watch as his prime avatar moved further away. And it was pointless to send some weaker avatars over. Amen? Scarlet-peaked Taoist's eyes suddenly widened. What did he see? A white-robed young man 4,000 kilometers tall? That cultivator called Monarch Feishue? How could this be? He does not have a chaotic origin bloodline. He should not have become a chaotic origin life form yet. But he what? He blocked it head-on. Scarlet-peaked Taoist was even more startled. He watched as the 16 tentacles of the Sea of Abyss Master struck Dongbua Shuiying, forcing him to stagger a few steps before regaining his footing. Scarlet-peaked Taoist became even more confused. He could not understand. It was illogical. In the endless chaotic origin dimension, quite a few chaotic origin experts were paying close attention to this cultivation sacred world, because they were worried that the Sea of Abyss Master would eventually be rescued. Nonetheless, they saw an unfathomable scene. How could this be? Overlord, a half-chaotic origin life form, could unleash strength at the peak of a high-graded chaotic origin expert? Many chaotic origin experts felt that their understanding over the years had been toppled. Quite a few could not help but ask the magnificent overlords. I can confirm that he has yet to become a chaotic origin life form. An overlord transmitted over. He is controlling the world energy of that world. This is strange. He has yet to refine the origin source of the world, yet he could completely control the world energy. He has even controlled part of the origin source energy of the world. This brat Dongbua Shuiying is quite interesting. Perhaps it might be related to his comprehension of the soul? Overlord Yuan also gave a reply. At this moment, the chaotic origin experts located across the endless chaotic origin dimension noticed this cultivator, who subverted their understanding, Dongbua Shuiying. Chapter 1392. The previous chapter is very important. Don't miss it. Previously, Dongbua Shuiying's attainments in the soul had already reigned supreme in the vast chaotic origin dimension. Now his Tao of mirage and illusory realm had reached the final realm. Among all living beings, he was the first to cultivate his soul to the ultimate level. Any Tao that reached the ultimate level would have all sorts of methods. Ordinary final realm Tao comprehenders could completely restrain their auras, hide their karma, and increase their various escape techniques. As for the Tao of the soul, he had reached the ultimate realm. It had never happened before. Dongbua Shuiying was the first. As soon as he broke through, his soul easily fused with the world's origin, and as long as the world's origin remained, his soul would not perish. With a single thought, he could form a physical body anywhere in this world. By mobilizing a portion of the origin energy in his body, he was able to mobilize the entire world's world energy with just a wave of his hand, causing his battle prowess to soar. His strength depended on the world. The stronger the world, the more powerful he would be. Furthermore, this was only one of the amazing aspects of reaching the ultimate realm in the Tao of Soul. There were other aspects that Dongbua Shuiying did not have enough time to explore, as he had to rush over to save them as soon as he broke through. Dongbua Shuiying wielded a spear in one hand. The spear was formed from the world's origin energy as well, and was imbued with the world's origin energy as well. His other hand continued to scoop up the cultivators one by one. As he manipulated the power of the world, he wrapped up the tens of thousands of cultivators and increased their speed of escape. At the same time, he did his best to capture the cultivators one by one. He would not be trampled to death by the Sea of Abyss Master. Damn it! The Sea of Abyss Master was enraged. He wanted to kill the cultivators, but this Imperial Emperor Feishue was much faster than him. He easily rescued them and left. Even if he wantonly unleashed his many tentacles in an attempt to kill the other cultivators, Emperor Feishue would immediately be able to rush over and save him. Ever since Dongbua Shuiying became more cautious, he controlled the distance between him and the Sea of Abyss Master. That way, he would be able to rush over to the Sea of Abyss Master and save the others. If you have the guts, fight with me. The Sea of Abyss Master roared furiously. Don't just know how to escape. Come and fight with me. Come at me if you dare. Ooh, the tentacles swung, but the white-robed youth's figure was blurry. The tentacles couldn't even touch him. The speed was too fast. Damn it. These spirit design chains. All of the Sea of Abyss Master's tentacles were waving about. Those straight shackles had completely affected him. It was fine if it caused the Sea of Abyss Master's strength to plummet, but it affected his speed the most. His speed. It was likely a new high-graded chaotic origin life form could easily suppress him. Grief and indignation. Looking at how Dongbo Shuang was like a phantom, easily saving people while he chased blindly from behind, unable to kill anyone. How could this be? The Sea of Abyss Master could not understand. Because of the world energy enveloping the cultivators, their escaping speed had greatly increased. Finally, a portion of the cultivators managed to escape out of the Sea of Abyss Master's law domain. The moment they exited the range of the law domain. The cultivators disappeared without a trace. Dongbo Shuang swept his gaze across. He chuckled. It was him who controlled the world energy to teleport those cultivators away. Although the laws of the Cultivation Saints world prevented teleportation, the restrictions only applied to outsiders. The master of the world was naturally unaffected. As an emissary of the world, he could use a portion of the origin energy, so he could do that easily. Amen. The Sea of Abyss Master noticed it too. He noticed those cultivators who escaped out of his law domain had actually disappeared. They escaped. The Sea of Abyss Master immediately moved. He wanted to use his law domain to envelop the cultivators. Nonetheless, the cultivators were escaping in all directions. The moment he moved towards a direction, the cultivators in other directions would rapidly escape out of the law domain. Cultivators were continuously teleported out of the law domain. The Sea of Abyss Master could not do anything about it. His law domain and the laws of this cultivation sacred world clashed against each other. Hence, he could only maintain a small region. Dongbo Shuang was saving more and more cultivators. He scooped up nearly 2,000 cultivators with a single hand. The other cultivators were all swept away by the power of the world and teleported away after escaping the law domain. The last one. Dongbo Shuang single-handedly scooped up the last cultivator. He glanced at the incomparably furious Sea of Abyss Master, who had stopped chasing after him. "I'll look for you in a while." Dongbo Shuang immediately turned into a stream of light and flew far away. Flying at full speed was much faster than before. At the same time he flew out of the Sea of Abyss Master's law domain, Dongbo Shuang teleported away. When he appeared again, he was already in front of an ancient palace. This palace was all alone here. The surrounding space was distorted. This was the Guidance Hall, the most mysterious place in the entire cultivation sacred world. Guidance Hall. Every cultivator would arrive here at the Guidance Hall, after which, the Guidance Hall would send them to the 5 great assembly grounds. But after leaving, even though they were hunting around the cultivation sacred world, they could no longer find this Guidance Hall. At this moment, the surroundings of the Guidance Hall were bustling with activity. Guidance Hall. We actually arrived at the Guidance Hall. The cultivators looked around them. They were all startled. Is it Monarch Feishue who sent us here? Didn't they say that it is impossible to teleport within the cultivation sacred world? How did we get teleported here? What is the current strength of Monarch Feishue? Too formidable. He could even fight directly with a world realm chaotic origin life form? Even if his strength is greatly weakened, he is still too powerful. Even 9-headed snake ancestor who broke through to the high-graded chaotic origin life form realm could not resist against him directly. They were all discussing, seeing the birth of a world realm chaotic origin life form, being chased after, and now escaping from death. They felt their hearts surging. At the same time, what they found the most unbelievable was Monarch Feishue. They had personally seen Monarch Feishue being trampled to death. But after that he survived? And he was so strong? We can't understand the strength of Monarch Feishue anymore. He must have become much stronger. If we could become chaotic origin life forms, we might be able to understand a thing or two. These cultivators were discussing. But they did not know that even if they became chaotic origin life forms, they could not understand. Who? By the side, a towering white-robed young man 4,000 kilometers tall appeared. He lightly placed his left hand on the ground, causing the close to 2,000 cultivators on his palm to look around them in bewilderment. Following that, they respectfully bowed towards Dongbo Shuiying and thanked him. Many thanks to Monarch Feishue for saving our lives. Many thanks to Monarch Feishue for saving our lives. They were saying. Even those more than 10,000 cultivators who had teleported over also bowed in gratitude. Following that, the close to 2,000 cultivators walked out from Dongbo Shuiying's palm. Only then did Dongbo Shuiying keep his palm. His body also rapidly shrunk until it was the same size as the surrounding cultivators. The black-robed tall and thin male appeared. His eyes were emitting light as he looked at Dongbo Shuiying. You have become a chaotic origin life form? The black-robed male could not help but ask. Not yet. Dongbo Shuiying answered. The black-robed male was slightly disappointed. He was even slightly puzzled. I've sent the cultivators here. You can send them away temporarily, Dongbo Shuiying said. Rest assured. Leave it to me, the black-robed male said confidently. He was already at the guiding hall. Naturally, he was filled with confidence. Dongbo Shuiying nodded slightly. I'll go meet that Sea of Abyss master again. Be careful, the black-robed male reminded. Even though he did not understand how Dongbo Shuiying existed and why he was so strong, he understood that the strength displayed by this monarch Feishue was real. He was fated to be an extremely powerful existence in the endless chaotic origin dimension. He is ultimately a world-realm chaotic origin life form. The secret techniques he uses will be even more terrifying. You have merely exchanged a single move with him. Do not be too careless. Rest assured. Dongbo Shuiying chuckled. He had never been afraid. As long as the origin source of the world was not extinguished, he would be undying in this world. Dongbo Shuiying looked at the other cultivators. His gaze met with Weatherleaf and some of his close friends. He nodded in acknowledgement, sighing inwardly. This time, there were close to 20,000 cultivators, yet several thousand had died. Go. With a thought, Dongbo Shuiying teleported away. In the endless wilderness, the Sea of Abyss master sat there. Many shackles had permeated into his body. He sat there silently. He was waiting for reinforcements. Even some weak little ants could not be killed. But why would this monarch Feishue have such strength? The Sea of Abyss master was pondering. He could not understand. A towering white-robed young man appeared in the distance. You're here. The Sea of Abyss master abruptly stood up. His eyes were filled with killing intent. I'm here. Previously, I had to save you. Sorry for disappointing you. Dongbo Shuiying chuckled. Now we can fight to our heart's content. It was a rare opportunity to fight with a world-realm chaotic origin life form. He naturally had to cherish this opportunity. Even though the other party was greatly weakened after being suppressed by the array. But this was just right. If he could unleash his full strength, he could only control a portion of the origin source energy in this world. Hence, he would not be able to fight against the Sea of Abyss Master when he unleashed his full strength. Alright. Even though you have saved more than half the weak little ants, so be it. If I could kill you, it would be more worthwhile than killing more ants. The cold eyes of the Sea of Abyss Master flashed with a murderous light. Bring it on. Dongbo Shuiying wielded his spear with a single hand. In his hometown primal chaos void, Dongbo Shuiying stood alone in the vast primal chaos void. Even though he was in the cultivation sacred world, he did not have the time to ponder over the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm that he had just reached the final realm. But, no matter if it was in the realm Heart Great Land or his hometown primal chaos void, Dongbo Shuiying's avatars were carefully comprehending the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. Mirage and Illusory Realm. Dongbo Shuiying extended his right hand. A light sphere floated on his fingertip. A world appeared within the light sphere. The world was evolving, and many living beings were born. The time flow here was much faster than in the external world. How should I use it? How will it be helpful to my body? How will it be helpful to my enemies? How will it be helpful to my fleshy body? Dongbo Shuiying pondered. Many ideas were appearing in his mind. Chapter 1393. Within the quiet primal chaos void, Dongbo Shuang was filled with joy. He discovered that there were too many things he could comprehend. Amen. Almost instantaneously, Dongbo Shuang began focusing on the aspect of fusing his fleshy body with his soul. Because the moment he deduced his mind that had reached the half-chaotic origin level in the Tao of Void, and the final realm in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory realm, immediately came up with all sorts of ideas. Fusing my fleshy body with my soul. This path is feasible. Many avatars in his hometown origin world and realm Heart Great Land were doing their best to comprehend this point. Because this path would allow him to jump out of the cage and reach the chaotic origin level. Amen. After a brief deduction, given Dongbo Shuiying's current realm, he had already deduced it in his heart. The final realm, in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory realm, represented grand perfection in this Tao of Mirage and Illusory realm, and the half-chaotic origin level in the Tao of Void was in reality, absorbing many other laws and profound mysteries on top of the original final realm, in the Tao of Void. Like Dongbo Shuiying, Monarch Ardent Creek, Sunni and other Tao of Void cultivators, even though they had chosen their own Tao path to reach the half-chaotic origin level based on the original foundation of the Tao of Void, their Tao paths were different. Dongbo Shuiying's Tao path was to evolve the Tao of Void to the chaotic origin void level. If he used strength to break through, every single move of his would contain endless chaotic origin energy. Previously, I felt that my Tao of Void has reached the half-chaotic origin level, and that there is no path ahead. But now, I feel that fusing the Tao of Soul with it would allow the Tao of Void to undergo a qualitative transformation. Dongbo Shuiying was filled with joy. Just like adding the finishing touch to a dragon that had reached a perfect level would still be a lifeless object. But the moment the finishing touch was done, the dragon would have a soul. It would naturally break through the shackles and ascend to a new level, and to a half-chaotic origin level Tao of Void. This Tao of Mirage and Illusory realm that had reached grand perfection was the finishing touch. My fleshly body. In fact, Dongbo Shuiying could feel that his fleshly body had already reached the pinnacle. Now that his soul had reached the pinnacle, his fleshly body and soul had fused together, and as he divined, his fleshly body and soul were slowly evolving together. The Tao of Void has previously absorbed many profound mysteries before reaching the half-chaotic origin level. As long as it absorbed the final realm Tao of Mirage and Illusory realm into it, that is to directly grasp the Tao at the chaotic origin level and break through with force, Dongbo Shuiying was filled with excitement. This path was clearly visible to him, and it was easy for him to deduce it. The combination of the body and the soul was the great Tao. They were born to complement each other. The fusion was too smooth. A Tao at the chaotic origin level. Dongbo Shuiying was excited. How many cultivators desired to become an innate chaotic origin life forms? They would dig out the power of their bloodline, and after digging it to the limit, they would be able to unleash the power of their bloodline. His grasp of the Tao itself was still insufficient. According to what he knew in the cultivation sacred world, only overlords, those who grasped hold of a Tao at the chaotic origin level, would have unfathomable techniques. Even though it is very smooth, the fusion of the fleshy body and the soul is a smooth path. I feel that I won't meet any bottlenecks as long as I continue cultivating it. I believe I can succeed in cultivating it in a single breath. Dongbo Shuiying had an intense premonition that he was currently improving at all times. Nonetheless, the Tao at the chaotic origin level is ultimately too vast. Even if I improve at a godly speed, I should still need a few billion years before I can successfully fuse it together. Because it was too smooth, Dongbo Shuiying could predict how long it would take for him to break through with force. A few billion years. For a cultivator who had yet to jump out of the cage to deduce a Tao at the chaotic origin level, this cultivation speed was already very exaggerated. A few billion years was simply a short period to powerful cultivators. Dongbo Shuiying was feeling great. At this moment, in this endless chaotic origin dimension and endless time-space, he did not know that an overlord was about to be born in one of the origin worlds close to the Great Apocalypse. I should temporarily keep this a secret. I can't publicize it. If I publicize it, there might be some terrifying existences who do not wish for another overlord to emerge and think of ways to get rid of me. Dongbo Shuang thought. As long as he did not say it, who would know? Furthermore, his soul could fuse with the origin source of the world. As long as the origin source of the world did not extinguish, he would not die. His avatars were spread across the cultivation sacred world, realm heart great land, and his hometown origin world. It was not easy to get rid of him. The Tao of Soul is indeed frightening. Dongbo Shuang praised in his heart. Once I reach the final realm, I can be said to be undying. Fusing it with my half-chaotic origin fleshy body would allow me to break through with force. He understood it. The Tao of Soul at the final realm was much more terrifying than the Tao of Void at the half-chaotic origin level. 99% of the reason why he could break through to become an overlord was because of this Tao of Mirage and Illusory realm. Until now, Dongbo Shuang did not know that he was the first existence to cultivate the Tao of Soul to the final realm in the vast chaotic origin dimension. Origin source of the world. With a thought from Shuang, the origin source of the origin world seemed very small. It was so small that no matter could enter it. It was even smaller than the black fog spherical particles, but it seemed huge at the same time, because it had fused with the entire origin world. Its energy enveloped the entire origin world. It was impossible to accurately describe it with size. It was the origin, core, and root of this origin world. What a powerful origin source of the world. Dongbo Shuang could not help but feel startled after his soul fused with the origin source of the world. Purely in terms of size. Some chaotic origin experts could create worlds that were even bigger than an origin world. But those worlds were usually very crude, like the realm Heart Great Land, which was similar to an origin world. In reality, only the most ancient overlord, Yuan, could create such a world. He had to pay a huge price to do so. The origin source of an origin world was not crude. The laws contained within were simply perfect. Every single Tao was a Tao of the perfected ultimate realm. When all the Taos fused together, they formed the laws of the origin source of the world. It operated naturally, absorbing the chaotic origin energy from the chaotic origin dimension to nourish the sentient beings in the origin world. It's just that my hometown origin world is broken? Dongbo Shuang could feel that the enormous origin world was broken. Furthermore, it was still expanding. It was destined to be destroyed in the end. After it was destroyed, all energy would be absorbed back into the origin source of the world. The origin source of the world would allow everything to return to primal chaos. Furthermore, it would absorb the chaotic origin energy from the external world to give birth to a more perfect world. Since the world was broken, then it would be destroyed before giving birth to a new one. This was an instinct of the operation of the origin source of the world. Even if it is broken and the origin source of the world is damaged, the origin source energy of the world is still too strong. Dongbo Shuang sighed. Currently, he could barely control a small amount of origin source energy, but he felt that it was 1,000 to 10,000 times stronger than when he was in the cultivation sacred world. No choice. The gap between the two worlds was too huge. Amen? Dongbo Shuang suddenly had a thought. He released his Mirage and Illusory Realm domain. The Mirage and Illusory Realm domain was too huge. One had to know that before Dongbo Shuang reached the final realm in the Tao of Void, several avatars of his could form a void domain that covered more than half the primal chaos void. And now the final realm Mirage and Illusory Realm domain could envelop the entire origin world with a thought. Furthermore, it still had energy to spare. Clearly, this region had yet to reach the limit of the current Mirage and Illusory Realm domain. This is how my hometown looks like. Dongbo Shuang's Illusory Realm domain covered the entire hometown. It also covered the many primal chaos lands and cosmoses. There were too many sentient beings living in each cosmos. There were also many ordinary living beings. Even the cosmos gods were enveloped by Dongbo Shuang's Illusory Realm domain. Even though it enveloped them, Dongbo Shuang did not drag their souls into the illusory realm. He merely enveloped them and observed them. This place is truly colorful. Dongbo Shuang praised. At this moment, he could easily control all sentient beings in the entire origin world. Even the strongest final realm expert, Swordmaster, could not resist against this illusory realm domain at all. All of them had fallen into it. Through the illusory realm domain, Dongbo Shuiying could naturally control all sentient beings. Dongbo Shuiying's eyes brightened. He thought of a possibility and became excited at that moment. His heart started beating rapidly. Putong, Putong, Putong. According to the legends, spreading faith. By making all sentient beings submit to me, the will of the sentient beings would also influence the will of the world. It would also make the origin source of the world submit to me, allowing me to easily refine it and become the master of the world, using this to break through to the chaotic origin level. Dongbo Shuiying thought. When an origin world multiplied to its later stages, the number of sentient beings had reached the limit of what the world could withstand. At that point, the will of the sentient beings would represent the will of the majority of the origin source energy. The submission of all sentient beings would naturally be the submission of the origin source of the world. This path is very difficult. Different origin worlds have different difficulties. For instance, in my hometown, the majority of the origin source energy comes from nurturing many cosmoses. Dongbo Shuiying thought. Cosmoses might seem weak in an origin world, but they could not withstand the sheer number of cosmoses. The majority of the cosmoses were the ones that consumed the origin source energy of the world. And in the many cosmoses, it is actually the mortals who consume the most origin source energy. As Dongbo Shuiying's soul had fused with the origin source of the world, he could easily deduce this. Just like that. Only one transcendent would emerge from 100 million mortals. Only one deity would emerge from a large number of transcendents. Only one world deity would emerge from a large number of deities. Only one true God would emerge from a large number of world deities. From the perspective of the origin source energy of the world, the consumption of the origin source energy from the souls of 100 million mortals was much more than that of a single transcendent. The total consumption of the origin source energy from a sea of world deities was much more than that of a single true God. Hence, at least 80% of the origin source energy of his hometown origin world was on the bodies of the mortals. To influence the will of the world, the most important thing was to influence the will of the countless mortals. The most helpless thing was that the lifespan of the mortals was short. Even if they could only influence one generation, after this generation died, a new generation would be born. Wanting to rely on spreading faith to control an origin world, Sacred Master's vulgar methods are simply laughable. Dongbo Shuiying shook his head. He had seen too many experts in the cultivation sacred world, and he felt that Sacred Master's methods were too inferior. The submission of all living beings is the submission of the origin source of the world. And now, I can completely make all living beings submit to me. Dongbo Shuiying's heart was beating very quickly. Let's give it a try. With a thought. In a certain cosmos. On one of the planets. The county city's martial institution entrance exam is about to begin. All of you, line up and verify your identity before entering. A teacher of the martial institution announced loudly. The group of youngsters outside were nervously lining up. There were also many soldiers standing guard. The martial institution entrance exam was a major event in the entire county city. Not far away, there were many parents and elders of the youngsters waiting in anticipation. Suddenly, these parents and elders, soldiers, parents, and teachers of the martial institution all fell into an illusory realm. Not just them. The entire county city, the entire empire, the entire planet, the entire cosmos, or even the countless cosmos, primal chaos lands, sacred worlds, all sentient beings had fallen into an illusory realm at this moment. Within the illusory realm, a white-robed young man appeared in front of them. They were all imbued with a thought. This white-robed young man was called Dongbo Shuiying, and he was the master of this origin world. Dongbo Shuiying is the master of this origin world. Dongbo Shuiying is the master of this origin world. At this moment, all sentient beings felt this way from the bottom of their hearts. Even Forefather Tianyu, Swordmaster, and others fell into the illusory realm. But Dongbo Shuiying did not imbue any thoughts to them because the total influence of these cosmos gods on the origin source of the world was less than 1%. Success. At the same time, when many sentient beings in this world felt that Dongbo Shuiying was the master of this origin world, Dongbo Shuiying felt it. The origin source of the origin world had completely opened its embrace to him, recognizing him as the master of this origin world. The will of the masses is also the will of the world. If the masses think that I am the master of this origin world, then I am. Dongbo Shuiying chuckled. There was no need for him to submit. It was fine as long as they had a common understanding. Nonetheless, it was difficult to achieve this step. Nonetheless, he succeeded instantaneously with his soul technique at the final realm. 1. Dongbo Shuiying's soul began refining the origin source core of the world. Previously, as a world emissary, he could barely fuse with it. But now that the origin source of the world had taken the initiative to recognize him as its master, Dongbo Shuiying could easily refine it. Practically a breath of time later, Dongbo Shuiying's soul had completely refined the entire origin source of the world. At this moment, the origin source of the world had become another body of Dongbo Shuiying. Hong. An incomparably huge origin world, just like his fleshy body. What a mysterious feeling. Dongbo Shuiying was startled. This origin world was his fleshy body. He could even feel the fragmentation of this origin world. Furthermore, it was expanding and becoming weaker. But even if it was fragmented, the terrifying origin source energy of the world was rapidly transforming Dongbo Shuiying. It allowed Dongbo Shuiying's body and soul to undergo a transition. A transition in the level of life. Being the master of an origin world, he was definitely a chaotic origin expert. After the origin source of the world became a part of him, it would allow his level of life to leap to the level of a world realm chaotic origin expert. Chapter 1394. Boom. His consciousness was ringing. The originally vast source world had become a part of him. When Dongbo Shuiying looked at the source world, he felt like an ordinary person looking at the lines on his palm. So beautiful. Dongbo Shuiying's level of existence was rising rapidly, and his consciousness was rising higher and higher, rising above the entire source world. It was as if he was overlooking the entire origin world. The origin world was extremely beautiful, like a shining disk. Under his current vision as a chaotic origin expert, his hometown origin world was like a disk that was emitting a faint light. It was incredibly beautiful. However, this disk was expanding at an extremely slow speed, and the disk was full of bumps and hollows. The texture itself was also very sparse, and it was obvious that there were many problems with it. This was an origin world close to the Great Calamity. Dongbo Shuiying could clearly sense that the origin source of the origin world could easily convert the chaotic origin energy within the chaotic origin dimension into origin source energy, protecting the sentient beings within the origin world. This kind of conversion was extremely efficient. The greater the consumption, the faster the conversion. However, the world origin itself had a limit, so there was also a limit to the number of living beings it could bear. In the origin world, my power is truly limitless. No matter how fast I deplete it, the origin world can instantly replenish it. Dongbo Shuiying thought to himself. However, it's harder to replenish the power of my doppelgangers in the outside world. Now his physical body and soul in his hometown origin world were rapidly transforming. Both his fleshy body and soul were advancing towards the world realm chaotic origin level. This level of fleshy body and soul was too terrifying. The energy required was too vast. Only with the help of the origin world's world origin could they recover so quickly. Usually, chaotic origin experts would arrange for a prime avatar to be in charge of guarding important places or going on expeditions. As for matters such as patrolling, inspecting, teaching the younger generation, and many other things, they were arranged for the weaker clones to do. At this moment, I am unrivaled in this endless chaotic origin dimension. The many avatars he had in his hometown, realm heart great land and cultivation sacred world were all part of his strength. Being a world realm chaotic origin life form, naturally there was a limit to his strength. If one doppelganger was strong, the other doppelgangers would be weak. His avatar possessed 90% of his strength. Even if he had billions of doppelgangers, they could only add up to 10% of his strength. Hence, some of the weaker avatars of chaotic origin experts that were only responsible for scouting or roaming around would contain very weak energy. But no matter how weak he was, his essence was still at the level of a chaotic origin expert. A strand of energy could easily kill a half-chaotic origin life-form body. The energy contained within a world-realm chaotic origin life-form is too terrifying. Even if the prime avatar is destroyed, a weak avatar would require an endless amount of energy to raise to the level of a prime avatar. It would take a very long time just to absorb energy from the chaotic origin dimension. Dongbu Shuang thought. And the absorption efficiency of the origin source of the world is much higher. Dongbu Shuang could feel the strength at the level of a chaotic origin expert. He gradually understood the combat style at this level. For example, if the main avatar died in battle, normally, they would nurture another main avatar in the origin world and then rush over. As for the weak avatar absorbing the chaotic origin energy, that was too inefficient. Most world realm chaotic origin experts can only absorb energy from the origin source of their own origin world. But I am different. Dongbu Shuang felt his heart moving. My soul can easily fuse with any ownerless origin source of the world. I can rapidly absorb energy through the origin source of this world. Dongbu Shuang suddenly discovered a unique aspect about himself as compared to other world realm chaotic origin experts. That was, if he had many avatars scattered across the ownerless worlds and guarded them, then the moment he discovered an enemy, he could simply dissipate his prime avatar. He could let the closest avatar rely on the origin source of the world to rapidly absorb energy to the level of a prime avatar. This is also the benefit of reaching the final realm in the Tao of Soul. Dongbu Shuang was inwardly startled. Breaking through in the Tao of Soul was a huge help to chaotic origin experts. As Dongbu Shuang's level of life rose, jumping out of the cage to become a world realm chaotic origin life form, many living beings in his hometown origin world recovered from the illusory realm. They had forgotten about the thought that Dongbu Shuang is the master of the origin world. Since he had refined the origin source of the world, Dongbu Shuang naturally made them forget everything that they experienced in the illusory realm. The living beings in the origin world regained their normal lives. Forefather Tianyu, Swordmaster, and others might not have been instilled with any thoughts, but after they woke up, they were still startled and puzzled, because Dongbu Shuang did not hide the fact that they had fallen into the illusory realm. Fallen into an illusory realm? Such a formidable illusory realm? Swordmaster was startled. Is it Snow Eagle? In the realm Heart Great Land, ever since Dongbu Shuang became stronger than the 5 great supremes, people like Emperor Summer, Swordmaster, and others would frequently come to seek guidance from Dongbu Shuang. They had once experienced the soul technique of Dongbu Shuang. Even though Swordmaster would fall into the illusory realm in the past, he could barely resist it. This time he fell into the illusory realm stealthily. Snow Eagle has become stronger again? Swordmaster was inwardly startled. But he did not know that Dongbu Shuang had already stepped into the world realm chaotic origin lifeform level. Someone knew that Dongbu Shuang had broken through. Lord Lo Chung, who was currently drinking tea in the tea house, watched as the surrounding living beings paused for a breath of time. They were all in a daze. Lord Lo Chung could even sense that all living beings in the origin world were affected. A breath of time later, everything returned to normal. Mirage and illusory realm? He has reached this realm? Is he at the final realm? Lord Lo Chung was slightly startled and curious. Dongbu Shuang has actually reached this stage. Amen. This world has a master? World realm chaotic origin life form. Lord Lo Chung was incredibly sensitive. He first ascertained that this origin world had a master. Following that, he discovered that Dongbu Shuang's fleshy body and soul were undergoing a transformation. Haha. Lord Lo Chung laughed. It was a brilliant smile. The moment he reaches the final realm in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm, he would rapidly become a world realm chaotic origin life form. Amongst the world realm chaotic origin life forms, Dongbu Shuang should be the one who specializes the best in soul techniques. I wonder how far he could reach in the future. Could he become an overlord? As long as he grasped hold of a Tao at the chaotic origin level, he would become an overlord. Like Yuan, being the most ancient overlord, he first became a world realm chaotic origin life form. After a long period of accumulation, he gradually became an overlord. Since this world has a master, there is no longer a need for me to watch over it. Lord Locheng slightly nodded. He was an overlord. He protected a huge territory. This origin world of Dongbo Shuiying's hometown was located within the territory of Lord Locheng. Because he was afraid that this origin world would encounter a true great calamity, Lord Locheng had arranged for an avatar to be responsible for guarding this place. Even though this avatar was weak, its realm was still there. Naturally, it could discover all hidden dangers. As for the Great Apocalypse, Lord Locheng did not care about it. The Great Apocalypse and rebirth of an origin world was a normal process. It was not considered a great calamity. I haven't been guarding this place for too long. There is no need for me to guard it anymore. Lord Locheng chuckled. Originally, this origin world belonged to the territory of Yuan. After Lord Locheng broke through, the other overlords immediately redistributed their territories. They gave a huge piece of territory to Lord Locheng. After all, protecting a huge territory was tough even for an overlord. After the redistribution, this origin world was also within the territory of Lord Locheng. Of course, once a world had a master, a world-level chaotic origin expert would be able to fight against an overlord within his own origin world. Naturally, there was no need for him to watch over it. Dongbo Shuiying, congratulations. Lord Locheng sent with a laugh. Thank you, Lord Locheng, for protecting my origin world. Dongbo Shuiying sent back. He had only gradually learned in the cultivation sacred world that the overlords would protect huge territories. Even origin worlds were under their protection. I haven't been protecting it for too long. It's just a minor matter. You are still in the midst of breaking through. There is no need for you to be distracted, Lord Locheng said. Amen. Dongbo Shuiying was indeed in the midst of breaking through. His fleshy body and soul were both breaking through. He was also familiarizing himself with it. The origin world is slightly damaged. Let me first restore it. With a thought from Dongbo Shuiying, all energy in the entire origin world began moving according to Dongbo Shuiying's will. The origin world that was originally expanding bit by bit began contracting. The degree of contraction was huge too. The primal chaos void within the origin world was also contracting. Many cosmoses were moving along with the shrinking of the primal chaos void. The distance between cosmoses was also shrinking. It was only 1/2, 1/5, 1/10, 1/20th of its original distance, and under Shuiying's observation, the entire origin world was filled with potholes and dilapidated circular disk. Those potholes were rapidly being repaired, and the circular disk itself was rapidly shrinking. From its original sparse state, it became more compact. Only when it was only 1/100th of its original size did the origin world stop shrinking. At this moment, the circular disk that the origin world had transformed into was incomparably compact and smooth. If it was said that a little fellow who was not even a chaotic origin life form could easily infiltrate the origin world using the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique. But now he was an overlord that stood high above. It was hard for him to infiltrate. It was completely sealed and did not leave any flaws. Of course, if the master of the world allowed him, he could still enter. There was a huge difference between an origin world with an owner and an origin world without an owner. It's recovering rapidly. Dongbo Shuiying could feel that his control over the origin world was akin to controlling his fleshy body. No wonder it is said that I could fight against overlords in an origin world. Dongbo Shuiying was startled. If he punched out, he could fuse all the energy in the entire origin world into a single punch. The power of this punch would be unfathomable. Just like an overlord. If he descended on an origin world without an owner, he could unleash all his energy and destroy the entire origin world. Because the energy in an origin world was scattered, it could not resist at all. For the sake of facilitating the Great Apocalypse, The origin world had naturally given birth to destruction devils. It was impossible for the origin world to form effective techniques because it only had the most basic laws. And those with an owner could gather all the energy in an origin world into one body. Naturally, it was unparalleled. His hometown origin world, on a small primal chaos land without any living beings. Dongbo Shuiying stood here with a look of bewilderment. Currently, his body was perfect. With a thought, many gray inscriptions could be seen moving on the surface of his skin. His eyes were also deep and serene. My body and soul have reached the chaotic origin level. Furthermore, they are at the world realm chaotic origin level. Dongbo Shuiying could feel the energy in his body. His gaze could easily penetrate through the origin world, looking at the endless chaotic origin dimension outside. He could even see the distant origin worlds. He could observe a vast region. If he deliberately chose, he could even lock onto a certain location and investigate thoroughly. This was a natural ability that the eyes of a world realm chaotic origin life form had. Every single action of mine is filled with great power. Now, a casual punch of mine would contain profound mysteries at the chaotic origin level. Dongbo Shuiying frowned and shook his head. But being able to use it does not represent comprehending the essence. Just like a mortal, he could use a bow and arrow to attack his enemies. But how was the bow made? Why was it so strong? What profound mysteries did the bow have? How special were the arrows? Even if he did not understand these, he could still use them. But if he could comprehend the essence, it would be different. For instance, understanding how the bow and arrow was made, and how the bow could be made stronger. What materials could be used to make the arrows stronger? How to refine the materials? Once he understood everything, he would be able to create his own perfect bow and arrow. Overlords were like this. They grasped the Tao at the chaotic origin level, allowing them to push their level of life to the highest level. Overlord. During battles, they could unleash their full strength. Naturally, it was different. Chaotic origin experts have to comprehend too. The more profound mysteries they comprehend, the stronger their fleshy body and soul would be. Dongbo Shuiying thought. If they could dig out their strength to the peak, that would be the peak of world realm chaotic origin life forms. To undergo another life leap, to the overlord level? Then they would have to comprehend a Tao, at the chaotic origin level. This was also what every world realm chaotic origin expert desired. Because his accumulations in the Tao of Void, and Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm, were the deepest. Hence, Dongbo Shuiying could rapidly comprehend part of the profound mysteries in the Tao of Void, at the chaotic origin level in his body. He could even rely on it to execute some techniques. At the same time, he could deduce some techniques by comprehending his own soul. Every world realm chaotic origin life form had their own specialties. Dongbo Shuiying currently specialized in the Tao of Void and Mirage and Illusory Realm. Oh right, there is one more matter I have to settle. Dongbo Shuiying looked towards the boundary of the primal chaos void. Sacred Master. It is time to deal with him. Peng. With a thought. The Lost World corridor, which originally nurtured the destruction devils, completely shattered. All the destruction devils hiding within, other than Sacred Master, died. My origin world does not need destruction devils. Dongbo Shuiying muttered. Dongbo Shuiying disliked destruction devils who were born for the sake of destruction. Naturally, he had other methods to temper the life forms in his origin world. It was better for these destruction devils who massacred others to disappear. For instance, the Realm Heart Great Land did not have any destruction devils. Sacred Master. The edge of Dongbo Shuiying's lips curled into a sneer. Even after becoming a chaotic origin expert, his killing intent towards Sacred Master did not decrease at all. What? Sacred Master, who had always been hiding within the Lost World corridor, was startled when he felt the transformation of the entire origin world. Reaching his level, he could sense the origin world approaching the Great Apocalypse. But all of a sudden, the origin world was rapidly recovering. The origin source of the world was becoming stronger. Furthermore, the primal chaos void was shrinking. The distance between the Lost World corridor and the ancient sacred world was shrinking. What is happening? Sacred Master was stunned. The primal chaos void had always been expanding. Why would it suddenly shrink? and the extent of shrinking was too horrifying. Shrinking to half its original size? 1/10? 1/20th? Sacred Master was slightly dazed. What is happening? Sacred Master felt a strand of terror in his heart. He could guess a possibility. Has this origin world given birth to a new master? He had always been seeking to control an origin world. And now, an expert had succeeded? Pung. The surrounding Lost World corridor directly exploded. Sacred Master looked around him in a daze. Everything had shattered. Everything within the Lost World corridor had dissipated. Even the destruction devils were wiped out, leaving only him, Sacred Master, alive. Who? A white-robed young man appeared in front of him. Sacred Master looked at this white-robed young man who walked over from the void. The other party's aura was grand and grand. He, Sacred Master, could not help but feel his legs turning soft. Just as he knelt down, Sacred Master immediately gritted his teeth and stood up. He stared at Dongbo Shuang. Under the unseen pressure, his body was trembling. He gritted his teeth so hard that blood started seeping out. Dongbo Shuang. Sacred Master stared at Dongbo Shuang. You have finally reached this stage? You have grasped this origin world, and become a chaotic origin expert? Dongbo Shuang merely looked at him. He did not say anything. Are you planning to kill me or torture me? Sacred Master growled. He knew that given what he had done, it was normal for this Dongbo Shuang to torture him for many years. But in front of the current Dongbo Shuang, he was just like an ant. He could not resist at all. Torture. Dongbo Shuang shook his head. It is better for you to disappear from this world. Disappear forever. Wang. Sacred Master was wiped from existence. Not a single speck of dust was left behind. Dongbo Shuang shook his head slightly. When he saw Sacred Master, the difference in the level of life between them was too great. Hence, Dongbo Shuang decided to simply kill him. Teacher. Dongbo Shuang thought of his teacher Gu Qi. He had yet to meet the true body of Gu Qi and chat with him. There will be a chance in the future. Dongbo Shuang revealed a grin. There is still father, mother and many others. Dongbo Shuang chuckled. He could easily sense all life forms that had been born in the history of this origin world. Starting from the first era when the origin world was born, starting from the very first life form, all life forms in the history of the origin world had been grasped by Dongbo Shuang. Naturally, he also grasped the life forms of this era like his parents, little brother Uncle Tong, Uncle Zong, and his teacher Gu Qi. As long as they had appeared in the history of the origin world, from mortals to cosmos gods. As long as they had not reached the chaotic origin level, he could even move them from the time of their deaths to the present, allowing them to easily obtain eternal life. This was the technique of the origin world master. Life and death, past and future? It did not mean much to the origin world master. Within his own origin world, regardless of past or future, life or death, as long as they had not become a chaotic origin life form, they would be under the control of the origin world master. My current soul is much stronger than that of a half-chaotic origin life form. Dongbo Shuang sighed. I previously estimated that I would need a few billion years before I could perfectly fuse the half-chaotic origin Tao of Void with the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. But now, my soul is many times stronger than before. The soul of a world realm chaotic origin life form was on a much higher level than the soul of a half-chaotic origin life form. At this moment, in his mind, the Tao of Void was continuously absorbing the profound mysteries of the final realm, Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. It was fusing with the profound mysteries. This rate of improvement was too fast. I reckon I should be able to succeed in fusing them in 4 hours? Dongbo Shuang muttered inwardly. By then, I would become an overlord? Asterisk asterisk. Chapter 1395. Reaching the half-chaotic origin life-form body realm. Coupled with the final realm soul achievement, combining the two together, there is no bottleneck at all. I can easily become an overlord. This is an absolutely smooth path. Dongbo Shuang felt bewildered inwardly. Tao cultivators at the half-chaotic origin level are quite common. Just the cultivation sacred world alone has a few dozen of them. There should be many more in the endless chaotic origin dimension. But why have I never heard of someone who reached the final realm in the Tao of Soul before becoming an overlord? There had never been such a saying. That meant, before him, no one had ever succeeded. In the vast chaotic origin dimension, it was highly possible that he was the only one whose soul reached the final realm. Yes. Hence, when I borrowed the world energy to fight against the Sea of Abyss Master, the Sea of Abyss Master was puzzled and could not understand it, because he had never heard of such a situation before. Dongbo Shuang was getting more and more certain. In the cultivation sacred world, the Sea of Abyss Master, whose entire body was covered in chains, roared out. The chains were straightened, allowing the Sea of Abyss Master's every move to receive a huge boost. His 16 tentacles danced in the world, carrying the sound of chains as they attacked Dongbo Shuang. Pung pung pung, the two sides clashed, and the sounds of explosions rang out continuously. The two 4,000 kilometers tall giants were currently fighting. The surface of the Sea of Abyss Master's body was covered with many Jing inscriptions. His skin was filled with endless mysteries. During the battle, some of the inscriptions flowing on the surface of his body revealed the profound mysteries at the chaotic origin level. Compared to him, Dongbo Shuang was much simpler. At this moment, the aura that Dongbo Shuang was emitting was not even that of a chaotic origin life form. His combat techniques were crude and remained at the half-chaotic origin level. Fortunately, Dongbo Shuang had a portion of the origin energy of the world supporting him, allowing him to control the world energy of the entire cultivation saint's world. Coupled with his advantage in speed, he was able to put up a fight. Even so, within 8 to 10 moves, Dongbo Shuang would not be able to withstand one of them. Phew! A tentacle pierced forward like a phantom. Dongbo Shuang swung his spear in an attempt to block, but when the tentacle pierced towards him, a mysterious ripple could be felt. The speed of the tentacle fluctuated between fast and slow, and even time and space were affected by it. Dongbo Shuang's spear actually missed its mark. Pooh! The tentacle directly pierced into Dongbo Shuang's chest. Fortunately, Dongbo Shuang's entire body was enveloped in a thick layer of world energy. After the tentacle barely pierced through the layer of world energy, it pierced into Dongbo Shuang's chest. However, the wound on his chest was suppressed by the world origin energy, preventing the wound from expanding. Dongbo Shuang hurriedly retreated as his wound healed. My speed is so much faster than his. His moves are so slow, yet I still can't block them? Dongbo Shuang felt sullen. It was as though he was a fool. The techniques that he was so proud of were like tricks in front of his opponent. Fortunately, he had an absolute advantage in speed, allowing him to fight for a while. So. Dongbo Shuang tried his best to make use of his strengths and evade his weaknesses, displaying his advantage in speed. When the Sea of Abyss Master tried his best to block, his speed was ultimately too slow. Furthermore, the black-robed lanky male was controlling the array chains in the dark, causing the pulling force to be stronger and weaker at times. This made the Sea of Abyss Master very sullen and furious. Due to the huge disadvantage in speed, he would occasionally be hit. Pooh! The spear pierced into the neck of the Sea of Abyss Master. Every part of his body was covered with a thick layer of skin. When the skin layer pierced through, it would immediately emit a boundless watery light. It was like a millstone that continuously whittled away the power of Dongbo Shuang's spear. An attack that contained world energy was completely blocked by the skin layer on the surface of his skin. Not even his skin was broken. Even though this sealing array has suppressed his strength, his fleshy body is still as strong as ever. Dongbo Shuang understood in his heart. The current sealing array chains could no longer injure the Sea of Abyss Master. It was merely suppressing him. The fleshy body of the Sea of Abyss Master had long recovered. He stood there allowing Dongbo Shuang to attack, yet Dongbo Shuang could not break through his body. This was the huge gap between a high-graded chaotic origin life form and a world realm chaotic origin life form. During the process of frenziedly fighting against the 8 tentacles, suddenly, a pung sound was heard. The spear in the hand of Dongbo Shuang abruptly exploded into smithereens, forcing Dongbo Shuang to immediately retreat. You don't even have a single good weapon." The Sea of Abyss Master sneered. Dongbo Shuiying was helpless. The spear in his hand was condensed from some of the origin source energy of this cultivation sacred world. It was covered with a layer of world energy. Naturally, its toughness was limited. It was only because the Sea of Abyss Master could unleash a slightly weaker strength that allowed him to persist until now. Amen. Dongbo Shuiying suddenly felt his heart moving. He revealed a joyous look. At this moment, his avatar located far away in his hometown origin world was relying on the mirage and illusory realm to envelop the entire origin world. He was using the will of the masses to influence the origin willpower of the origin world, and began refining the origin source of the world. "I'm about to break through." With a thought, Dongbo Shuiying disappeared. This fleshy body of his turned back into world energy and returned to the world. And his soul returned to the origin source of this cultivation sacred world. Amen? He escaped after his weapon broke? The Sea of Abyss Master was stunned. This cultivator called Monarch Feishua disappeared into thin air? How did he disappear within the envelopment of my laws? Until now the Sea of Abyss Master still did not understand. Previously when we fought, his realm is still at the half-chaotic origin level. He is incredibly weak, and his techniques are crude. If not for his speed being much faster than mine and the protection from the dense world energy around him, I would have long torn him apart. Suddenly, the expression of the Sea of Abyss Master changed. He turned towards a certain direction. The entire cultivation sacred world was trembling. The world was slightly distorting. Surging world energy was gathering there, giving birth to a terrifying aura. Chaotic origin expert? The expression of the Sea of Abyss Master changed slightly. No. The Sea of Abyss Master widened his eyes in disbelief. This is a world realm chaotic origin expert. Under normal circumstances, a weak avatar of a chaotic origin expert would need a long time to absorb the chaotic origin energy before it could become a prime avatar. Only when a life form evolved would it absorb all energy. Like when nine-headed snake ancestor broke through to become a high-graded chaotic origin life form. And when the Sea of Abyss Master broke through to become a world realm chaotic origin life form. Even if the world suppressed him, he could still absorb all energy. This kind of life form breakthrough had an exaggerated absorption rate. He could improve within a short period. Over there is a world realm chaotic origin expert emerging. The Sea of Abyss Master was absolutely certain that surging world energy was being devoured continuously. The amount of devouring was so huge that it caused the origin source of the entire cultivation sacred world to crazily absorb the chaotic origin energy from the chaotic origin dimension in all directions. Dongbo Shuiying stood in the vast wilderness. He controlled the world energy to isolate himself from the surroundings, preventing others from spying on him. Prime Avatar. The white-robed Dongbo Shuiying could not help but reveal a grin. This prime avatar occupied 90% of his current strength. And in his hometown origin world, all his avatars in the realm Heart Greatland only added up 10% of his strength. No other choice. Even though his avatars were scattered across different places, in reality, they shared the same consciousness and body. The energy they could withstand had temporarily reached its limit. If I have enough time, I can properly dig out more of the profound mysteries contained in my body and soul. Dongbo Shuiying shook his head with a smile. But there is no need for that. Currently, I should focus all my effort on fusing the Tao of Void and Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. I just need 4 hours before I succeed in fusing them together, allowing me to grasp a Tao at the chaotic origin level. With my current strength, I should be able to deal against the Sea of Abyss Master. Dongbo Shuiying was confident. No matter what, the Sea of Abyss Master was a new world realm chaotic origin life form. He was one too. Furthermore, his strength would not be suppressed. Dongbo Shuiying teleported towards where the Sea of Abyss Master was. When Dongbo Shuiying appeared before the Sea of Abyss Master, the Sea of Abyss Master was stunned. Much less him, even the treasure spirit black-robed tall and thin male, and some of the distant chaotic origin experts were startled. World realm chaotic origin expert. He broke through? So fast. In order to refine the origin source of a world, one has to gradually influence the will of the masses. This is something that requires a long time. How could he be so fast? Even though several chaotic origin experts were scattered across some mysterious places in the endless chaotic origin dimension, they were still delighted to see the birth of a new world realm chaotic origin expert. It's just that Dongbo Shuiying's breakthrough was too fast. You have truly surprised me. The Sea of Abyss Master stared at Dongbo Shuiying. He became solemn. Why are you planning on killing me? Of course I am going to kill you. Dongbo Shuiying nodded. Don't hide your moves anymore. Just you, a new world realm chaotic origin expert, and you want to kill me? The Sea of Abyss Master growled. My bloodline is noble. This sealing array might affect my strength, but it cannot change the strength of my body. You can't kill me. Oh, let's try. Dongbo Shuiying suddenly moved. Dongbo Shuiying was too lazy to borrow the world energy anymore. Because the origin source of the cultivation sacred world was slightly weak, the world energy he borrowed was barely at the level of a high-graded chaotic origin life form. To the current Dongbo Shuiying, he could at most amplify his strength by 10% to 20%. There was no need for that. At this moment, the moment he moved, many figures appeared around the Sea of Abyss Master. The Sea of Abyss Master was incredibly solemn. He knew that every single figure was his true body. This was part of the profound mysteries of the Tao of Void at the chaotic origin level. After all, when one's body reached this realm, it would naturally contain many unique aspects. He could appear in different spaces at the same time. Even though the Sea of Abyss Master's strength was suppressed, he could not stop him. Pooh! A palm pierced over. His palm was like a blade. The tip of his palm vaguely contained the sharpness of a void blade. Chi! It forcefully pierced through the skin membrane layer of the Sea of Abyss Master's chest. The skin membrane layer was filled with endless water light that stacked on top of one another. It was also continuously eroding, twisting, and hindering the other party. Dongbo Shuiying frowned slightly. His palm had finally pierced through the skin membrane layer. He then pierced through the skin of the Sea of Abyss Master. His skin was incredibly tough, and it felt incredibly thick. Only after piercing through the skin and into the flesh layer did Shuiying's palm strike lose its strength. What a terrifying fleshy body. Dongbo Shuiying was inwardly startled. In terms of fleshy body strength, he should be around 5 times stronger than me. Innate chaotic origin life forms were usually born in the chaotic origin dimension. Their bodies were famous for being tyrannical. Cultivators who did not have a chaotic origin bloodline would be considered a world realm chaotic origin expert. In terms of fleshy body, they were still weaker by an entire level. In addition, the Sea of Abyss Master had a noble bloodline. His fleshy body was considered extremely strong even among New World Realm chaotic origin life forms. That was why his fleshy body was so much stronger than Dongbo Shuiying's. But cultivators that were born in origin worlds might not have chaotic origin bloodlines, but they had a huge advantage. That was because world realm chaotic origin experts could own an origin world territory. In their own origin worlds, they could fight against overlords. Their survival capabilities were much stronger than those world realm chaotic origin life forms. He injured me? The Sea of Abyss Master frowned as he looked at the bloodstains on his chest. He immediately sensed his clansman through his bloodline. Big brother, I've met a new world realm chaotic origin expert in this prison world. Even though his strength is ordinary, if I were to be suppressed and attacked by him, I'm afraid I could only hold on for an hour. Chung Hao, my brother, you can be rest assured. After I reported upwards, the primogenitor will know what you have experienced previously. He is certain that you have great potential and thinks highly of you. Together with the other primogenitors, he will once again increase the intensity of his attacks. He has even sent quite a few world realm chaotic origin life forms to save you. The one closest to you will arrive not too long later. The Sea of Abyss Master let out a sigh of relief. At the same time he transmitted. Big brother, why does the primogenitor think highly of me? Haha, by then, I'll bring you to meet the primogenitor. The Sea of Abyss Master was in a good mood. His comrades would arrive soon. And the ones he sent out to fight were definitely not those new world realm chaotic origin life forms. I'll let you be happy for now. In a while the situation will change. The Sea of Abyss Master looked at Dongbo Shuang in front of him. Currently his movements were slow. He could still fight against the half-chaotic origin life-form body Dongbo Shuang who relied on world energy previously. But against the current Dongbo Shuang who was similarly a world realm chaotic origin life-form, he could not resist at all. Dongbo Shuang's body became blurred. He appeared in all directions of the Sea of Abyss Master, and continued attacking. Wounds kept appearing on the body of the Sea of Abyss Master, albeit they were very shallow. Dongbo Shuang did not care about it. His mind was practically focused on deducing the fusion of the Tao of Void and the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. Because there were no bottlenecks during the fusion, it was very smooth. As his comprehension deepened, even if he did not put in much effort, his ability to unleash his strength was gradually becoming stronger. Dongbo Shuang's blurred figure appeared behind the side of the Sea of Abyss Master. He punched out at the waist of the other party. This punch. However, there was a strange explosion. Accompanied by a loud explosion, the place where the fist landed started collapsing. Space itself was collapsing, and the Sea of Abyss Master's skin membrane, skin layer, and flesh were similarly collapsing. A huge wound appeared. This wound was much bigger, and part of the flesh had even collapsed and disappeared. What? After suffering from this vicious blow, the expression of the Sea of Abyss Master changed. He even felt terror in his heart. How could this be? He has just broken through and become a world realm chaotic origin life form. Even if he wanted to dig out his potential and research many secret techniques, he should have become stronger gradually. How could he improve so much in such a short period of time? He could not understand. But he was afraid. Because at this moment, many figures of Dongbo Shuang were surrounding the Sea of Abyss Master. All of them were punching out, causing the body of the Sea of Abyss Master to collapse, causing his injuries to worsen. Big brother, big brother. The Sea of Abyss Master anxiously transmitted another message. I can't hold on for much longer. I can only hold on for the time taken to brew a cup of tea. What? Didn't you say you have an hour? The time taken to brew a cup of tea is too tight. I'll immediately inform Yen. Yen is the closest to you. I'll ask you to rush over as soon as possible. Hurry up. The Sea of Abyss Master anxiously said. He did not wish to die like this. He had been tortured for so long in the cultivation sacred world. He had endured for so long in order to break through to become a world realm chaotic origin life form. He looked forward to escaping and becoming stronger, so that he could slaughter those cultivators in the future. Die like this? That was too unreconciled. Another 5 breaths of time passed. Amen. Dongbo Shuang's eyes brightened. His offensive technique changed again. He swung his right arm. It was like a spear hacking down. Even before it touched the Sea of Abyss Master, the space started cracking into many layers like a cake. The space where the Sea of Abyss Master was at had been split into more than 10,000 layers. It's just that the fleshy body of the Sea of Abyss Master was too strong. Even though many wounds appeared on the surface of his body remained stable. Pung. His right arm landed on the head of the Sea of Abyss Master. At that moment, the 10,000 layers of space started shattering. It was like a chain reaction, causing the power to grow stronger. It was still fine in the first few thousand layers. But when it reached the lower layers, the power of the space became even more horrifying. It even began shattering the body of the Sea of Abyss Master. What? More than half the legs of the Sea of Abyss Master disappeared. His upper body was also filled with injuries. He looked at Dongbo Shuang in terror. This move is so powerful. I'm afraid he could kill me in 3 to 5 moves. He has already reached the middle stage world realm chaotic origin level. 3 to 5 moves to kill him. There was a clear gap in the strength of both parties. Such an offensive power could indeed be classified as a middle stage world realm chaotic origin level. When did he become so strong? This monster. The Sea of Abyss Master looked at Dongbo Shuang. His eyes were filled with madness. His desire, his expectations, and his hatred were all gone. He knew he was finished. I have nothing to say about dying in the hands of such a monster. The Sea of Abyss Master felt despair. He directly transmitted to his clansman, "Big brother. What happened? I've already informed Yen. Yen is rushing over at full speed. He said he could reach in the time taken to brew a cup of tea. There's no need. I can't hold on any longer." "What can't hold on any longer?" "The one who killed me is a New World Realm chaotic origin expert called Monarch Feishua. He has just broken through not too long ago. Yet he is already at the middle stage World Realm chaotic origin level. He has great potential. If we can get rid of him, we should do so as soon as possible." Following that, the Sea of Abyss Master no longer transmitted his voice. Peng! Dongbo Shui Ying's arm once again slapped down. Under that slap, more than 10,000 layers of space started a chain reaction, causing another destruction. The life core that the Sea of Abyss Master protected the most was finally shattered, leaving behind only a small amount of flesh. The moment his life core shattered, the Sea of Abyss Master was dead. This was also the weakness of innate chaotic origin life forms. They were innately powerful. Yet the moment their life core shattered, they would die. Naturally, they would protect their life core very carefully. At another distant location, a towering giant was looking in a certain direction. He could sense that his clansman Cheng Hao had died. Didn't he say he could hold on for an hour? Didn't he say he could hold on for the time taken to brew a cup of tea? Dead. He died just like that? The primogenitors have started attacking again for you. The towering giant muttered to himself. Monarch Feishua? He has just broken through to the middle stage World Realm chaotic origin level? No matter what. This towering giant immediately reported everything that happened to the primogenitor. Chapter 1396. His hometown origin world. He and his wife Jingqiu were currently in a courtyard. They were currently sitting under a pavilion and cultivating. They were preparing to become an overlord within 4 hours. The news of him becoming a chaotic origin expert, killing a sacred master, and the transformation of the entire primal chaos void. Dongbo Shuang did not tell forefather Tianyu, Sword Master, Blade Emperor, Wu Zhu, and others. After all, this implicated too many people, and the influence was too great. It was better for him to find a time to tell them about it in detail. As for now, cultivation was more important. Who? A figure appeared on the grass. Dongbo Shuang looked and immediately stood up. Lord Locheng. I know you have just broken through and need to consolidate your strength. I originally did not plan to disturb you, but there is something that I need your help with. Lord Locheng said. Lord Locheng, please speak. Dongbo Shuang answered. You have just killed that Sea of Abyss Master. You have done quite well. Lord Locheng said. He did not dare to break through to the grand perfection high-graded chaotic origin life form, even under the vile conditions of being imprisoned and suppressed. Instead, he had been enduring until he was fully prepared. Eventually, he broke through to the grand perfection level, and even broke through to the world realm chaotic origin level. His potential is huge, and it is possible for him to reach the grand perfection world realm chaotic origin level. Who knows? There might even be another innate chaotic origin life form primogenitor appearing in the future. By killing him, you have solved a problem. Dongbo Shuang listened. Primogenitors are overlord-level innate chaotic origin life forms. Lord Locheng explained. Even though they have not grasped the essence of the Tao, they have dug out their bloodline energy to the limit. Every one of them is hard to deal with. Overlords have to work together before they can kill an primogenitor. Like the Realm Heart Great Land Broken Teeth mountain range you once visited. Those two innate chaotic origin life forms are the two primogenitors. I understand. Dongbo Shuang was enlightened. This chaotic origin dimension is endless and vast. It is filled with many mysteries. The innate chaotic origin life form primogenitors are merely our greatest enemies. There are many other dangers. Lord Locheng said. Even though our overlords are the strongest in the vast chaotic origin dimension, we are ultimately too few in number, just 8. There's no need to talk about this for now. You'll find out in the future. Lord Locheng continued. The potential of that Sea of Abyss Master has also attracted the attention of some innate chaotic origin life form primogenitors. They have increased their attacks against us. Even the 8 of us overlords are temporarily restrained by them. They have sent several world realm chaotic origin life forms to rescue the Sea of Abyss Master. Even though the Sea of Abyss Master has been killed by you, those primogenitors will only become more furious. Those world realm chaotic origin life forms that are about to arrive will also be wantonly destroyed. I need your help to stall them for a while. Our experts are also rushing over. All right, I will do my best to delay them. Dongbo Shuiying immediately promised. Only now did he understand. The cultivators did not seem to be having an easy time in the vast chaotic origin dimension. No wonder Lord Locheng, Yuan and the others were doing their best to nurture the weak cultivators, hoping to give birth to a chaotic origin expert. It was because their side was not strong enough. Within a dark tunnel within the vast chaotic origin dimension. This was a void tunnel. It stealthily passed through the many obstacles placed by the cultivators. No other choice. The chaotic origin dimension was too vast. Even though the cultivators had placed many obstacles, it was impossible for them to completely obstruct the path of the vast chaotic origin dimension. At most, they could serve as a precautionary measure. Within the dark tunnel, a stream of light was currently flying. His entire body was covered in golden scales. He had 12 golden horns on his head, and his eyes were dark yellow in color. He had 8 thick and muscular arms. All of them were covered in golden scales. Many inscriptions could be seen on the scales that covered his entire body. He was none other than Yin. A late-stage world realm chaotic origin lifeform expert was ordered to rescue Yin, because he was the closest. What he died. Yin was slightly furious. He was killed by a new world realm chaotic origin expert called Monarch Feishue. He has just broken through. Yet he is already a middle-stage world realm chaotic origin expert? Yan's eyes were filled with a murderous light. He can't stop me. He was very confident. After all, there was a gap of a minor level between both parties. He could easily kill that Monarch Feishue before destroying some of the important territories of the cultivators. Furthermore, he had reinforcements behind him. The primogenitor has ordered us to destroy a total of 15 worlds constructed by the overlords in this region. Yin continued rushing forward. He understood that the primogenitors were infuriated and were about to launch another attack. Destroying these 15 worlds was merely the target of this side. Cultivation Sacred World. Dongbo Shuiying's body shrunk back to his original state. He waved his hand and kept the remnant flesh of the Sea of Abyss Master. At the same time, some of the shackles in midair rapidly disappeared. He has been eliminated. Dongbo Shuiying looked at the distant Scarlet Cloud City that had turned into ruins. He sighed inwardly. Not long ago, he had yet to jump out of the cage and become a chaotic origin life form. Currently, he had killed a world realm chaotic origin life form, but roughly 4 hours later, he would become an overlord. These were nothing much. Monarch Feishue. A voice transmitted over from afar. Dongbo Shuiying also sensed it. He turned over. A red-nosed old man with a wine gourd hanging by his waist penetrated through the world. He flew over to where Dongbo Shuiying was. He chuckled. I am the patrol of this 7th region under the Overlord, Scarlet Peak Taoist. Previously when I rushed over, I have personally witnessed everything that Monarch Feishue has done. He has just broken through, and is already a middle-stage world realm chaotic origin life form. Truly admirable. He has been restricted by the array shackles. Killing him isn't much, Dongbo Shuiying said. Has the Overlord told you everything? Scarlet Peak Taoist asked again. Lord Locheng has mentioned it. Dongbo Shuiying nodded. Those innate chaotic origin life form primogenitors would definitely want to save that Sea of Abyss Master. Now that they failed, they would definitely be furious. It is normal for them to launch an all-out attack. Scarlet Peak Taoist said. This is merely a weak avatar of mine responsible for patrolling the surroundings. It isn't even 1,000th of my peak strength. It is impossible for me to participate in this battle. We can only rely on you, Monarch Feishue. Understood. Dongbo Shuiying chuckled. He only had a single prime avatar. The other avatars were too weak. Especially if the patrolling region was large enough, he would have to split out many avatars to patrol the area. Monarch Feishue, Scarlet Peak Daoist said. I have to remind Monarch that those who dare to kill their way to our territory, and were originally sent to save the Sea of Abyss Master must be incredibly strong. It is possible that they are Grand Perfection World Realm Chaotic Origin lifeforms. Scarlet Peak Daoist said. If you can delay for as long as you can. If the enemies are too strong and you can't delay for too long, it's fine too. Even if they destroy 3 to 5 worlds, we can't do anything about it. As time passes, our experts will rush over. After all, they could not ask too much of a new expert like Dongbo Shuang. Letting a middle-stage World Realm Chaotic Origin expert deal against a Grand Perfection World Realm Chaotic Origin expert? That would be asking too much. I'll naturally do my best, Dongbo Shuang said. Oh right, Patrol Scarlet Peak. I have a matter that I need Patrol Scarlet Peak's help with. Just say it, Scarlet Peak Daoist said. We are all cultivators who have jumped out of the cage to become a chaotic origin life form. We have to help each other to survive in the endless chaotic origin dimension. When Dongbo Shuang heard that, it seemed that the relationship between chaotic origin experts was quite good. I lack a weapon, Dongbo Shuang said. Currently I have broken through, yet I don't have a suitable spear. With his current strength, most weapons would shatter in battle. Without a good weapon, he could only rely on his body to fight. Weapon? Scarlet Peak Daoist had a bitter look. I am ashamed. This is just a weak avatar of mine patrolling outside. How could I possibly bring along a powerful weapon? I don't even have a weapon that is sufficiently powerful. Dongbo Shuang was stunned. That's right. Why would a weak avatar bring along any important items? Patrol Scarlet Peak, do you have any techniques to refine chaotic origin weapons? Could you tell me about it? Dongbo Shuang said. I don't know much about refining chaotic origin weapons. But if I have the techniques, I'm confident I can refine one quickly. Weapon refinement isn't that easy, Scarlet Peak Daoist said as he passed a wristband to Dongbo Shuang. This is a communication treasure refined by another overlord, Yuan. You might not have it, but you should use it first. In a while, you should go and face the enemies. It will be easier for me to contact you. As for the techniques to refine chaotic origin weapons, I'll transmit them to you now. Most chaotic origin experts can easily obtain these techniques. Dongbo Shuang received it and refined it. Following that, he received a large amount of information. It was precisely the techniques to refine chaotic origin weapons. There were a total of 12 of them. Also, these are some unique materials that I have collected in the chaotic origin dimension after patrolling many regions. After all, I have been patrolling for a long time, so I would occasionally collect some. I'll gift them to you, Monarch Feishue. Scarlet Peak Daoist threw over a storage treasure. Dongbo Shuang checked through it. Good fellow. There were many colorful materials placed inside. All of them had extraordinary aura. After all, there were many mysteries in the vast chaotic origin dimension. Those that could be collected by Scarlet Peak Daoist were all extraordinary. Scarlet Peak Daoist disdained to collect materials like chaotic origin sand because it was too common. Chaotic origin sand could be found almost everywhere in the chaotic origin dimension. Many thanks, Patrol Scarlet Peak, Dongbo Shuang said. It's a minor matter, but I guess that the enemies will arrive soon. How would you have the time to refine a weapon? Scarlet Peak Daoist shook his head. Dongbo Shuang chuckled. Patrol Scarlet Peak, please follow me. Saying that, he took a step. The void in front of him tore apart. The inscription shackles that sealed the entire world could not obstruct Dongbo Shuang and Scarlet Peak Daoist. The two of them left this cultivation sacred world. The moment they left, they arrived in the vast chaotic origin dimension. These cracks. Dongbo Shuang could not help but look at the cracks that extended through the vast chaotic origin dimension. These cracks extended to an endless distance. Before reaching the chaotic origin dimension, Dongbo Shuang could not see the end of these cracks. And now he could see the end. However, the area covered by these cracks was still extremely wide. These are the blade scars left behind by the overlords. Scarlet Peak Daoist sighed as he watched. These blade scars have remained in the chaotic origin dimension for a very long time without dissipating. Most world realm chaotic origin life forms do not dare to barge into these blade scars. If they do, they would simply be minced into nothingness. Dongbo Shuiying was startled. So strong? Just the blade scars left behind by Lord Locheng were so terrifying? The 8 overlords have all grasped the Tao of the chaotic origin dimension. Like Overlord Yuan, he has the most comprehensive techniques. He is also the only overlord that could create an origin world. Like Overlord Star Edge, he was the one that innate chaotic origin life forms feared the most. Because Overlord Star Edge specialized in sneak attacks. If he were to ambush others, even innate chaotic origin primogenitors would have a hard time discovering him. And the blade of Lord Lo Chung is also the most terrifying blade in this vast chaotic origin dimension. Dongbo Shuiying nodded. As he listened, he was also comprehending the refinement technique Scarlet Peak Daoist gave him previously on how to refine chaotic origin weapons. It was very complicated. But the Mirage Cosmos in his body had already evolved to a higher level. It had become a vast mirage space. It was much simpler to use it to refine weapons because most of them could be created from nothing. Alright, let's do it this way then. Dongbo Shuiying made his decision. Who? Dongbo Shuiying waved his hand, causing the vast chaotic origin dimension in front of him to tremble. In this huge region, a sea of chaotic origin sand was directly teleported and kept by Dongbo Shuiying. His current control of the void had reached an even more mysterious realm. Hua, the chaotic origin sand was the most commonly seen material in the chaotic origin dimension. Just 3 breaths of time, Dongbo Shuiying had collected a total of 5 trillion kilograms of chaotic origin sand. In the past when I was in the realm Heart Great Land, it wasn't easy to collect 50,000 kilograms. But now it is so easy to collect 5 trillion kilograms. Dongbo Shuiying sighed inwardly. Just like mortals digging through the vast land, there was too much chaotic origin sand everywhere. That was why Dongbo Shuiying could easily teleport and grab them. One had to know that even Void Lineage Final Realm Cosmos gods could collect chaotic origin sand. One could see how easy it was to collect chaotic origin sand. Time to refine. With a thought. With 5 trillion kilograms of chaotic origin sand as the main material, Scarlet Peak Daoist had given him some supplementary materials. In addition to some supplementary materials created from the Mirage dimension in his body, Shuiying began forming a chaotic origin weapon. For instance, the inscriptions on the weapon would rapidly appear on the surface of the chaotic origin sand with a thought. Just 5 breaths of time later. Done. Dongbo Shuiying revealed a grin. He who specialized in the Tao of Mirage should be the fastest at refining a weapon. Who? He waved his hand. At that moment, a black spear appeared in the chaotic origin dimension. This spear was like a sky pillar. It was also covered in inscriptions. Chaotic origin weapon? So fast. Scarlet Peak Daoist was dumbstruck by the sight. Dongbo Shuiying extended his hand, causing this weapon to rapidly shrink. It shrunk to just 2 meters or so. Dongbo Shuiying held it with a single hand. This weapon is very clumsy. I can only rely on quantity to refine it. Dongbo Shuiying said. To others, refining 5 trillion kilograms of chaotic origin sand was a complicated process. But Dongbo Shuiying could do it with a thought in the mirage. The power of this weapon is ordinary. What's good about it is that it is firm and durable. Amongst the weapons of world realm chaotic origin experts, this weapon of his was considered low-end. But he had no choice. He could only refine it in this short period. It was sufficient for him to be sturdy. After all, he would be able to step into the Overlord class not long later. By then, he would naturally have the time to refine a weapon that was good enough. He would just have to make do with this weapon. Amen. Scarlet Peak Daoist's expression suddenly changed. He looked afar and said, Monarch Feishua, I can sense that the enemy is about to appear. Let me bring you over. They are really fast. Dongbo Shuiying was slightly startled. He had just refined his weapon. With a thought, a weak avatar was formed. It flew into the cultivation sacred world. He left a weak avatar here just in case. Let's go. Dongbo Shuiying and Scarlet Peak Taoist immediately rushed into the distance. Chapter 1397. Scarlet Peak Taoist brought along Dongbo Shuiying as they traveled through the vast chaotic origin dimension. The chaotic origin dimension was too vast. Even chaotic origin experts would have to spend quite a lot of time traveling through it. South, a blood-colored thread abruptly turned into two figures. They were none other than Scarlet Peak Taoist and Dongbo Shuiying. Look, it's over there. Scarlet Peak Taoist pointed ahead. That chaotic origin void tunnel has been penetrated through. The enemy is about to appear. Dongbo Shuiying immediately looked over. Given his current perception of the chaotic origin void, he could feel how strange that piece of chaotic origin dimension was. It felt as if there was a fixed tunnel tunneling over from afar. He has appeared. Dongbo Shuiying could clearly sense it too. An enormous being tunneled out from that tunnel. The moment he came out, his body rapidly expanded back to its original size. His body was so huge that it was approximately 1/100th the size of an ordinary origin world. Just by standing there, it caused the surrounding chaotic origin energy to surge. His body naturally emitted the laws that charged against the chaotic origin energy. The 12 golden horns on his head pierced upwards. His 8 arms were thick and powerful. Countless laws and profound mysteries at the chaotic origin level revolved on them. Different parts of his body had different time flow. Some regions had faster time flow, and some slower time flow. Space was even folded, allowing many parts of his body to be folded at the same space. His existence was just like an ultra-miniature origin world. It's him? Yen. Scarlet Peak Taoist looked from afar. At that moment his expression changed. He immediately transmitted to Dongbo Shuiying, Monarch Feishue. Yen is a late-stage world realm chaotic origin expert. Furthermore, his accumulations are deep. He isn't someone to be trifled with. If you can delay for as long as you can, it doesn't matter even if you can't. Remember, you must not fight him head-on. The gap in strength between the two of you is too huge. This weak avatar of mine will no longer stay here in case he gets affected by the two of you. Saying that, Scarlet Peak Taoist rapidly turned into a blood-colored thread. He immediately fled in the direction of the cultivation sacred world. Within the vast chaotic origin dimension, a silver-haired three-eyed male was currently traveling at high speed. He was a world realm chaotic origin expert from the side of the cultivators. And he was also known as Sirius. Sirius was a grand perfection world realm chaotic origin expert. He was absolutely a famous general under the 8 overlords. Currently, he was under orders to rush over to help. Not only him, but other experts were also rushing over to reinforce this place. This was because the enemy had launched a large-scale attack this time, and the cultivation sacred world was one of the important battlefields. Sirius was the fastest among the many experts who came to the rescue, but he still needed about 2 hours to arrive. Yen. As Sirius hurried along, he also looked into the distance. He immediately discovered the appearance of Yen. If he were to go over and fight one-on-one, he might even be able to kill him after spending some time. Emperor Feishue. Sirius immediately transmitted over. Dongbo Shuiying had left behind an imprint on his newly acquired communication treasure. His energy imprint would naturally spread out, allowing other chaotic origin experts to communicate with each other. I, Sirius, have received orders to come here. I will rush over to help you as soon as possible. You must be careful and maintain a sufficient distance from him. If you get any closer, your main avatar will be in danger of dying. Remember this. Sirius transmitted over. I've fought with Yen before. This is a detailed intelligence report on him. Dongbo Shuiying was reminded by Scarlet Peak Taoist and Sirius. He also obtained the intelligence report. Maintain a sufficient distance? Dongbo Shuiying wielded a black spear. He stepped on the endless chaotic origin energy as he walked over. At the same time, his body expanded, and eventually, he became a size smaller than Sirius. He was only half the height of the other party. This was already the limit that Dongbo Shuiying could maintain without affecting his strength. You are Emperor Feishue? Are you the one who killed Qinghao? Yen stood there. His pair of dark yellow eyes stared at Dongbo Shuiying. Even though the distance between the two was quite far, they could still see each other clearly. Qinghao, are you talking about the one who is imprisoned in the Sea of Abyss? If it is him, then I am indeed the one who killed him. Dongbo Shuiying continued walking forward. Every step he took was done by executing his movement technique. His speed was incredibly fast. 2 life forms with the size of an ultra-miniature origin world. Even if they did not execute any profound mysteries, a simple step was already incredibly big. A new world realm chaotic origin life form has the strength of a middle stage expert? As Yin walked over, he was pondering over it. They would die the moment their life cores were destroyed. Hence, they were even more careful. When they dug out their bloodlines, they would first dig out their survival capabilities to the limit. These innate chaotic origin life forms were usually the strongest in many aspects, especially in survival. I should eliminate this prime avatar of his first. Yin did not feel any threat from him. The distance between the two was rapidly shrinking. Emperor Feishue, don't get too close. Execute your techniques from afar. Sirius transmitted anxiously. Emperor Feishue, be careful. Don't get too close. Scarlet Peak Taoist was greatly alarmed. Maintain your distance from him. Dongbo Shuiying did not care about it. The distance between the two was still shrinking. Yan's dark yellow eyes were filled with killing intent. Wang. With a thought from Dongbo Shuiying, a figure that seemed more enchanting than chaotic origin crystal jades appeared in his consciousness. That was none other than the condensed soul of Dongbo Shuiying. This was the soul of a world realm chaotic origin expert. Even though it had the color of a chaotic origin crystal jade, it was more reserved. Furthermore, there were strands of dark light circulating within. Every strand of dark light, if one carefully dissected it, would reveal countless profound mysteries. The Tao of Soul was incredibly mysterious. Most chaotic origin experts could hardly dig out the profound techniques contained within the soul. Dongbo Shuiying had reached the final realm in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. After inspecting his soul, he immediately comprehended many techniques he could execute. Descend. A faint illusory realm appeared in the surroundings. It enveloped a vast region. This region was several thousand times bigger than the diameter of an origin world. It also enveloped the distant Yen within the illusory realm. This was the first time Dongbo Shuiying executed a soul technique after becoming a chaotic origin expert. This technique contained profound mysteries that Dongbo Shuiying comprehended from his current soul. It was a technique at the chaotic origin level. Furthermore, it was executed using the soul energy of a world realm chaotic origin life form. In terms of power, it was many times stronger than when he had a half-chaotic origin life form body. Amen. What technique is this? Yin suddenly felt a wave of panic. The materialized illusory realm around him was pulling on his soul. Yan's life core was trembling. He was trying his best to resist against it. Kill. Dongbo Shuiying brandished his spear. He had already gotten close to Yan. What a strange technique. It is actually a technique that targets the soul. I have met so many world realm chaotic origin experts, yet I have never seen such a terrifying soul technique. Yen felt apprehensive. Even though there were some chaotic origin experts who could execute soul techniques. But in terms of power, Dongbo Shuiying's technique was absolutely the most terrifying world realm chaotic origin expert he had met. Pung pung pung. Both parties instantly clashed. Why did Yan's technique become so weak? He hasn't even displayed half of his strength, right? Sirius, who was rushing over, was also watching the battle. He could not help but feel startled. Yan's strength is indeed much weaker. Is it related to that illusory realm that manifested? MN, Monarch Feishue should have reached the middle stage world realm chaotic origin level. Now that Yan's strength has greatly weakened, he should be able to fight against Yan head-on. Scarlet Peak Taoist watched the battle from afar. He let out a sigh of relief, but closely following that his expression changed. Not good. This is bad. Dongbo Shuiying was fighting with Yan. Even though Yan's strength had greatly weakened, he was still slightly stronger than Dongbo Shuiying. But both parties had just exchanged a few dozen moves. Dongbo Shuang could not parry against the 8 arms of the other party. 2 of the other party's arms wrapped around Dongbo Shuang's spear, while the other 6 pierced into Dongbo Shuang's body. Hualab Dongbo Shuang's body turned into powder under a violent tearing and vibrating force. Killed in a single move. That spear landed in the hands of Yan. What? One of Yan's 8 arms grabbed onto this black spear. He felt slightly puzzled. Why is his protective technique so weak? I actually destroyed his body in a single move? According to logic, a chaotic origin expert would dig out all the techniques he had. He would even do his best in protection, defense, fleshly body, and many other survival techniques. Hence, even if the other party was struck, he would only suffer from light injuries. Both parties would usually fight for a long time. Furthermore, the other party would immediately escape when they saw that the situation was amiss. It was not easy to kill the other party. For instance, Sirius had fought with Yen before. Yet he could not kill the other party. Dongbo Shuang was defeated instantaneously. His prime avatar was wiped out. This caused Scarlet Peak Taoist and Sirius, who originally had hoped to fall into a daze. I was still hoping that he could delay for more time. Yet he was killed so quickly. Scarlet Peak Taoist and Sirius were slightly speechless. No matter what, he is still an expert who became a chaotic origin expert. Why is he so careless? Were there any fools who could become a chaotic origin expert? But Dongbo Shuang's actions made them speechless. Wang. At this moment, the cultivation sacred world was furiously devouring the surrounding chaotic origin energy. Endless chaotic origin energy was constantly surging into the cultivation sacred world and being converted by the origin source of the world. Dongbo Shuang's weak avatar remained in the cultivation sacred world. If his weak avatar were to absorb the chaotic origin energy by himself, it would be too slow. Allowing the origin source of the cultivation world to absorb the chaotic origin energy. In terms of efficiency, the origin source of the world held an enormous advantage. Even the strongest life form could not match up to the origin source of a smaller world, like the cultivation sacred world. It was even more impossible for it to compare with the origin source of an origin world. Hong Long Long, Dongbo Shuang's body was rapidly becoming stronger. Just 3 breaths of time later, his body had recovered to the level of his prime avatar. This recovery ability of mine is indeed huge. By relying on an ownerless world, I can allow my weak avatar to rapidly grow stronger. Dongbo Shuang sighed inwardly. It's a pity that it can only be a world that doesn't repel me. Like the strongest world. Origin world. They would repel life forms from other origin worlds. Outsiders could only reach the primal chaos realm. In an origin world, even the high and mighty overlords would similarly be suppressed to the primal chaos realm when they entered an origin world. For instance, Lord Lo Chung and the others were the same. They could not stop the destruction devils at all. What if they used force? When an overlord went all out, the outcome would be the destruction of the origin world. An origin world could be said to be one that would rather break than bend. Naturally, that was because the operation of the origin world had its own laws. It did not fear. In the vast chaotic origin dimension, other than the origin world, chaotic origin experts had constructed many other worlds as their base. After all, high-graded chaotic origin lifeforms could not control an origin world. They could only reside in some newly constructed worlds like the Lightning World. Even though the worlds created by chaotic origin experts were crude and weak, they would not repel chaotic origin experts. Because once they did, chaotic origin experts could not enter. As long as Dongbo Shuang could enter, he would be able to borrow the world energy of an ownerless origin world. I have regained my strength. This is truly disgraceful. I lost so quickly. I even lost the weapon I just refined. Dongbo Shuang felt helpless. He immediately flew out of the cultivation sacred world. The moment he left the cultivation sacred world, he saw the red-nosed old man, Scarlet Peak Taoist, standing outside the chaotic origin dimension. Scarlet Peak Taoist looked at Dongbo Shuang with shock as he left the cultivation sacred world. You, this weak avatar of yours, how did it reach the strength of a prime avatar so quickly? Previously, the cultivation sacred world was absorbing the surrounding world energy. Is it because of you? He was paying full attention to his great enemy, Yen. He did not care about what was happening within the cultivation sacred world. Yes. Dongbo Shuang nodded. The reason why this weak avatar of mine could become stronger is also because of my technique. I'll tell you more about it later. Alright, hurry up and delay him. The longer you delay, the less damage he can cause. He is currently rushing over here. This is a communication treasure. You should have lost it previously, right? Scarlet Peak Daoist threw out another communication treasure and said, "This time you better not be rash. I am ashamed. I have just broken through and have yet to research on any protective techniques." Dongbo Shuang said, "Indeed. A qualified world realm chaotic origin expert would research on the laws and profound mysteries of their body. They would even dig out many secret techniques to strengthen their fleshy body. For instance, a new world realm chaotic origin expert would usually have a fleshy body that was 3 to 4 times stronger after reaching the middle stage world realm chaotic origin expert. There were also protective secret techniques that would form many layers of protection on the surface of the body. For instance, the skin membrane that the Sea of Abyss Master had was a type of protective secret technique. There were also some defensive techniques used during combat. Regardless, the strength of the fleshy body, protective secret techniques, defensive techniques, escaping techniques, everything would be perfected. Only then would one be qualified in terms of survival. In combat, there were also tyrannical, sinister, or strange techniques. Only by digging out all aspects would one be strong enough. And Dongbo Shuiying's focus was on the Tao of Void absorbing the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. He wanted to reach the Overlord level in one fell swoop. He did not research on such techniques at all. His fleshy body remained at the New World Realm chaotic origin level. He did not deliberately ponder on any protective secret techniques either. He just failed to defend against a single move before being wiped out. South. Yin was currently rushing towards the cultivation sacred world. Suddenly, he saw that familiar white-robed young man coming out from the cultivation sacred world. Furthermore, his body rapidly expanded until it was only slightly smaller than him. Monarch Feishue? Yin was stunned. What is going on? Prime Avatar. Shouldn't there be just one? For a weak avatar to evolve into a prime avatar, just the amount of energy required was frightening. He had to absorb the chaotic origin energy for a very long time. Coming from his own origin world? It should take a long time for him to travel. He clearly came out from that imprisoned world. And that imprisoned world is a slightly cruder world created by the Overlord. It isn't an origin world, and it is impossible for it to be his territory. Yin felt puzzled. That was not logical. He could not understand. He had just killed a prime avatar, yet another prime avatar appeared. Let's kill him first. Yin no longer pondered. He directly charged over. Wang. Dongbo Shuang once again unleashed his illusory realm. This time he maintained a distance. He executed many combat techniques. At least in terms of pure offense, he was qualified as a middle-stage world realm chaotic origin expert. He was even comprehending new techniques. He did not deliberately comprehend them. Improving his fleshy body? Protective secret techniques? Escaping secret techniques? He did not comprehend any of them. Instead, as time passed, his fusion between the Tao of Void and Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm became deeper. Even if he did not spend much effort, he would feel that the profound mysteries contained in his body were becoming easier to understand. Naturally, many secret techniques would appear in his mind. This was what it meant by, when the conditions are right. Seal. Dongbo Shuang was enlightened. He comprehended a new technique. He immediately extended both his hands. Many shackles appeared in the surrounding chaotic origin dimension. These shackles wrapped around this region and wrapped around Yen. Some of the void shackles even permeated into the body of Yen. Yan's expression changed at that moment. He could feel how powerful this terrifying sealing secret technique was. It had caused his strength to drop further. This sealing domain is definitely a late-stage world realm chaotic origin technique. Yen was startled. His body is so weak, yet how could his sealing domain be so strong? It was too unbalanced. A chaotic origin expert should be comparable in all aspects. At most, he would be slightly stronger in certain aspects. It was impossible for such a huge gap to exist. Fleshy body, new world realm chaotic origin? Sealing domain technique, late stage world realm chaotic origin? So strange. Yin had yet to encounter any danger. But this strangeness made him feel that something was amiss. He looked at this white-robed young man in front of him. He could not see through him at all. Other than the sealing domain technique, his other offensive techniques were still at the middle stage world realm chaotic origin level. They did not pose any threat to Yin. Let's wait a little longer. If I feel that something is amiss, I'll escape. Yin thought. He felt that his survival techniques were strong enough. This delay. Another time taken to brew a cup of tea passed. This battle had lasted for close to an hour. Dongbo Shuang did not deliberately comprehend it. But his accumulations were too deep. Hence, he naturally comprehended many techniques. The surface of his skin began revolving with layers of void light. This was a protective secret technique. The aura of his body was naturally becoming stronger. This was the strengthening of his fleshy body. Pupu. When he slashed out with his palm, thousands of palms came from different voids. Under the influence of the sealing domain and the mirage and illusory realm, Yin could not defend against it at all. Dongbo Shuiying's palm hacked down on Yan's neck. This chop caused the golden scales on his neck to shatter into pieces. Countless inscriptions revolved. And beneath the golden inscriptions was a layer of black flesh. The flesh revolved like a rope, causing Shuiying to be unable to penetrate any deeper after hacking a little. He can injure me? Yin was greatly startled. His survival techniques were incredibly strong, yet the other party could injure him? Escape. Yin did not hesitate to choose to escape, because he felt an immense threat. This monarch Feishue, excluding his soul technique, had already erupted with the strength of a late-stage world realm chaotic origin. In addition to his soul technique, he could fight against grand perfection world realm chaotic origin experts. Yin felt that if this dragged on, he might lose his life even if he was injured time after time. Furthermore, he felt that this monarch Feishue was more terrifying than other grand perfection world realm experts. His strength is rising too quickly. He is using more powerful techniques one after another. When I first fought with him, I could completely suppress him and easily destroy his body. But now he could actually fight against grand perfection world realm chaotic origin experts. Yin thought. Right now, I still have a chance of escaping. If he were to improve further, I would not even have a chance of escaping. South he frantically escaped. I understand now. That time when Meng Hao said he could last for an hour, he said he could last for the time taken to brew a cup of tea before dying. Yin felt a chill in his heart. This monarch Feishue's strength has risen too terrifyingly. Escape? Dongbo Shuiying was also chasing after him. Even though the illusory realm affected the soul, this Yin only needed a small amount of heart force to increase his speed. It's just that the surrounding void shackles had caused Yan's strength to fall by a huge chunk. But he was still faster than Dongbo Shuiying. Faster. I have to be faster. Seeing the distance between both parties getting further and further, the void shackles could no longer envelop Yan. Yan's speed became faster, and he let out a sigh of relief. Void evasive maneuver. It should be like this. Dongbo Shuiying rapidly grasped a maneuver technique. He originally comprehended the fusion of the Tao of Void and the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. Hence, he naturally specialized in the void evasive maneuver. At this moment, when he wanted to chase after the enemy, he quickly grasped a more formidable maneuver technique. His speed was even faster than Yin. Yin just let out a sigh of relief. But when he saw the white-robed young man chasing after him, and the distance between them was getting shorter, he was greatly startled. His maneuver technique has improved too. When the distance between them shrunk to a certain region, the sealing domain and the mirage and illusory realm once again enveloped over. Primogenitor. This monarch Feishue is too frightening. He specializes in soul techniques and can affect more than half my strength. Even though he is comparable to me in other aspects, I can only unleash a portion of my strength. I can't escape at all. Furthermore, he is a new world realm chaotic origin. For him to improve to such a degree within such a short period is too frightening. I have to eliminate him as soon as possible. Yin sent out a request for help. He had to ask for help. Currently, he could not even escape. Even though he could resist using his survival techniques, he might still be in danger if time dragged on. A humongous spherical life form. He was purely spherical. Even if it was magnified 1,000,000,000,000 times, even if a chaotic origin expert used their techniques to spy on him, the surface of this enormous life form would still be absolutely spherical. He was one of the innate chaotic origin primogenitors. He was called primal. Primal primogenitor was considered below average in terms of combat strength amongst the primogenitors. Naturally, this was when compared to the other primogenitors. But in terms of defensive techniques, he was number one. Once, Lord Locheng and several other overlords ganged up on him. Yet they could only injure him lightly. His body itself represented the pinnacle of the Tao of defense. Amen? Monarch Feishua specializes in soul techniques. A new world realm chaotic origin expert has the strength of a late-stage chaotic origin expert. Including his soul techniques, he could threaten Yan's life. Primal thought. I've never heard of a soul technique that could be this powerful. He is so strong despite being a new world realm chaotic origin expert. It can only mean that his accumulations are too deep. After breaking through, his accumulations would rapidly transform into strength. Primal's experience was much broader. He knew. Some half-chaotic origin cultivators had accumulated too much. Like Weather Leaf, his accumulations were deep. But in the infinite chaotic origin dimension, there were some whose accumulations were deeper than Weather Leaf's. They even comprehended many Daos. One had to know that the origin source of an origin world contained Daos. As long as one could imprint more than half of it, one could refine an origin world. And there were such experts who eventually refined the origin source of a world realm chaotic origin. Because they comprehended too many Daos, their accumulations were too deep. Even though he was a new world realm chaotic origin expert, he could continuously dig out the energy in his body, rapidly climbing to the late-stage world realm chaotic origin expert. After spending some time, he would reach the grand perfection level. He might even become an overlord in the future. There were similar examples. For instance, Yuan. Yuan was like this. He grasped too many Daos. Furthermore, after becoming an overlord, he could even create an origin world. This was something only Yuan could do amongst the 8 overlords. Sending a weak life form to another origin world to be reincarnated. The difficulty was high too. Furthermore, he specialized in Yuan. Another expert with deep accumulations? Primal thought. It seems I have to prepare properly and think of ways to eliminate him. Killing a world realm chaotic origin expert was difficult. Killing a prime avatar. A world realm chaotic origin expert could also rapidly refine another prime avatar. Only by destroying his territory in the origin world would he be able to cut off his roots. Only then could he rely on the soul connection to kill all avatars. I have to destroy his origin world. Primal pondered. He had to prepare properly. In a one-on-one battle, he could fight against overlords in an origin world. To destroy that origin world, he had to attack in a group. A group of primogenitors had to work together. The 8 overlords of the cultivators are currently scouting around. We have to deceive them and launch a sneak attack. Primal thought. I have to plan properly. I might even have to start a large-scale war to confuse them. Even though they launched a large-scale attack this time, the 8 overlords and many primogenitors did not participate in the war. Instead, they were restraining one another. At their level, they would not act easily. Fu Shen, the 3 of you hurry over and rescue Yin. Primal immediately ordered the other 3 subordinates who were rushing over. Scarlet Peak Taoist stood outside the cultivation's sacred world. He was slightly dazed as he watched from afar. Sirius, who was rushing over to rescue, Yen had been watching the battle from afar. He was also dazed. This monarch Feishua, how could it be like this? He was instantly killed at the start. His body is so weak that it is a complete mess. But following that, another prime avatar appeared. First he entangled with Yin. Following that, they were evenly matched, scaring Yin so much that he started escaping. Furthermore, he failed to escape. Yin is completely entangled with him, and is currently at an absolute disadvantage. His strength should be comparable to mine. Sirius was startled. He could see it. From the offensive techniques of Monarch Wuxia, he could only injure Yin lightly. In terms of power, he should not be as strong as Sirius. But for some unknown reason, the strength that Yin could exert was very weak. His overall strength had greatly decreased. Amen? Sirius was suddenly startled. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Yin could not escape and could only barely hold on. But all of a sudden, Dongbu Shuiying's right hand revolved and pierced out. His fingertips were like spears. His power abruptly increased. His arm revolved and pierced out. Many circular maelstrom formed in the surroundings. These maelstrom were filled with distorted chaotic origin energy. Yin was affected by the illusory realm and sealing domain. He could not defend against this move at all, allowing Dongbu Shuiying's right hand to pierce through Yan's chest. Pooh! It directly pierced through his scales, muscles and many other obstructions. More than half of the huge body of Yin, that was a miniature origin world, had been pierced through. Yan's eyes widened. Even though he could not execute any defensive techniques. His body and protective secret techniques were incredibly strong. To cause such injuries, it had to be a technique at the Grand Perfection World Realm Chaotic Origin level. If his 6 arms could fully utilize their defensive techniques, such a powerful technique would at most injure him lightly. But now he could not defend at all. He had become a punching bag. He has become even more terrifying. He is much scarier than Grand Perfection World Realm Chaotic Origin experts. Yin was horrified. Poo-poo. His body became blurred. His arm pierced out twice more. Every time, he was doing his best to lock onto that life core. Even though Yin was trying his best to protect the life core in his body, he was still pierced by Dongbu Shuiying's fingertip. It pierced the life core in his body, accompanying the life core shattering with a paw. Yan's dark yellow eyes widened. His aura began dissipating. It was too fast. A total of 3 pierces were as fast as lightning. Yin had died. At the moment of his death, Yin was filled with terror. He even understood. The combat strength of a Grand Perfection World Realm Chaotic Origin expert coupled with his soul technique had already surpassed any other Grand Perfection World Realm Chaotic Origin expert he had met. Yin did not even have the time to send a message back to report before he died. Without a spear, I can only use my hand to pierce. My spear has been thrown away due to my carelessness previously. How disgraceful. Fortunately, my fleshy body is strong enough at this level. Only then did Dongbu Shuiying pull out his arm from the abdomen of the other party. The blood stains on his arm had dissipated. He could not help but frown slightly. Even though the spear he refined was ordinary, and did not affect his strength much. But at the very least, using his hand to pierce into the body of the enemy still made Dongbu Shuiying frown. With a wave of his hand he kept all the treasures left behind by Yin. Yin had a storage treasure too. He had many unique items and that spear of his. I've obtained the spear. Dongbu Shuiying picked up this black spear. He then kept the corpse of Yin into his storage treasure. Dongbu Shuiying stood in this piece of chaotic origin void and waited silently. According to what Lord Lo Qing said, enemies were coming one after another. It wasn't just one. It has been 2 hours. Dongbu Shuiying sighed in his heart. It had been 2 hours since he became a chaotic origin life form. He had fused his Tao of Void and Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm together many times. His accumulations were too deep. That spear technique he executed with his arm was at the Grand Perfection World Realm Chaotic Origin level. It was to the extent that Dongbu Shuiying was able to comprehend many new secret techniques after inspecting his body. The new secret techniques he comprehended were practically all at the Grand Perfection World Realm Chaotic Origin level. His fleshy body was also continuously becoming stronger. Clearly, comprehending a World Realm Chaotic Origin technique was as easy as drinking water after reaching this stage. I still have 2 more hours before I reach the Overlord level. Dongbo Shuiying was looking forward to it. Xiao. Scarlet Peak Daoist turned into a blood-colored thread as he teleported over. He exclaimed, Monarch Feishua, you killed Yen? Not just him, Sirius, who was about to arrive, was similarly shocked. Chapter 1398. And on the other side, there was more than one innate chaotic origin lifeform, primogenitors. They were all watching the battle between their subordinates, Yen and Dongbo Shuiying, but the outcome shocked them. He died so quickly. This monarch Feishua has unleashed a strength comparable to a grand perfection world realm chaotic origin lifeform. He is a new chaotic origin lifeform. These primogenitors began discussing with each other. Yan's death did not mean much to the huge group of innate chaotic origin lifeforms. Quite a few of their primogenitors had fallen in history. Every single primogenitor was much more important than these world realm chaotic origin lifeforms. This monarch flying snow has just broken through. Yet he is able to erupt with the strength of a grand perfection world realm chaotic origin expert. His previous accumulations are too deep. Even Yuan and others in the past have never seen someone with such deep accumulations. Even though it is hard for a grand perfection world realm chaotic origin lifeform to become an overlord. But I feel that the possibility of this monarch Feishua becoming an overlord is still very high. Right, he might very well become the 9th overlord. This group of primogenitors placed great importance on this matter. Even though there were very few overlords amongst the cultivators, just 8 of them. But they were unquestionably the strongest life form in the vast chaotic origin dimension. Ever since they fought with them until now, quite a few innate chaotic origin primogenitors had fallen. Yet none of the cultivators' overlords had fallen. In the vast chaotic origin dimension, many terrifying existences acknowledged. The overlord was the most powerful individual among them. An overlord was not any less important than 10 primogenitors. We cannot allow him to grow. We have to find an opportunity. We have to destroy his origin world and eradicate him at all costs. All right. I agree to. We have to hurry. All of them conversed rapidly and soon agreed to this decision. It's just that formulating a good plan wasn't easy. This matter must not be discovered by the cultivator overlords. The moment the overlord protected him, it would be too hard for them to destroy an origin world with an owner. Within the vast chaotic origin dimension, Scarlet Peak Daoist flew to the side of Dongbo Shuiying saying, You have reached the grand perfection world realm chaotic origin level. Barely, Dongbo Shuiying said. New secret techniques kept appearing in his mind. As he grasped more and more grand perfection world realm chaotic origin level secret techniques, he was no longer lacking. Only then could he be considered a qualified grand perfection world realm chaotic origin expert. Of course, it would be even more powerful if soul techniques were included. This was also his unique ultimate technique. Monarch Feishua, you have just broken through today and become a chaotic origin lifeform. Yet you have already reached such a stage. That is simply unfathomable. Scarlet Peak Daoist looked at Dongbo Shuiying with a slightly heated gaze. With your talent, Monarch Feishua, there is hope for you to become a lord. Dongbo Shuiying smiled. 2 hours later, he would become a lord. Let's return to the sacred cultivation realm first. Dongbo Shuiying suddenly said, because he suddenly comprehended a body cultivation secret technique that could push his body to the grand perfection world chaotic origin level. But to improve, he needed enough energy. Back to the cultivation sacred world. Daoist Scarlet Peak was puzzled, but he still followed obediently. The two of them rapidly returned. They directly tunneled into the cultivation sacred world and began madly absorbing the world energy, allowing his body to evolve and improve. Just 10 breaths of time later, his body had reached the grand perfection world realm chaotic origin level. If he wanted to improve further, he had to step into the overlord level. South, not long after Dongbo Shuiying broke through, another figure tunneled into the cultivation sacred world. He was none other than the silver-haired three-eyed male, Sirius. Greetings Monarch Feishua. Previously, when I saw Monarch Feishua killing Yen, I am truly impressed. Sirius descended. He politely bowed. He carefully observed this white-robed young man in front of him. The aura of this young man was not any weaker than his. He is merely the first to kill his way here. There should be more powerful enemies behind. Dongbo Shuang said. Then we will wait here? Sirius chuckled as he looked at Dongbo Shuang. Let's wait here then. Dongbo Shuang was confident too. All right, let's listen to Monarch Feishua. Sirius, Dongbo Shuang, and Scarlet Peak Taoist. These three chaotic origin experts were waiting in the cultivation sacred world. They could see the direction of the deep void tunnel. Naturally, the next batch of enemies could also be rushing over from other regions. Time passed. Gradually an hour passed. Sirius looked curiously at Dongbo Shuang by the side. Dongbo Shuang was still observing initially, but at this moment he suddenly sat down cross-legged and began closing his eyes in concentration. He is cultivating. Sirius was slightly puzzled. Sirius, even though Monarch Feishua has killed Yin previously, I can clearly see that Monarch Feishua's techniques have many flaws. Scarlet Peak Taoist transmitted over. Only his offensive killing technique has reached the grand perfection level. Other techniques are slightly weaker. It is possible that Monarch Feishua has comprehended something and is currently cultivating. I believe he should be able to comprehend more techniques. Sirius nodded. He replied with a sigh. A new chaotic origin life form. Yet he could immediately reach the grand perfection world realm chaotic origin level. That is amazing. He is stronger, and his techniques are more perfected. In a while, when he encounters a huge enemy, he will be more confident. Why aren't they here yet? Sirius felt slightly puzzled. The innate chaotic origin lifeform tribe has far more numbers than us. The second batch of experts shouldn't be so slow. Hong. At this moment, an explosion was ringing in the mind of Dongbo Shuang. The further he went, the more laws and profound mysteries were fusing together, allowing Dongbo Shuang's understanding of the laws to become deeper. He suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were flashing with light. So mysterious. Dongbo Shuang looked at the endless chaotic origin dimension. The originally surging and endless chaotic origin energy had become lines in his eyes. Each line was the essence of the entire chaotic origin energy. These lines were the laws. After the laws were condensed, they would naturally evolve into endless chaotic origin energy. There were still many things that puzzled him in this endless chaotic origin dimension. For instance, there were many huge origin worlds in the distance. The structure of the origin worlds was similarly mysterious. Every origin world was the most mysterious existence in this endless chaotic origin dimension. They gave birth to all sentient beings. For instance, some innate chaotic origin lifeform bodies. They were born that way. Their bodies contained many laws, and some were things that Dongbo Shuang could not understand. Or for instance, under the operation of this endless chaotic origin dimension, there were all sorts of strange energies, like strange time-space, and some unique creations. The enemy is coming, Dongbo Shuang suddenly said. Amen. Scarlet Peak Taoist and Sirius were both startled. Scarlet Peak Taoist was the patrol of this region. He was in control of many arrangements and could sense the incoming enemies at all times. In terms of sensing the incoming enemies, Scarlet Peak Taoist as a patrol should be the sharpest. Dongbo Shuang instead stood up and walked out. The membrane wall of the cultivation sacred world directly opened up a path, allowing Dongbo Shuang to walk out. Scarlet Peak Taoist and Sirius immediately followed behind. Ooh, follow me. Dongbo Shuang brought the two of them along with him. Currently, his speed was much faster than before. This endless chaotic origin energy, in his opinion, had an order to everything. He could easily travel through it, reducing the hindrance of the chaotic origin energy. So fast. Sirius and Scarlet Peak Taoist were dumbstruck inwardly. Suddenly, Dongbo Shuang stopped. It is right ahead. Dongbo Shuang pointed ahead. Under his observation, there were currently 6 chaotic origin life forms wrapped in threads heading forward. There are a total of 6 enemies. 6? So many? Sirius and Scarlet Peak Taoist felt puzzled. Just a few breaths of time later. In the distance, the dark chaotic origin energy surged. 6 life forms tunneled out from within. Of these 6 life forms, 2 of them were in the form of fog. One was a lump of black fog that was constantly changing. It would occasionally turn into the humanoid figure of a cultivator, and at other times, it would turn into other strange forms. The white fog was similarly changing. It's just that the essence of their energy was indistinctly opposite. Other than the 2 lumps of fog, there were 3 meandering snakes. These 3 snakes were exactly the same. Clearly, they had the same bloodline. The final one was an enormous bird. Many illusory realms were formed around the bird. There are actually 3 limitless serpents. They are all grand perfection world realm chaotic origin life forms. Sirius's expression immediately changed. Fleeting life illusory extinguisher? And black and white? Monarch Facia, hurry up and escape. Hurry up and escape. Sirius did not hesitate to escape. Even though the death of their prime avatars would not affect their lives, their weapons and other treasures would be gone. They were not willing to send themselves to death. Why are you escaping? Dongbo Shuang transmitted. I feel that there is no need to escape. Monarch Facia, the overlords control the Tao of Eternal. They are naturally strong and have an advantage over the innate chaotic origin primogenitors. But we are different. We are only digging out the potential of our bodies. Compared to these world realm chaotic origin life forms, other than having an origin world territory that is good at survival, we do not have any advantage in direct combat. And the origins of these 6 are extraordinary. The limitless serpent is an extremely strange bloodline. Those of the same bloodline with similar strength could fuse their bodies together, turning into a 2-headed serpent, or even a 3-headed serpent. At the highest, they could fuse into a 9-headed serpent. Fortunately, there are only a total of 5 who have reached the grand perfection world realm chaotic origin level in this bloodline. This time 3 of them came. When the 3 of them work together, they are much stronger than me. Furthermore, they specialize in restraining the enemy. I can't escape from the 3 of them. That bird called Fu Shen specializes in illusory realms. Black and white are even more frightening. When the 2 of them work together, they aren't any weaker than those 3 limitless serpents. When the 6 of them work together, they can easily kill me. Even if you and I work together, we can't hold on for long. It's best if you don't send yourself to death. Hurry up and escape. As Sirius escaped, he was anxiously urging the others. He had even taken the initiative to send the intelligence report of these 6 to Dongbo Shuang. Dongbo Shuang carefully read through the intelligence report. Those 6 grand perfection world realm chaotic origin life forms did not chase after Sirius. Instead, they did not care about Sirius at all. Instead, all of them were observing this white-robed young man. Your 2 comrades have escaped. Why aren't you escaping? That enormous bird let out a voice. Even his illusory realm had begun permeating over. The 6 of them were currently staring at Dongbo Shuang. Originally, this bird and that black and white were the second batch of reinforcements. But along the way they received news. Yin had been killed. And it was this monarch Facia who killed Yin in 3 moves after unleashing his powerful killing technique. This caused Fu Shen and his 2 companions, black and white, to feel pressured. Even if they wanted to kill Yin, they wouldn't be able to do so quickly. That was why they waited along the way, waiting for the 3rd batch of infinite serpents to arrive. The 6 of them then moved together. They believed that when the 6 of them worked together, they should be able to face all dangers within the world realm chaotic origin life form. Amen? This is called an illusory realm? Dongbo Shuang could not help but chuckle when he felt the technique executed by that enormous bird. He did not care about it at all. In terms of mirage and illusory realm techniques, he was much stronger than that bird. Move. Kill this prime avatar of his. Let's see how formidable this new chaotic origin life form is. The 6 of them moved at once. The 3 unbounded serpents fused into a 3-headed serpent. That black fog and white fog fused together. Chi, sounds could be heard as they turned into a grayish fog girl. This fog girl only revealed her upper body. Her lower body was still covered in gray fog. At the same time, she had two faces. One face was at the back of her head. One in front, one with a smile, and the other with a cold and ruthless face. At that moment, the six of them surrounded Shuang. Wang. With a thought from Dongbo Shuang, an enormous illusory realm descended. It even appeared in reality. These six-world realm chaotic origin life forms could fuse together because of their bloodlines. But under the pull of the illusory realm, they had to endure it alone. For a moment, the six of them were greatly startled. They had diverted more than half their heart force to resist against it. For a moment, they were only left with about half of their strength. This is his soul technique? It is actually so powerful. Wouldn't our strength be greatly reduced when facing his soul technique? Who could be his opponent in a one-on-one battle among world realm chaotic origin life forms? This shouldn't be the case. Why would such a terrifying existence appear in this endless chaotic origin dimension? There is a limit to the strength of world realm chaotic origin life forms in the endless chaotic origin dimension. Why is he an exception? They were all startled. They could not understand. But they did not know. Dongbo Shuang was destined to become an overlord. Naturally, he was not someone they could compare with. The grayish fog girl fought with Dongbo Shuang in close combat. A casual move of hers contained a horrifying destructive energy. Black and White Clan. Both specialized in extermination. One specialized in erosion and annihilation, and the other specialized in purification. Both races had opposing techniques, yet they could fuse together, allowing their destructive energy to reach a whole new level. They were absolutely the most terrifying fusion bodies in close combat. Chi. Dongbo Shuang wielded a spear in his hand. The space around him flickered as it defended against everything. The three-headed snake also executed many restraining techniques. One of the snakeheads opened its mouth, causing many long tongues to fly out. Another snakehead opened its mouth, causing the surrounding void to turn pitch black. Dongbo Shuang could not see any light at all. All of them were using all sorts of techniques. Dongbo Shuang casually dealt with them. Even though the enemies were strong, they were all affected by the mirage and illusory realm, causing them to only be able to unleash half of their peak strength. Currently, Dongbo Shuang could execute many techniques to an unfathomable stage. He was actually able to perfectly defend against all of them. The six of us can't gain the upper hand even after working together? The six of them were greatly startled. This Sirius and Scarlet Peak Taoist who had escaped far away also stopped. Sirius looked at Dongbo Shuang who was currently being attacked by the six world realm chaotic origin life forms. Both parties were equally matched in that battle. Dongbo Shuang's defenses were perfect. He did not suffer any injuries at all. Sirius felt startled and ashamed at the same time. He actually chose to escape. "I'll go and help him," Sirius said. "Don't go," Scarlet Peak Taoist transmitted back. Monarch Feishua's defenses are impenetrable, but it is hard for him to threaten the lives of these six. If you go over, he won't be able to divert his attention to help you. Instead, you will be in danger. Sirius hesitated for a moment. Wang. Suddenly, many void shackles appeared in the distance. These void shackles were very thin. They were as thin as a mortal's hair. Many void shackles intertwined and restricted the surrounding region. They also restricted those six world realm chaotic origin life forms. What a formidable restraining technique. This restraining technique is definitely at the grand perfection world realm chaotic origin level. The six were startled. "Hurry up and leave." Because the gray-fogged girl was fighting with Dongbo Shuang, suddenly, she discovered that there were profound laws revolving in the eyes of Dongbo Shuang. Following that, Dongbo Shuang actually closed his eyes. He no longer cared about the six-world realm chaotic origin life forms around him. Inexplicably, the gray-fogged girl felt a soul-shaking terror. She had a premonition. The moment this monarch Feishua opened his eyes, it might very well be the moment they died. Hurry up and leave." The gray-fogged girl transmitted. At the same time, she turned around and fled. "Why? He has always been defending. Why do we have to escape? If we escape now, How are we going to explain to the primogenitors? Let us work together to eliminate this prime avatar of his first. However, the other four were unwilling to give up. Escape. If we don't, we will die. The gray-fogged girl tried her best to resist against the surrounding shackles. Yet the surrounding shackles were revolving more and more profound. The restraining force became stronger and stronger, causing the gray-fogged girl to feel even more terror. Her flying speed rapidly decreased, 50%, 30%, 10%. Not just her, even the other four who were puzzled initially felt the restraining force of the surrounding void shackles increasing rapidly. Their expressions changed. How could this be possible? If it were the previous restraints, he could still be considered a grand perfection world realm chaotic origin life form. But now it was 5 times stronger, 10 times stronger. Kill him. Hurry up and escape. These four panicked. They were like 3-headed snakes that were frantically attacking. But even though Dongbo Shui closed his eyes and stood there, the layers of spatial defenses on the surface of his body were similarly becoming more profound. Their attacks could not even touch the clothes of Dongbo Shui. As the void shackles became more terrifying, the gray-fogged girl who had escaped to the distance could no longer struggle. The void shackles had completely permeated into every single part of her body. She directly disintegrated into black fog and white fog. The 2 clumps of fog were permeated into her body by the hair-thin void shackles, causing them to freeze and not move at all. The 3-headed snake had also split apart, turning into 3 unbounded snakes. Similarly, the void shackles had permeated into these 3 unbounded snakes, causing them to freeze unmoving as if they were petrified. That bird was the same too. It did not move at all. The enormous void shackles spread out in all directions. The 6 grand perfection world realm chaotic origin life forms were frozen within. Only Dongbo Shui stood there with his eyes closed. This scene. It made serious and scarlet-peaked Taoists hold their breaths. They did not dare to speak anymore. They had vaguely realized something. Much less them. Even the other chaotic origin experts and overlords who were watching this battle felt nervous. The primogenitors of the innate chaotic origin life form tribes were also nervous. As more and more information was transmitted, more and more experts turned their attention over. Very soon, the 8 overlords turned over. So beautiful. Even though Dongbo Shui had his eyes closed, the complete Tao of chaotic origin void appeared in his mind. At this moment, he had completely comprehended and grasped it. As the saying goes, comprehending the Tao in the morning, one can die in peace in the evening. Why? Firstly, this was what he was pursuing. It was a pursuit he had been pursuing for many years. Secondly, it was truly too beautiful. It contained the most intrinsic principle of this infinite chaotic origin dimension. Dongbo Shui had started off with the Tao of Void. He had absorbed many profound mysteries, and after reaching the half-chaotic origin level, he had even absorbed profound mysteries from the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. Finally, he grasped the essence of the chaotic origin void energy. The operation of that infinite chaotic origin void, at least in terms of the chaotic origin energy, was no longer a secret to Dongbo Shui. The chaotic origin energy is the soil of the origin world and many other worlds. It encompasses everything and is the foundation of everything. Dongbo Shui opened his eyes. Hong. His body began transforming. His level began increasing. He began madly absorbing the surrounding chaotic origin energy. One could see the chaotic origin energy in the vast region gathering towards him, forming an enormous maelstrom. Large amounts of chaotic origin energy were constantly pouring into the body of Dongbo Shui, causing his body to transform. Many chaotic origin small worlds were forming on the surface of his skin. His body itself was as grand as chaotic origin. It felt as if every single movement he made was filled with endless power. It was as vast as the void. Most likely, no matter how many attacks landed on Dongbo Shuiying's body, it was as if they were attacking the void. They could not touch the true body of Dongbo Shuiying at all. Overlord Ha? Dongbo Shuiying could feel how powerful his body was. In this infinite chaotic origin dimension, there were many energies at the highest level. Those who could grasp the highest level of energy were overlords and primogenitors. The difference between cultivator overlords and innate chaotic origin lifeform primogenitors was that even though the primogenitors grasped the energy and could unleash it, what they relied on was their bloodline that was dug to the limit. As for overlords, they grasped the essence of energy, the Tao. Naturally, it was different. In this infinite chaotic origin dimension, the chaotic origin energy is just the soil. Above this soil, there are more energies. Dongbo Shuang became more humble. He knew there were still too many things he did not understand. Deep within the infinite chaotic origin dimension, a unique world was hidden. Once it was hidden, none of the life forms in the infinite chaotic origin dimension could discover it. At this moment, it was emitting ripples as it watched from afar. It was looking at that white-robed young man in the distance. The life forms in the origin world have finally given birth to another overlord? This is really mysterious. These originally weak and small life forms could actually become chaotic origin life forms and reach the apex. It even makes me feel pressured. An enormous eye could vaguely be seen on the membrane of this world. Following that, the eye disappeared. This was an extremely unique place in the infinite chaotic origin dimension. A piece of land was born here. The time here was eternally static compared to the outside world. Furthermore, the stability of the void here was the strongest. Even a grain of soil here would make high-graded chaotic origin life forms feel unbearable. Even world realm chaotic origin life forms would be crushed into powder by the gravity if they stepped in here. Only those at the overlord level could stand here. And on this piece of land, there was a round table. Surrounding the round table were 32 thrones. Currently, 5 of the thrones were occupied by life forms. They looked different, and their life forms were different too. Amen. The 5 of them immediately looked in the same direction. They could sense that there was a similarly majestic and powerful life form being born over there. The life forms in the origin world have given birth to another overlord? It seems that our eternal land will have to add another seat. A life form wearing white armor sat there. His existence emitted an endless destructive intent. These life forms that cultivated from the weakest to the overlord level have all grasped the essence of energy. I was born with the strongest combat strength, yet I could never grasp the essence of energy. A strange cuboid figure sat on the throne. He let out a voice that reverberated in the surroundings. Cultivators only had 1 yuan in the past. Now there are more and more of them. Hence we have more seats here. I feel that their threat is getting bigger and bigger. We have to weaken them. A huge snake sat on one of the seats. His wriggling body coiled around. Limitless huge snake. There are many innate chaotic origin life form tribes like yours. There are more than 100 primogenitors. Furthermore, new ones are born over time. Do you still think we should weaken those cultivators? Including this newly born one, there are only 9 of them. That strange cuboid said. There are only 5 innate chaotic origin life form tribes that could occupy the seats here. The huge snake said with dissatisfaction. It was not easy to be acknowledged by this group of terrifying existences in the eternal land. There were only 5 primogenitors in the innate chaotic origin life form tribes that were acknowledged. These 5 could be said to have reached the stage of undying and indestructible. Their bloodlines were unique and could never be killed. As for cultivator overlords, there was no need for them to be acknowledged. The moment one was born, he would immediately be invited to become a member of the eternal land. The first world born in the endless chaotic origin dimension. This was a very unique world. In this world, there were many clouds in the sky. Each cloud was actually in source world in the outside world. And the ground was filled with endless black soil. Within the black soil, a snake-shaped monster slowly tunneled out. It swam in the void with great satisfaction. Amen. Suddenly, many snake-shaped monsters emerged from the endless black soil. They looked up at the sky. That spot in the sky was the corresponding position of the chaotic origin void. Was where Dongbo Shuang was. Over there, a terrifying aura appeared. Another overlord has appeared among those weak cultivators. It is getting harder and harder to devour an origin world. Previously, when 13th brother devoured an origin world stealthily, There was an avatar of an overlord guarding over it. In the end, 3 overlords killed their way over. Their strength descended on this place and killed 13th brother. How nostalgic I am for the past. That time, I could eat whenever I wanted. There were no overlords at all. It was gone forever. Time to sleep, time to sleep. Many snake-shaped monsters retracted back into the soil. The snake-like monster in the air continued to wander around leisurely, slowly moving about. After Dongbo Shuiying broke through, he immediately sensed other similarly powerful existences. First of all, he sensed 8 existences with auras similar to his own. They were scattered all over the place, and each of them possessed a different kind of power. Some were as piercingly cold and unstoppable as blade light. Some were as destructive and murderous as they pervaded everywhere. And some were extremely restrained in their power, causing others to be unable to help but feel fearful. All 8 of them were not inferior to him, and were at the same level of power as him. 8 overlords. Dongbo Shuiying understood. Dongbo Shuiying, congratulations. The few of us have another Dao friend. We have to celebrate. We have to celebrate. I've heard that you don't like the destruction devils? I am a destruction devil, haha. These 8 existences expressed their welcome. Even though that destruction devil overlord was slightly provocative, Dongbo Shuiying could sense that the other party's words were filled with welcome. In the eyes of that destruction devil overlord, he did not care even if those weak destruction devils died. Only this new overlord, Dongbo Shuiying, would be his true comrade in the future. Dongbo Shuiying then observed the other terrifying existences. On a unique land, that land gave off a power that made even Dongbo Shuiying feel apprehensive. At the moment when he saw that land, the surrounding time flow had actually stopped. Only then did Dongbo Shuiying see a round table on that land and 32 seats around it. Of the 32 seats, 5 of them were occupied by experts. One of the huge snakes looked at him with a slightly unfriendly gaze. As for the other 4, one was relatively delighted. One even expressed goodwill, and the final 2 were merely curious. These terrifying existences. Dongbo Shuiying felt it. In the endless chaotic origin dimension, he could sense more than 200 terrifying existences. Of course, more than half of them were innate chaotic origin lifeform primogenitors. The innate chaotic origin lifeforms had a huge advantage in terms of numbers. There should be some that I can't sense, Dongbo Shuiying thought. Furthermore, I always feel that there are many unknowns in this endless chaotic origin dimension. He grasped the Tao of chaotic origin void. Hence, he could easily discover some unknowns. Those places were places that he could not spy on from afar. He had to go there personally before he could investigate. Retreat. Retreat for me. Everyone retreat. The offensive of the innate chaotic origin lifeform stopped. Many chaotic origin lifeforms retreated. Those primogenitors felt sullen. Originally, they were optimistic about that Sea of Abyss master Ming Hao. They felt that he might become a primogenitor. Even though it was just a strand of hope, they still tried their best to save him. Who would have thought that not only did they not save him, they even watched as another overlord emerged from the weak origin world. It made them sullen. Overlords. Every single overlord gave them a huge pressure. They could feel the potential of Dongbo Shuiying. They decided to devise a plan to think of ways to destroy Dongbo Shuiying's origin world. After that, they would rely on their souls to kill all avatars of Dongbo Shuiying. Yet, the plan had yet to be decided, much less implementing it. And this Dongbo Shuiying had already broken through. This monarch Feishue became a world realm chaotic origin life form on the day he became an overlord. How could he break through so quickly? So what if I am furious? The truth is right in front of me. Dongbo Shuiying waved his hand before keeping the 6 world realm chaotic origin life forms by his side. All of them had been sealed by him. They could not unleash any strength at all. They could not move at all. Following that, he returned. And not far away, Scarlet Peak Taoist and Sirius immediately bowed. Overlord. Sirius felt even more ashamed. Previously, he chose to escape. If only he could fight alongside an overlord. Furthermore, it was a battle where an overlord broke through. Their relationship would naturally be different in the future. Why would I escape? At most, I will just have a prime avatar. Isn't it just a weapon? Sirius felt vexed inwardly. The two of you should return. There shouldn't be any danger here anymore. Dongbo Shuang said. Yes. Sirius and Scarlet Peak Taoist respectfully bowed, before leaving using their movement techniques. As for Dongbo Shuang, he returned back to the cultivation sacred world. This prime avatar was temporarily staying here in seclusion. After all, he had many avatars. There was no need for all of them to return. Hometown origin world. Currently, many cosmos gods in his hometown were in an uproar. They had discovered the transformation of the primal chaos void. For instance, the primal chaos void had shrunk on a large scale. The distance between cosmos had also shrunk. Not only did it not expand, it was even shrinking? Did the danger of destruction that was caused by the expansion disappear from now on? And the Lost World corridor had disappeared. What about that great devil sacred master? Also, they had once left an imprint on some Daos, in the origin source of the world. They could no longer leave an imprint on it. What exactly happened? The danger of destruction of the origin world has disappeared just like that? Forefather Tianyu, Blade Emperor Wuzu, Old Monster Stone Sword Master, and others were filled with bewilderment. They thought of a possibility. This origin world had given birth to a chaotic origin expert. Only when the origin world had a master could it resolve the danger of the great apocalypse. Like Sword Master, he had an avatar in the realm Heart Great Land. He knew that once an origin world had a master, this origin world would forever maintain its peak state of prosperity. There would no longer be a great apocalypse. Snow Eagle, what happened? Snow Eagle, you have become a chaotic origin life form. Snow Eagle, is our origin world no longer facing destruction from now on? Previously, they were all transmitting to each other. And at that time, Dongbo Shuang was doing his best to cultivate. He wanted to become an overlord as soon as possible. Hence, he simply replied, "The danger of the great apocalypse has been resolved. I'll tell everyone more about it later today. And now, I've finally broken through." Dongbo Shuang stood under the pavilion in his courtyard. He felt delighted. Dongbo Shuang, who would have thought that you would become an overlord so quickly? Lord Locheng appeared on the grass by the side. Previously, I was still congratulating you for reaching the world realm chaotic origin level. But in just 4 hours, you have already become an overlord. From the world realm to the overlord. The speed of your breakthroughs is so fast that it would be hard for anyone to catch up to you in the future. Dongbo Shuang chuckled. That's right, 4 hours. Oh right, Yuan is about to reach here. Go, let's hurry and meet Yuan. Lord Locheng said. Yuan? Dongbo Shuang immediately turned over when he heard that. Looking at the vast chaotic origin void outside through the origin world, Shuang saw an old man dressed in a colorful robe walking over from the chaotic origin void. Go. Dongbo Shuang and Lord Locheng immediately went forward to welcome the other party. They did not dare to wait here carelessly. Even though they were all overlords, Dongbo Shuang was very grateful towards Lord Locheng and Yuan of the 8 overlords because the two of them had helped him on his path of cultivation. Especially Yuan. Yuan's Realm Heart Order, Chaotic Origin 7 strikes, his encounters in the Realm Heart Great Land, and even his journey from the Snake Tooth Corridor to the Lightning World and the Cultivation Sacred World. Yuan's shadow was behind all of them. Naturally, he had to thank Yuan for what he had today. Who? Dongbo Shuang and Lord Locheng flew out of the origin world. In the vast chaotic origin void, they soon met Yuan. Yuan was dressed in a colorful robe. He was even wearing slippers that revealed his toes. He was very casual about it. Dongbo Shuang greets Senior Yuan. Many thanks for Senior's guidance. Dongbo Shuang immediately bowed. Haha, brat, you are too polite. Even though I said that I have given you quite a lot of help. Helping you compile the Chaotic Origin 7 strikes, the Realm Heart Order was refined by me, and I even gave you a droplet of Myriad Tentacles Dragon Mother's heart blood. I won't say much about other things, but these aren't worth mentioning. What you have today is still because of your own cultivation. I have given you so much help. Yet how many chaotic origin realms have you reached? Yuan grinned. Dongbo Shuiying was speechless. That was not humble at all. Since when did he give him help? He listed everything out. So this was the personality of Yuan. Also, don't call me Senior Yuan. You are also an overlord. In the future, we will be brothers. I am the oldest, so it is fine for you to call me Elder Brother. Yuan gave a strange chuckle. Elder Brother Yuan. Dongbo Shuiying replied. Currently, he did not know that quite a few overlords would address Yuan as Yuan an old thief. Even though Yuan was the oldest overlord, his personality was casual. He did not mind others calling him Yuan an old thief. That's more like it. Yuan chuckled and nodded. Aya, watching you grow step by step, and even becoming an overlord has truly made me happy. Everyone says that I have spent so much effort to construct the realm Heart Great Land. Yet, didn't I produce an overlord? The Great Snow Eagle Overlord actually came from my realm Heart Great Land. Elder Brother Yuan, your origin world should be here, right? Lord Locheng said. And this is within my territory. It's the same. Both of us have contributed. Of course, I have contributed more. Yuan laughed delightfully. Also Luofeng, I have contributed to you becoming an overlord too. Yes, yes. Lord Locheng replied. Dongbo Shuiying listened. Luofeng? Lord Locheng's name? Lord Locheng immediately explained. I came from another origin world. I've also grown up step by step from a weak mortal, from a planet called Earth. When I think about it, I still feel a little sad. Using strength to break through to the chaotic origin level. Only then could I control the past and future of all living beings in my origin world. I could control their life and death, as well as the dead. I could teleport them from the time they died to the present, making up for many regrets. I have to thank Elder Brother Yuan for this. If not for Elder Brother Yuan, my path of breaking through with strength would have been much more difficult. Dongbo Shuiying nodded. At the moment when he became the Origin World Master, he was most delighted about the most important people in his life. Many of them who had regrets could now be revived. To those people, they were teleported from the moment they died to the present after so many years. It was just like taking a nap. But to him, it had made up for many regrets. Oh right, Dongbo Brat, I'm puzzled by your breakthrough. Yuan could not help but ask. I've comprehended many Daos. But previously, before you became a chaotic origin life form, you could control the world energy of the cultivation sacred world. Even after being killed, you still revived. Is it because you have reached the final realm in the Tao of Soul? Elder Brother Yuan is amazing. Dongbo Shuiying nodded. You guessed it right in a moment. That time, I had indeed broken through and stepped into the final realm in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. This breakthrough allowed my soul to easily fuse with the origin source of the world. Even though I'm not the master of the world, I can still control a portion of the origin source energy, and all the world energy. I guess I'm a world emissary. Fuse with the origin source of the world? Then as long as the origin source of the world is not extinguished, your soul will be indestructible? Yuan asked. Yes. Dongbo Shuiying nodded. Amazing. Yuan and Lord Locheng could not help but praise him. This technique was sufficient to make many chaotic origin life forms envious. After that, I used the final realm Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm to influence the sentient beings in the entire origin world. Since I could influence the sentient beings, the origin source of the world could easily recognize me as its master. Dongbo Shuiying said. Thus, I became a world realm chaotic origin life form. So it is like this. Yuan nodded. Reaching the final realm in the Tao of Soul is indeed frightening. I reckon that other aspects of the Tao of Soul should be the same too. They could influence the sentient beings. They could easily become the master of their hometown origin world. Then is your becoming an overlord related to this final realm Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm? Because it was too abnormal. Becoming an overlord from a world realm chaotic origin life form in just 4 hours? The fusion of the fleshy body and soul is a great Tao. Dongbo Shuiying said. Previously, I had a half-chaotic origin life form body. My soul had also reached the final realm. When the two fused together, There was no bottleneck at all. I could easily fuse them together. My cultivation was smooth. If it were a half-chaotic origin life-form body with a weaker soul, I might need a few billion years before I could break through. But after I became a world-realm chaotic origin life-form body, my soul became sufficiently strong. I just spent 4 hours to smoothly deduce my way to becoming an overlord. Fleshy body and soul? Yuan and Lord Loqing no longer had any doubts. Actually, much less many cosmos gods, even many chaotic origin experts who jumped out of the cage felt that fusing the fleshy body and soul should be the correct path. There were even many who wanted to reach the final realm in the Tao of Soul. Like Ancestor Fan from the realm Heart Great Land, all of them had such ambitions. It's just that they were not strong enough and could not achieve it. As long as one's fleshy body reaches the half-chaotic origin life-form body, and the Tao of Soul reaches the final realm, the fusion of the two will allow one to break through. Yuan nodded. This is a smooth path. But reaching the final realm in the soul is incredibly difficult. Out of the countless cultivators, only you, Dongbo Brat, have reached this stage. Just me? Dongbo Shuiying had this conjecture previously. Only now did he confirm it. Just you. Yuan nodded. The Tao of Soul is very difficult. It isn't like other Taos like the void, flame, lightning. All of them are external energies. Lord Loqing said. As for the Tao of Soul, it involves many aspects such as thoughts and consciousness. It is very difficult to cultivate it. Dongbo Shuiying nodded. That's right. It was ultimately not that easy to become an overlord. Reaching the half-chaotic origin life-form body was secondary for him on this path. The hardest part was reaching the final realm in the soul. You can easily fuse with the origin source of an ownerless world and borrow the world energy. No wonder your previous weak avatar could recover so quickly. Yuan stared at Dongbo Shuiying. He said with slight anticipation, Is it fast for your avatar to recover? By the side, the eyes of Lord Loqing were also emitting light. He added, Currently the few of us are defending various places and are stretched thin. After all, we only have a single prime avatar. If we meet danger at another place, we would have to rush over. And the prime avatar would need a very long time to travel. The chaotic origin dimension is ultimately too big. If your weak avatar could rapidly reach the level of a prime avatar, it could help us in defending many places. Our overall strength is still weak. Hence, we overlords are required to protect many territories, Yuan said. It is natural for us to protect many territories. Dongbo Shuiying nodded. But there are 2 points for me to advance from a weak avatar to a prime avatar. Firstly, I have reached the overlord level. The energy required to advance from a weak avatar to a prime avatar is many times that of a world realm chaotic origin level expert. The other point is that I have borrowed the origin source of an ownerless world. The stronger the origin source of the world, the faster I can recover. Like the previous cultivation sacred world, that origin source of the world would require slightly less than an hour to recover my overlord level prime avatar. World realm chaotic origin life forms relied on the origin source of the cultivation sacred world to recover. Even a grand perfection expert would require slightly more than 10 breaths of time. But an overlord would require slightly less than an hour. Slightly less than an hour is fine too. Yuan nodded. Given how vast the chaotic origin dimension was, they only had 8 overlords previously. Some places were too far away, and they would require 1 or 2 days to travel. At this moment, the avatar he sent to meet Dongbo Shuiying was merely a weak avatar that was nearby. We can construct a world that is stronger than the cultivation sacred world. Luo City Lord said. We, the various lords, will work together to build more powerful worlds in some important places. The moment we discover danger, the weak avatar of Snow Eagle can rapidly recover to the prime avatar level to deal with the danger. With Shuiying's methods, at least in terms of guarding, he alone is comparable to the 8 of us. Everyone has their own specialties. Yuan revealed a grin. This technique of Dongbo Shuiying had indeed made them delighted. The Tao of Soul is indeed mysterious. Yuan and Lord Loqing thought. It's just that they had pondered over the Tao of Soul over the long years, albeit their gains were limited. The three of them discussed in detail within the chaotic origin dimension, allowing Dongbo Shuiying to understand that the overall strength of the cultivators was indeed insufficient. Furthermore, the previous 8 overlords might be united against outsiders. But there were some differences within. For instance, Yuan and Lord Lo Cheng were benevolent towards the weaker cultivators. But there were also overlords who did not care about the weak. They felt that it was worth it no matter how many weak cultivators died as long as they could refine themselves into a chaotic origin life form. We can talk about these in the future. Given your personality, I know you will definitely stand on our side. You hate evil even more than me and Luofeng. Yuan laughed. Let's talk about proper matters. This time, after you become an overlord, we cultivators will definitely hold a huge celebration. By then, many overlords will come over. This is also a huge event to announce to the entire chaotic origin dimension that we cultivators have another overlord. Dongbo Shuiying nodded. There's no rush, right? We have to make some preparations and invite the various parties. You decide on the time. It would be best if it can be done within a year, Yuan said. Also, the other overlords wish to meet you. Let us gather too. By then, we will have to redistribute the territories. We will also redistribute the territories that belong to you as the Snow Eagle Overlord. By then, we will need your protection. Old brother Yuan, you decide on the location for this gathering. It would be best if it is held 3 days later, Dongbo Shuiying said. I still have some matters to attend to. Haha. Alright, you have just broken through. We shall not disturb you any longer. Yuan laughed. You can go and attend to your matters. Alright, old brother Yuan, Lord Lo Cheng, I will return first. Dongbo Shuiying immediately turned into a stream of light and flew back to his origin world. At this moment, he did not have the mood to participate in whatever gathering of overlords. He did not have the mood to arrange for the celebration or receive the various overlord existences. He only had one thought currently, reviving his father, mother, Uncle Zong, Uncle Tong and his little brother. There was also his teacher Gu Qi and many of his good friends who died. Being the master of an origin world, he was that willful, sharing his joy with the most important people in his life. Dongbo Shuiying flew into the origin world and saw his wife and children. Through the history of the origin world, he saw his father, mother, Uncle Tong, Uncle Zong, his little brother Dongbo Qingshi, and the others in the past. Long time no see. I really miss all of you. Grand finale. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.